Chapter 42-31. The methods of the Radiant Church were actually very simple. Among them, the greatest deterrent was the Holy Light. The power of the Holy Light contained the power of purification. It had a strong killing effect on dark creatures like the vampires. When they fought, their strength would often be suppressed by 30 to 40%. As time went by, they were naturally not a match for the Radiant Church. The methods of these people were useless against Lin Fei. Now, they could only bitterly search for a way to break Lin Fei's defense. However, how could Lin Fei's defense be so easily broken? No matter how they attacked, it was still the same. In any case, they just couldn't break this layer of defense. Helplessness appeared on their faces. This was the first time they encountered such a powerful opponent. Even they couldn't break this layer of defense. One could only imagine how terrifying this layer of defense was. I think you guys should just summon the angels. I personally prefer to fight with angels. It doesn't matter if it's a 4-winged angel, 6-winged angel, or 8-winged angel. As long as it's an angel, it's fine. Lin Fei smiled and said to them. The experts of the Radiant Church almost fainted from anger. Hateful guy, we will definitely tear your defense apart and take you down on the spot. In the Radiant Church, who didn't know that it wasn't easy to summon an angel? It required the recognition of the Radiant Church. If they could summon an angel, their status would be incomparable to their current status. Then why would they need to gang up on a Chinese kid? Lin Fei's words were like a slap to their faces. It was so painful. Of course, this had also attracted a lot of hatred. As a result, their methods became even more violent and all kinds of moves emerged one after another. Alright, you guys can retreat. This person isn't someone you can deal with. Archbishop Felix's complexion was somewhat unsightly. These experts were the top experts of the Radiant Church's branch. If they joined hands, even if a Duke of the Dark Church came, they would still be able to severely injure him. Mysterious East, mysterious expert. May I know who your master is? To be able to nurture an expert like you, I think your master isn't a nobody. Maybe I even know him. Archbishop Felix couldn't see through this Chinese kid for a moment. With such strength, even if he were to make a move himself, it would still take him some time to break this layer of defense. It was hard to imagine that the other party was so young. Lin Fei chuckled, I'm sorry, but you don't have the right to know about my master unless you defeat me first. Are you ready to go down? If that's the case, make your move as soon as possible. After beating you up, I'm preparing to deal with this little Yangpi. When Irina heard him call her little Yangpi, although she didn't know what it meant, she more or less knew that it was definitely a curse. Archbishop Felix had indeed decided to personally take the field. If he didn't step in, no one present would be able to stop Lin Fei. I am a person who is eager to hunt. It is not easy for me to encounter an expert like you. Thus, I have decided to exchange a few blows with you. After all, it has been a long time since I last fought. Those people are not worthy of me fighting. Only you are qualified, Archbishop Felix said calmly, a look of admiration on his face. Among the younger generation in the West, there were not many experts like Lin Fei. Archbishop Felix finally understood why this person was the only one who remained calm when the expressions of those Chinese experts changed. Clearly, he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Your strength is indeed not bad. I feel that it would be better for you to summon an angel. With your strength, I believe that you should be able to summon a 10-winged angel or a 12-winged angel. That would make the fight more interesting. Lin Fei said seriously, otherwise, dealing with you would be no different from dealing with an ant. Lin Fei, you are at death's door, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly to our archbishop. Later on, I will definitely let you know what regret is. Irina said fiercely. Lin Fei agreed with these words, don't worry. Because of what you said, I won't kill you after I capture you. Instead, I will teach you some tricks. I guarantee that you will be satisfied and will never forget them. As he spoke, Lin Fei revealed a set of white teeth and a smile spread across his face. When this smile fell into Irina's eyes, it was as though she had seen the smile of a demon. She felt uneasy all over. You dare. Irina didn't even have the confidence to speak. After all, she still hadn't forgotten what had happened a few days ago. In addition to the fact that the experts of the Radiant Church couldn't capture Lin Fei, she naturally had other thoughts. Irina, you must calm down. Even if Lin Fei is really strong, can he be stronger than the Archbishop? The Archbishop will definitely be able to capture Lin Fei. Irina kept encouraging herself in her heart, when the time comes, I must ruthlessly torture this Lin Fei and let him know that the consequences of speaking nonsense are extremely miserable. Holy storm. Archbishop Felix finally made his move. He took a step forward and punched out, causing a huge storm of holy light to form. This storm swept out and instantly enveloped Lin Fei. The Archbishop is indeed different from others when he makes his move. He indeed has the strength to oversee a branch of the Radiant Church. I have learned something new. The moment the holy storm appeared, Lin Fei was enveloped by it. This holy light was like a blade that continuously attacked Lin Fei's defense. Bang, 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 bang. Loud sounds rang out continuously. This move displayed Archbishop Felix's valiant strength. If someone else had said this to Felix, they might have felt a sense of accomplishment. However, Felix was facing Lin Fei, and he could clearly sense that Lin Fei's defense was as solid as a mountain. Felix's holy storm was actually unable to tear apart Lin Fei's defense in an instant, giving Lin Fei a chance to speak. Seems like I have still underestimated this kid. He is even more powerful than I had imagined. If the younger generation of China were all experts like him, then our Western world would be in danger. Archbishop Felix's thoughts were far-sighted and thorough. Since the holy storm is unable to tear apart your defense, then what about this? Archbishop Felix coldly snorted. The holy storm soared into the sky and condensed into a huge war hammer. With a grab, it landed in Felix's hand. With the war hammer in hand, the void shook. Everyone could feel a dangerous aura. Hammer of holy light. With a loud rumble, the hammer smashed down. Felix did not believe that Lin Fei would dare to take it head-on. This was the power of holy light, and its might was several times stronger than the previous holy storm. It was a killer move. Miao Shu House. Chapter 42-32. P.S. I've had a toothache all day, so I clenched my teeth and wrote a new chapter. Archbishop Philip's attack was indeed very ferocious. It could be said that anyone who encountered this move would treat it with caution. Archbishop Philip displayed his super-powerful means as soon as he made a move. No matter who it was, under this warhammer, they would either be injured or severely injured, losing their combat effectiveness. As soon as the warhammer slammed down, invisible ripples surged out in all directions. These ripples were condensed from the power of the holy light. They seemed peaceful, but in fact, they were full of fierce and overbearing power. It spread out in circles, and it was tantamount to a testing method. Archbishop Philip also wanted to see how Lin Fei was going to resolve his attack. He used this move to deal with many experts. Every time, he could basically defeat the opponent, and even kill several on the spot. So he really wanted to know what level Lin Fei's strength had reached. After the ripples rushed out, they immediately impacted Lin Fei's body shield. Everyone heard a loud bang 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 sound. This sound kept on ringing, and it was very sharp, as if it was exploding in their hearts. The ripples' attack was the first round. The warhammer fiercely bombarded down. A looming figure of an archangel appeared in it. Lin Fei was still very calm in the face of the warhammer, and raised his hand to block it. His palm was not too big, and it met the warhammer head-on. A loud rumbling sound. Boundless power surged down. Lin Fei's surroundings were quickly attacked by the power, and large cracks exploded. The terrifying power instantly drowned Lin Fei in this warhammer. Archbishop Philip reached out and grabbed the air, and another warhammer slammed down. He knew that he would take advantage of the situation. If the first hammer was not enough, then the second one. It seemed that Lin Fei could not withstand the power of his two hammers. There was another loud rumbling sound. Only then did Archbishop Philip stop. There was a trace of pride in his expression, but his eyes kept falling within the range of the attack. Don't look at his casual use of the two warhammers, but in fact, the consumption was very large. It was also the strongest method that the Archbishop could use without using the power of the Archangel. If it was someone else, Archbishop Philip might not do this, but the person in front of him was Lin Fei, who easily blocked the attack of the Light Church's experts. Archbishop Philip naturally had to be heavy-handed, otherwise, how could he take down this Lin Fei? The dust gradually dispersed. A figure stood in the original place, and did not move. His surroundings were full of potholes. But there was nothing under his feet. Lin Fei had a faint smile on his face. Archbishop, I told you, your power is still lacking. It seems that you don't believe my words. In that case, I'll let you summon the Archangel yourself. A loud buzzing sound rang out. A tyrannical sword chi slashed down from the sky. This sword chi was at least 100 meters long. As it slashed down, everyone's expression changed greatly. Archbishop Philip roared, "Let's go!" At the same time, he stepped on the ground, and a huge holy light emerged, condensing into an archangel, blocking in front of him. Those experts of the Light Church were already pale with fear when facing this 100 meters long sword. Before the sword light arrived, all of them were frightened by it. With a loud boom, the huge sword light slashed down and directly exploded on the ground where they were. A huge crack ran through the front and back. Under the power of the sword, the experts of the Light Church were blown away one by one. After landing on the ground, their bodies were full of sword wounds. In that instant, they were attacked by countless sword. They were full of holes, and each of them was only left with breath. He can actually cast 100 meters long sword. Irina, the saintess candidate, was also blown away by the sword. At the critical moment, she summoned the Archangel again, but this time, the Archangel was destroyed by the sword as soon as it came out. Even her whole body was blown away, and she was no longer the saintess. Archbishop, what do you think of my sword slash? It's 100 meters long, not much inferior to your warhammer. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Now you should know that my words were not wrong. If you don't summon the Archangel, you are not my opponent. If you summon the Archangel, you still have the ability to fight. Archbishop Philip was smashed on the ground, and there was a big pit around him. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth and dyed his clothes red. Archbishop Philip now felt pain all over his body. He didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. He looked at Lin Fei not far away, and his complexion kept changing. I didn't expect that your strength would be so tyrannical. Then I can't let you leave the Light Church. With a person like you, you will be the biggest enemy of our Light Church in the future. Archbishop Philip was shocked, but he also realized that he must kill this person on the spot. You want to see the Archangel, then I will do as you wish. Archbishop Philip coldly snorted, made a hand seal, and quickly summoned the Archangel. In fact, he knew that if he didn't summon the Archangel, he would not be Lin Fei's opponent. No one in the entire Light Church could be his opponent. Only by summoning the Archangel would he have the ability to fight with the opponent. Although summoning the Archangel required a lot of price, Archbishop Philip had no other choice. The person in front of him must be killed. Once he killed this person, even if he had to pay some price, it was still quite worth it. A sacred light pillar shrouded from the sky and fell on the top of the Light Church's mountain. The light pillar was as bright as day. Archbishop Philip, you haven't summoned this lord for a long time. I remember, it should be 3 years. I didn't expect you to summon me again. Who are you going to deal with this time? On the top of the Light Church's mountain, a 12-winged archangel appeared. Compared to the 12-winged archangel, the aura of the 8-winged archangel was completely different. One was like a small mountain, the other was like a huge mountain, with the pressure of Mount Tai. As expected of an archbishop, you are indeed different. You can actually summon a 12-winged archangel with your own consciousness. Not bad, I am quite satisfied. Lin Fei smiled, very satisfied. Archbishop Philip lowered his head, his expression dignified and sacred. Lord Hart, he is a mysterious expert from the distant east. I am not his opponent, so I ask Lord Hart to take action and suppress him. Otherwise, this person will become a great threat to the Church of Light in the future, Archbishop Philip said. Book Guest House Reading Website. Chapter 42-33. Archbishop Felix was very respectful towards Hart, not daring to utter a single word. The gaze of the great 12-winged angel called Hart suddenly turned cold, and he looked at Lin Fei, who was not far away. To be able to make Archbishop Felix say such words, you, a Chinese expert, should be proud. Seeing that your strength is not bad, I will send you to the heavens with my divine technique, so that you will know the power of our Western world's divine technique. Hart suddenly started chanting. God said, let there be light. God said, let there be darkness. Hence, darkness and light are both here. While Hart was chanting, all the light experts present could not help but prostrate on the ground. Their faces were filled with sincerity and holiness. Their earlier panic and uneasiness were replaced by incomparable holiness. Even Archbishop Felix's expression turned holy. At this moment, light suddenly rose from where Lin Fei was. It was as bright as day, so bright that almost everyone had to close their eyes. After the light, darkness appeared. It was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. It was like the entrance to hell. Light and darkness alternated. Everything happened very quickly. However, only a few people could see some clues from this. This was because the alternating light and darkness were filled with great terror, causing their hair to stand on end. They were even more sincere towards Lord Hart. Archbishop Felix kept staring at the place where darkness and light alternated. He thought to himself, with Lord Hart making a move, Lin Fei should be dead for sure. He will never know the power of a great 12-winged angel. It is not something that can be defeated by martial arts. This was because a great 12-winged angel had grasped a divine technique. With just a thought, he could kill Lin Fei. Archbishop Felix had seen such a scene countless times. It had long since become a habit of his. Whenever he summoned a great 12-winged angel, the other party would definitely be killed due to their lack of strength. There had never been anyone who could survive in the hands of the great 12-winged angel Hart. Archbishop Felix, in the future, don't look for me for such trivial matters. It is too unchallenging. You can't even block my divine technique, and you still dare to barge into our Church of Light. I don't know what's wrong with your brain. Hart shot a cold glance at Archbishop Felix. Felix understands. I won't make such a small mistake again. Archbishop Felix lowered his head. As long as Lin Fei was killed by Hart, nothing else mattered. He had never seen anyone who could survive a divine technique. Lin Fei suffered the same result. Hey, you, aren't you a little too full of yourself? You even called that a divine technique, but why do I feel like it's not that powerful? At this moment, a voice rang out with a hint of mockery in it. The original place had already turned into a pile of rubble. However, Lin Fei was still perfectly fine. He was still smiling, a faint smile on his face. But at this moment, when Archbishop Felix and the others saw that smile, they couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. They were in disbelief. It's impossible for you to survive a divine technique. That's a divine technique, a technique that only a god can use. It can kill someone from 1,000 miles away without leaving a trace. Archbishop Felix found it hard to accept. It was obvious that Lin Fei was only slightly stronger than him, so how could he resist Hart's attack? Moreover, Hart had used a divine technique, so it was impossible for him to say that Hart had gone easy on him. Hart's originally disdainful expression also turned into a smile. No wonder Archbishop Felix considered you to be a future calamity for the Radiant Church. You really have some skills, to actually be able to withstand my divine technique. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Your technique is called a divine technique, but it's nothing more than a spell. Do you really think that everyone doesn't know about it? It's just that your technique is a bit stronger, that's all. In my eyes, it really isn't much. Hart's pupils shrank slightly, a strange expression could be seen on his face. This guy actually knows about magic. Could it be that he also came down from above? No, I've never heard of anyone being able to come down. He must have read through those ancient books, or perhaps his master told him. Archbishop Felix roared, Lin Fei, you are insulting the Radiant Church, insulting our God. God cannot be blasphemed. Lin Fei laughed loudly once again. This kind of archangel dares to call himself God? I wonder if you've asked me for my permission. Buzz. 100-meter-long sword light suddenly slashed down. Archbishop Felix, I feel that you are too long-winded. It would be better for you to lie down and calm down. The 100-meter-long sword light slashed down once again. Archbishop Felix's expression changed on the spot. Lord Hart, save me. Previously, when Archbishop Felix had blocked the sword, he could already feel how powerful this sword was. The second sword slashed down, and Archbishop Felix had no confidence in blocking it. After all, there was still a difference in strength between the two of them. Impudent, you actually dare to injure a member of the Radiant Church in front of me? Do you even put me, Hart, in your eyes? Hart sneered, and with a flick of his finger, a holy light covered Archbishop Felix's body. At the same time, the two wings on his back instantly swept out like long blades. When I, Lin Fei, want to deal with someone, there has never been anyone who can stop me. The huge sword light suddenly condensed into a single point. This point was condensed into a 100-meter-long sword light. Gotcha. The holy light defense shattered. This point pierced through Archbishop Felix's forehead. Countless sword lights instantly exploded from within Archbishop Felix's body, turning his body into a hornet's nest. Archbishop Felix's eyes were lifeless, and with a plop, he fell to the ground. Hart's attack instantly missed, leaving a huge crack on the ground before he retracted his attack. Look, I am a man of my words. I said that I would kill an archbishop in front of you, so I killed an archbishop. Now, it's your turn. I am quite interested in your identity as an archangel, especially since your wings can be used as roasted wings. I think they should taste pretty good. After all, I have never tasted such a huge bird's wing before. Lin Fei chuckled. This attack from Lin Fei caused Hart's expression to change. To be able to instantly condense his strength into a ball, and then take the opportunity to unleash it. Such a technique was something that even Hart could not easily accomplish. This was no ordinary technique. Hart decided to ignore Felix's words for now. His gaze paused on Archbishop Felix's corpse for a moment, before falling back onto Lin Fei. Kid, who exactly are you? If you tell me where you came from, I might spare your life. Hart said coldly, this is your only chance. Chapter 42-34. In the beginning, Hart had utilized his divine technique, wanting to kill this expert from the Far East. Unexpectedly, his divine technique had been ineffective. Instead, his opponent had seen through him. His divine technique was not a true divine technique. Rather, it was a magic technique. Not only that, but he had also used a magic technique to kill Archbishop Felix right before his eyes. For a moment, Heart was unable to figure out his opponent's origins. What gave him the courage to go up against Archbishop Felix? Was he not afraid that Heart would kill him? You are not qualified to be a great 12-winged angel. You are too timid to be frightened by a minor technique of mine. Aren't you afraid of losing face if news of this spreads? Lin Fei laughed. Heart raised his eyelids, a ferocious glint flashing in his eyes. Kid, since you are unwilling to speak, I will personally search your memories and see who is behind you. Heart instantly transformed into a beam of white light as he pounced forward. With a thought, he arrived before Lin Fei. His wings swept out like two blades. Heart's attack missed in the blink of an eye. His speed is actually faster than mine. Heart's heart trembled as his attack missed. After him. His wings flapped continuously, slashing out without respite. Bang! 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 Everywhere the wings passed, explosions rang out. Many of the Radiant Church's experts had already been seriously injured. Under the attacks of the wings, they were simply unable to withstand it and died on the spot. Heart, look at yourself. These are people from your Radiant Church. No, they should be your believers. Now that you have killed them, don't you feel any shame? Lin Fei's figure kept moving forward. Every time he moved, the wings would follow. However, each time, the wings would be slower by half a beat. Not a single one of the wings managed to hit Lin Fei. On the contrary, the Radiant Church's experts were the unlucky ones. They were continuously killed by Heart. You are doing this on purpose. Heart had never thought of killing these believers. After all, the Radiant Church was established because of these believers. As archangels, they were existences of God, leading these believers and setting goals for them. But now, all of his followers were dying under his wings. Heart couldn't hold back any longer. His eyes narrowed as hatred filled his heart. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Fei with a single glance. Brat, don't run if you have the guts. Let's fight. This short exchange made Heart realize one thing. This kid was actually faster than him. He was an archangel. Although he wasn't the type that excelled in speed, he wasn't slow either. But in front of Lin Fei, he was actually slower by a beat and missed every time. That was the most unacceptable thing to do. You want to fight just because you say so? That's so boring. It's not easy to meet a great 12-winged angel. No matter what, I have to sneak around. Moreover, this is my first time coming to the Church of Light. It's so boring to leave like this. Lin Fei was still moving. Finally, he jumped onto a big rock and said with a smile. These words made Heart quite angry. In the Radiant Church's territory, he didn't dare use too much power. He didn't want to accidentally destroy the Radiant Church's branch. It would be fine if he destroyed the church, but if he accidentally killed these believers, it would be a huge loss. Didn't they see that many of the Radiant Church's believers were already dead? Looking at their faces, they all had fear and unease. It was obvious that Lin Fei's words had hit the mark. Holy Light Barrier, there is nowhere to hide. In order to prevent Lin Fei from playing tricks again, Archangel Heart directly used the power of Holy Light to cast a huge barrier. This barrier was completely made of holy light. It was filled with holy light runes, forming a special world. Welcome, Wuxia Kid, to my holy light barrier. You're the one who made me use this holy light barrier. You're the first person I've opened it in all these years. Heart's entire aura had changed quite a bit. Clearly, casting the holy light barrier wasn't as easy as he had imagined. It consumed a lot of energy. In my holy light barrier, you can't absorb spiritual energy from the world to replenish your energy. I don't believe you can still jump around, Heart said. So this is the holy light barrier. As expected of an archangel. The power of holy light within your body is incomparably dense. You can even create this kind of barrier. However, this barrier isn't very small. It's too stingy. Lin Fei smiled as he looked at the holy light barrier. There wasn't the slightest bit of unease on his face. He was still very calm. You dare say that the holy light barrier is too small? Hart almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It should be known that not everyone could condense a holy light barrier. At the very least, 8 winged angels and 10 winged angels couldn't do it. Only 12 winged angels could. Then I'll show you the power of the holy light barrier. Hart sneered. God said, I will imprison you. The holy light barrier instantly fluctuated and a power enveloped Lin Fei's body. No, it was more like an imprison on Lin Fei's body. The power came from the holy light barrier. It could even be said that the power spread throughout the holy light barrier. The one controlling it was Hart. Hart immediately cast the imprison spell to imprison Lin Fei within the holy light barrier. Are you surprised? Shocked? Within this holy light barrier, I am truly an invincible existence. Hart spread his wings and landed before Lin Fei. You are the most arrogant and courageous fellow I've ever met. I wonder what else you have to say for yourself. One holy light runes after another landed on Lin Fei's body, circling around him. Every time a holy light runes landed on his body, Lin Fei's aura would weaken by a lot. Also, this holy light seal seals your strength. Your body is stronger than I imagined. It just so happens that I'm lacking a tool in the Radiant Church. I can use you to save me a lot of trouble. After all, it's been a long time since I've entered a human's body. Although your body is Chinese, it doesn't affect me at all. Hart was very confident in his own strength within the holy light barrier. He wasn't afraid of Lin Fei causing any trouble. He could suppress something with just a thought. How could there be so much trouble? Lin Fei grinned and said, the holy light boundary is pretty good. It has both imprisonment and sealing powers. However, I feel that your holy light boundary is still a little lacking. A hand stretched out without any warning, lifted it up and slapped down hard on Hart's face. A loud sound rang out. The earth shook. Hart directly smashed onto the ground. Countless cracks spread out, and the inside of the barrier turned into a huge pit with a bang. Hart fell into the pit as well. Bookhouse website. Chapter 42-35. The ground crumbled. Something unexpected happened. The ground, which looked very sturdy, was now like a piece of tofu. With a loud rumble, Angel Hart fell all the way down. After a long time, a solid sound could be heard. Hart had fallen to the bottom of the valley. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Then, he revealed a smile and jumped into the deep pit. At the same time, more than a dozen figures were chasing after someone. At this time, all of them stopped and looked at the place in front of them with a dumbfounded expression. Yi Zixuan also stopped and turned to look at the mountain, wondering if she had heard wrong. Did some expert attack the Radiant Church? Otherwise, how could something like this happen? Xue Xiaotian and Fan Tianxue were the same. They could feel the terrifying aura coming from the Radiant Church. If they encountered this terrifying aura, they wouldn't be able to resist and would be directly suppressed. Whether they could survive or not was unknown. Too scary, too scary. The Radiant Church actually has such an expert. Could it be a legendary archangel? Only an archangel has such strength. They more or less knew some inside information. For example, the existence of an archangel in the Western world. This was a rumor. They didn't believe in the existence of an archangel. But now, they completely believed it. If an archangel didn't appear in the Radiant Church, how could there be such a huge commotion? That incomparably holy power was like the bright moon in the night. It was hard not to notice it. The only thing they couldn't understand was how the Radiant Church had an expert that could make an archangel act. Moreover, it was such a huge commotion. As for Lin Fei, he was completely ignored by them. Lin Fei was a lot stronger than them. But right now, he was being chased by the Radiant Church and was even trapped. It was impossible for him to burst out with such a fighting strength. The three of them thought that this was an opportunity. Without saying anything, they quickly flew outside. As for the matter of Lin Fei, they would arrange for someone to inquire about it later. Right now, it was more important to survive. After Lin Fei jumped into the pit, he continued to fall. After a few minutes, he reached the depths of the ground. Hua 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 hua. When his feet stepped on a huge rock, a blazing heat wave swept over and hit his body. However, it was blocked by his protective power. The temperature was frighteningly high. In the distance, Archangel Heart was in a sorry state. After all, he did not have a body of flesh and blood, but was condensed from pure power. Now, his entire body seemed a little blurry. It was clear that Lin Fei's attack just now had caused Archangel Heart to suffer greatly. I didn't expect the Radiant Church to have this kind of place. If I'm not wrong, there should be a vicious beast suppressed deep underground. Lin Fei said as he looked around. Great Angel Heart was indeed injured, and his injuries were not light at all. That slap had caused an endless amount of power to explode in his body. Even though his holy light defense was extremely strong, it was still unable to withstand the power of the slap, and he was blasted quite heavily. Upon hearing the man's words, Angel Heart subconsciously turned to a certain direction. It was a land of lava that was suffused with magma. The magma was constantly bubbling. Just a single glance was enough to make one feel a blazing hot aura that could instantly evaporate a person. Lin Fei did not expect his luck to be so good. All he did was slap Great Angel Heart, and he actually went all the way to the depths of the ground. What was even more unexpected was that the depths of the ground was actually a land of magma. This magma was hotter than any other magma. If an ordinary martial artist fell down, not to mention touching the magma, the high temperature here could easily evaporate a martial artist, leaving not even a skeleton behind. After seeing the magma, Lin Fei knew that he was not far from the giant lizard. Now, with Great Angel Heart's reaction, Lin Fei was even more certain that the giant lizard was here. Who are you? Do you intend to violate the Treaty of the Gods? Great Angel Heart stared at him. Treaty of the Gods? Do you really think of yourself as a god? Lin Fei laughed loudly. He took a step forward and used a god ability that allowed him to cross levels. He directly stepped in front of Great Angel Heart, raised his hand, and slapped Great Angel Heart's face. Great Angel Heart raised his hand to block, and a mountain-like force pressed down on him. His entire body was instantly smashed into the burning magma pool, and a large amount of green smoke came out. What do you think of my slap? I think your body should be able to withstand a few slaps from me. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Lin Fei smiled as if he had done something very normal. The power of this slap was even more terrifying than the previous one. After all, Great Angel Heart did not have a real body. It was condensed from the power of holy light. It was more like a projection that came down with his will. After being injured, Great Angel Heart's power was very weak. I alone am not a match for Lin Fei. I don't know where this guy came from. If this was my territory, I naturally wouldn't be afraid of this guy. But this is the Western world, not my base. If I want to defeat this guy, I'll have to release that guy. Great Angel Heart's eyes flashed. Although that guy isn't easy to deal with, it should have some effect on this guy. As long as I can delay this guy, I'll have a chance to injure him. When that time comes, I'll take over his body and look through his memories. I'll definitely gain a lot. Great Angel Heart formed a seal with both hands, and a huge mark was formed. It was actually in the shape of a hexagram, and it blasted towards a direction. Lin Fei, I must make you stay in the Church of Light today. I alone am not a match for you, but what if I add this guy? After the hexagram flew out, it shined with a dazzling light, and it floated above the magma pool. With a loud rumble, pillars of light, no, pillars of fire, shot up into the sky. These fire pillars were all formed by raging flames. A total of 99 of them appeared above the magma. With the appearance of these 99 pillars, a savage and violent aura rushed out from the raging flames. Ha 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 ha, I finally smell blood again. A huge head grew out of the land of raging flames. Bookhouse website. Chapter 4236. This head was extremely huge. It looked like a huge room. Its entire body was crimson. As soon as this huge head appeared, the surrounding magma started to churn. Its eyes, which were the size of a door, kept turning and emitting a chilling aura. When this pair of eyes looked at Hart and Lin Fei, they contained a terrifying murderous glint. Hart's expression was calm as he pointed at Lin Fei. Ben Bly, go and defeat this kid right now. If you listen to me and successfully suppress this kid, I'll let you enjoy a week of pleasure. Otherwise, I'll make sure you suffer the pain of being burned alive. Hart's hands formed a seal, and his huge head started to struggle, causing magma to spurt out. If you're smart, you probably don't want to experience the pain of being burned alive again. Your task now is very simple. Suppress this kid. Given your strength, you can definitely do it. As a great 12-winged angel, Hart naturally had an incomparable advantage over ordinary people. He also knew that Ben Bly's life and death were in his hands. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Fei was exceptionally strong, he wouldn't have let Ben Bly out. This was a sly dragon, so he had to be careful in everything he did. Fortunately, Ben Bly's body was still sealed, so Hart could control him and not worry about him causing any trouble. Is it this kid? As you wish. The gigantic head was called Ben Bly. His voice was very loud and clear. Every word he spoke was like a huge bell, rumbling continuously. Whoosh! The huge head opened and spat out a mouthful of fire. The fire was dark red. Within the red, there was a hint of purplish gold. Hart's face lit up when he saw the color of the fire. All these years, Ben Bly had been imprisoned in the depths of the underground magma. However, his strength hadn't been crippled. Instead, it had increased by quite a bit. Great imprisonment. The fire that was originally aimed at Lin Fei instantly changed direction and blasted towards Hart. At that moment, Angel Hart panicked because he found that he couldn't move. That power had seeped into his body and quickly formed a special seal, making him unable to resist at all. The next second, the raging flames landed on Angel Hart's body, causing him to tremble and smoke to rise from his body. Hart, you didn't expect this, did you? I've long wanted to burn you to death. How about I let you have a taste of my dragon flames now? Angel Hart's eyes widened. He couldn't accept what he was seeing. Ben Bly, you've actually broken through. You've even successfully cultivated the Dragon Clan's great imprisonment technique. Aren't you afraid that the Radiant Church will kill you again? Ben Bly laughed heartily. Hart, do you really think that I've been honest all these years? You're wrong. I've long since used my Dragon Clan's inherited cultivation method to completely disintegrate this seal. As for why you didn't discover it, that's because I've simulated this seal. How could you possibly know about my Dragon Clan's divine ability? Today, I'll use this dragon flame to thoroughly burn you to death. It was a sudden scene. Lin Fei was shocked. He didn't expect that the sealed lizard would actually break the seal. Lin Fei could see that this guy's strength should have reached the 7th or 8th level of Chi disciple. Compared to the 12-winged angel, Hart, he was a lot stronger. Especially since this flame was the real deal, it had a very strong effect against this kind of projection. Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't stop it. However, Hart had been summoned by Archbishop Felix with great difficulty. It was unknown when the next time would be. How could Lin Fei let this opportunity slip by so easily? That big lizard? I think you should wait a bit longer. This great angel Hart is mine. He is a rare great angel. To burn him to death just like that would be such a waste. Lin Fei laughed. What a waste. Lin Fei laughed. Puny human, I hate people like you the most. I'm not a big lizard, I'm a dragon. Ben Bly turned around and spat out a mouthful of dragon flame. The raging flames ignited the magma, turning it into a sea of fire. Ben Bly didn't like this human kid. His puny body contained puny power. Back in the day, he had killed countless warriors who wanted to kill him. Even after so many years, humans were still puny existences in Ben Bly's eyes. I said this archangel heart belongs to me, so it's mine. No one can take it away from me. Besides, you're just a big lizard. Lin Fei's figure came next to Heart. Human, shut up. If you dare call me a big lizard, I'll burn you to death. The last thing Ben Bly liked was being called a lizard. Apparently, this came from the Eastern world. Ben Bly hated it. Grand imprisonment. Ben Bly roared and unleashed another grand imprisonment, spitting out a mouthful of dragon flame. Archangel Heart was burned by the dragon flame. He kept struggling, but he couldn't break free. He naturally knew that the grand imprisonment of the dragon race was very powerful. But at this time, he couldn't break free. He had underestimated its power. Lin Fei, if you help me escape, we'll join forces and kill him. I'm willing to give you all of his dragon blood without hesitation. Archangel Heart had no choice but to look for Lin Fei. Lin Fei found it funny. Heart, so you have moments of panic. Looks like losing your projection will be a huge blow to your vitality. If that's the case, why don't you give your body to me? I can use your energy to raise a Grand Duke. Isn't that a good thing? Archangel Heart glared at him. Lin Fei, don't you dare. There's nothing I, Lin Fei, wouldn't dare to do. Lin Fei laughed. Countless flying swords appeared behind him. These flying swords turned into a huge wheel of swords. With a boom, they pierced forward. Archangel Heart panicked and became a target. With a whoosh, the sword pierced through Archangel Heart. Boundless power exploded in his body. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. His 5 fingers spread out and enveloped the area. The power that was about to dissipate was instantly controlled again. It became incomparably condensed and spun. Well, Archangel Heart, I'll accept you. Now, let's talk about me and you. Ben Bly's huge body also appeared. You really should die. Lin Fei put away the energy ball. Do you need freedom? Wonderful Book House. Chapter 42-37. Do you need freedom? Lin Fei's words provoked Ben Bly. Don't think I don't know. Actually, you were just putting on a show to scare Heart. But in my eyes, your method is too crude. Ben Bly's enormous body appeared. His eyes were as large as copper tombs as he stared fixedly at Lin Fei. Behind him, his tail swept out like a steel whip. Rumble. Wherever the huge tail passed, nothing was spared. Don't think that just because you have a huge body, you are so great. In my eyes, you are just a big lizard. With a smile, Lin Fei raised his hand and made a grabbing motion, landing on the tail. A cruel smile appeared in Ben Bly's eyes. I hate it when people call me a big lizard. You deserve to die. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. Hua 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 hua. The steel whip-like tail suddenly emitted a large amount of lightning. It flickered and filled the sky with lightning. Lin Fei's hand was still on Ben Bly's tail. He raised his hand and shook it. A loud rumbling sound echoed. Wave after wave of mountainous power exploded within Bablay's body. The sudden surge of power was hard for Ben Bly to accept. Death roll, let go of me. Ben Bly's huge body rolled towards Lin Fei like a mountain. That tremble just now had caused Ben Bly to suffer a huge loss. Ben Bly unleashed a ruthless attack. Lin Fei released the force in his hand and sent Ben Bly flying. Ben Bly was like a round ball that kept crashing into the lava and rocks. In the blink of an eye, he had rolled far away. His huge body was submerged in the lava, revealing only his furious eyes. Seems like you still don't know what kind of situation you are in. I have to tell you myself. Lin Fei stepped forward, the corners of his mouth curling up into a faint smile. I, Ben Bly, am a proud dragon. No one can defeat me, not even you. Ben Bly roared in anger. It flew out of the magma and stood in the air. Then, it spat out flames at Lin Fei. This time, the flames were even more terrifying than the last. They had turned into a dark red color and emitted the terrifying aura of a ferocious spirit. Dragonification. Lin Fei snorted softly and scales appeared all over his body. In the blink of an eye, they covered Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei, who wasn't that tall to begin with, instantly grew several times larger after being wrapped in the scales. He looked like a small giant. A formidable dragon might burst out from his body. Ben Bly's expression changed greatly, and his body fell into the magma. Ben Bly lifted his tall head in disbelief. Dragon's might. This is the true might of a dragon. You're just a human. How can you unleash the might of a dragon? Lin Fei had already broken through the flames and was about to pounce on him. I already told you that you're a big lizard. You still don't believe me? With your strength, you're really weak in front of me. Everything else aside, just that tail of yours alone doesn't have any strength at all. Let's see what the true tail whip of a mystical dragon is. Lin Fei dragged a tail behind him. With a swoosh, the tail swept out like a spear. With a bang, Ben Bly was sent flying and crashed heavily into the ground. I wonder how this attack feels. Another tail whip of a mystical dragon came crashing down, smashing heavily into Ben Bly's body. Ben Bly screamed again. He felt that he was too weak in front of his opponent. The pride that belonged to a dragon was almost gone. He couldn't even muster up any thoughts of resistance. Who are you? Ben Bly kept asking the same question. Based on his many years of experience, the person before him was completely human. He was definitely not a dragon. But now, Ben Bly was afraid and uneasy. Ben Bly had seen many dragons before, but he couldn't find any that looked like this fellow. However, the genuine might of a dragon on his body wasn't something that just anyone could unleash. After trying out the tail whip of a mystical dragon, let's see what dragon flames are. Lin Fei laughed. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of purple heavenly fire. The purple heavenly fire was like an umbrella as it shone on Ben Bly's body. Ah! Ben Bly's huge eyes were filled with fear and unease. His huge body trembled as he tumbled about on the magma. The purple heavenly fire contained a terrifying power. Not only did it tear apart his defenses, but it also seeped into his flesh and reached his soul. Dragon flame, this is the true dragon flame. Why is your dragon flame and your draconic might stronger than mine? This is impossible. I am the strongest colossal dragon, I am the great Ben Bly. Ben Bly roared as he struggled, but he still couldn't break free from the purple heavenly fire's attack. Its struggle became weaker and weaker, and its huge body fell directly into the magma, gasping for breath. This is the true might of a dragon and dragon rock. I wonder how you feel about it. I have many tricks up my sleeves. Why don't you give it a try? Lin Fei stood in front of Ben Bly and stepped on his huge head. Just say the word, and I will fulfill your wish. Spare me, Lord Dragon God. I was blind and made a mistake. Ben Bly's pupils constricted. He finally knew what kind of dragon this Wuxia man had transformed into was. It was the legendary Eastern Dragon God. Only an Eastern Dragon God could have such terrifying might. Ben Bly had read in an ancient book that the Western dragons could be traced back to the ancient times. In fact, they originated from the mysterious East. This was because the mysterious Eastern Dragon God existed. The Dragon God roamed the skies, leaving behind his bloodline in the world. The giant lizards were the bloodline of the Dragon God. Their ancestors rewrote history, mistakenly believing that they were the one and only existence in the Western world. Year after year, no one bothered to look back at what happened before the Ancient Age anymore. They believed that they were the one and only Western dragon in the Western world. They were even recognized by the entire Earth. But now, Ben Bly finally knew how powerful the Dragon God was. Their powers were not even worth mentioning in front of a real Dragon God. They could not even exert half of their power. Ben Bly wanted to fight the Dragon God. Now, it seemed that he was the biggest fool. He actually dared to go against the Dragon God. How stupid was that? Only someone with guts could come up with such an idea. Looks like you're not stupid after all. You know about the existence of the Eastern Dragon God. Do you believe me now when I said that I would return your freedom? With a single kick, Lin Fei sent Bumbly's huge body flying. Ben Bly fell into the magma once again. Lord Dragon God, spare me. Ben Bly screamed in pain. Spare me. Please retract the dragon flame. I can't take it anymore. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 42-38. The purple heavenly fire that Lin Fei unleashed was no ordinary fire, it was the true fire of immortal cultivation. In fact, its power was on par with the true dragon flame, perhaps even stronger. How could a large lizard like Ben Bly withstand the attack of the purple heavenly flower? Lin Fei didn't say anything. He just watched. Ben Bly struggled and begged for mercy until he was gasping for breath and on the verge of death. Lin Fei waved his hand and retracted the purple heavenly fire. Now you're convinced. Actually, there was no need for Lin Fei to ask any questions. Ben Bly was thoroughly convinced by Kiran. In front of this Lord Dragon God, he had lost all his advantages. Just one dragon flame and one dragon's force was enough to keep him pinned to the ground. If Ben Bly could not even see this, he would not have lived until now. I'm convinced, I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Lin Fei teased, I thought you weren't convinced. If you're not convinced, feel free to continue. I still have many tricks up my sleeves, I guarantee that you'll continue to experience despair. Ben Bly's pupils shrunk as he shook his huge head. Sir, I'm really convinced. I don't dare to have any more thoughts. I only hope that Lord Dragon God will spare my life. I really can't hold on any longer. Even if Ben Bly's physical defense was strong, under the purple heavenly flower and the pincer attack from both inside and outside, the only reason he could hold on until now was because of his strong vitality. If this were to happen again, Ben Bly would definitely not be able to hold on. It just so happens that I'm still lacking a mount in the Western world, so I'll reluctantly settle for one. Would you be willing to be my mount? Ben Bly had finally managed to deceive Hart, but he did not expect to fall into the hands of an even more ferocious person. Furthermore, he had to be made into a mount. This was a great humiliation. Ben Bly wanted to roar at the top of his lungs, but what he heard next instantly changed his mind. If you're willing to be my mount, I'll teach you the true Dragon Clan's cultivation method. In the future, if you cultivate it, there's hope that you'll become an existence like me in the future. Otherwise, a big lizard like you will never be able to break through the bottleneck, let alone become a true god. If you follow in my footsteps, you'll become a true dragon god. I believe that you have great potential. With that, the giant lizard, Ben Bly, was completely tempted. He knew that none of his ancestors had been able to reach such a high level. Once they reached the bottleneck, it didn't matter if it was 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, or even hundreds of years. It was impossible to break through this bottleneck. Now that he heard the other party's words, Ben Bly seemed to realize that the bloodline of their ancestors seemed to be suppressing them. I'm willing to be Sir Dragon God's mount and expand your territory. I'll be the first to burn anyone who's not convinced. Ben Bly opened his mouth and spat out a ball of flame, blasting away a large area of lava. He looked very obedient. Lin Fei formed a seal with both hands and cast a restriction that landed on Ben Bly's head. Ben Bly's body swayed and he fell head first. He could only feel something lingering in his mind that he couldn't get rid of. I've already planted a restriction in your mind. In this world, only I can undo this restriction. If you forcefully touch it, the consequences are very simple. You'll explode like a watermelon and become a mess of flesh and blood. I don't think a giant lizard like you can survive without a head. Lin Fei extended his hand and pointed. A Jingguang directly entered Ben Bly's mind. The eyes of Ben Bly, who was originally unwilling, suddenly lit up. That was because a cultivation technique had appeared in his mind. Dragon God Technique. One look at the name and Ben Bly knew that this was a high-level cultivation method. Although this cultivation technique was only at the first 3 levels, it was still much stronger than what he was cultivating. Ben Bly felt that he was too happy. Although becoming someone else's mount was not a bad thing. At least he still had a chance to break through in the future. This was not something to be ashamed of. Thank you for your reward, sir. I, Ben Bly, will be your most loyal mount in the Western world. Lin Fei didn't believe that Ben Bly would reject the temptation of the Dragon God Technique. Although the Dragon God Technique was not a high-level cultivation method and sounded very powerful, it was still considered an ordinary cultivation method. But for Ben Bly, it was indeed a very high-level cultivation method. Just look at the giant lizard's cultivation realm. It was simply unimaginable. It was not hard for Lin Fei to imagine that there must have been a divine dragon who had given birth to the next generation and casually left behind a cultivation method. After all, the Western world was a foreign race. Leaving behind a cultivation method was enough. That was why none of these giant lizards were able to break through to a high realm. Now that Lin Fei had given Ben Bly the Dragon God Technique, his strength would increase by a lot. At the very least, he would become the strongest existence in the history of the Western world. Now, I will help you remove the last seal in your body. From now on, you will be free. A sword light flew out from behind Lin Fei. With a wave of his finger, it rushed into Ben Bly's body. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. Ben Bly's body was covered with cracks and blood was flowing out. But Ben Bly wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he was excited. Thank you, sir, for helping me remove the seal. Now I am free. That damned Radiant Church, I will exterminate them now. After regaining his freedom, Ben Bly emitted a ruthless aura, stirring up the surging magma. He wanted to seek revenge on the Radiant Church. Lin Fei raised his hand, and the sword array condensed into a large sword, which slammed Ben Bly into the lava in an instant. Who told you to take revenge? With your current appearance, do you want the whole world to know about it? I still have a use for the Radiant Church. Lin Fei said, your body is too big. Shrink down for me. After all, times have changed. Ben Bly didn't dare to get angry. Sir, I don't know the shape-shifting technique. Ben Bly said with a bitter smile. Trash. Truly trash. Lin Fei was helpless. He raised his hand and sent another ray of light into Ben Bly's mind. Immediately comprehend it. If you can't comprehend it in 3 days, I will kill you and take your blood. After all, the scales on your body and the dragon blood have some value. As for the rest, they are all cheap stuff. Nobody would want them even if you gave them away. A day later, under the drive of Lin Fei, Ben Bly finally succeeded in shape-shifting. The huge body instantly transformed into a bald, brawny man. This bald man had an ugly face and an ominous aura from head to toe. On top of that, he was 1 meters tall, which made him look like a small mountain. Every look and every movement he made would cause people to feel fear. Your appearance is not bad. You can be a hired thug. Chapter 42-39. The Church of Light was in a mess. Ever since Lord Hart fell into the depths of the earth, everyone had been waiting for him. Everyone believed that Lord Hart would be back soon. No one was a match for Lord Hart. After all, he was a 12-winged angel. The saddest thing was that Felix, the branch leader of the Church of Light, had been killed by Lin Fei just like that. The branch of the Church of Light was without a leader for a while. Left with no choice, the saintess-in-training Irina took over. After all, Irina was a saintess-in-training from the Church of Light. She wasn't weak, and she could summon angels. Naturally, she had the right to temporarily lead the branch. After Irina obtained the approval of the other side, she quickly controlled the situation and stabilized the internal situation. The news of Archbishop Felix's death was tightly sealed, preventing the outside world from knowing. At the same time, the Church of Light was on guard internally. As for the few Chinese who had barged into the Church of Light, Irina temporarily gave up on killing them and called them back. Lord Hart will definitely be fine. With Lin Fei's strength, there's no way he's a match for the great 12-winged angels. They must be fighting underground, and the only thing I can do is guard these exits. Irina originally wanted to go underground to check out the situation, but the commotion underground was too terrifying. Irina didn't dare to go down. It wasn't that there weren't any experts from the Church of Light who went down. However, there wasn't any response, and contact was lost. It was obvious that the situation underground was very intense. Even now, Irina hadn't completely digested Lin Fei. His strength was unfathomable. Even Archbishop Felix had been killed by him. Since when did the Church of Light suffer such a loss? More importantly, Lin Fei and the 12-winged angel Hart were locked in battle. Saintess, there hasn't been any movement for half a day. Could the victor have been decided? Or has Lord Hart already killed that kid? Irina stared at the entrance of the hole. Irina stared at the hole. Irina stared at this place as she also sensed the changes in it. There had indeed been no movement for half a day. A smile appeared on Irina's face as she said, "Looks like Master Hart has won. Lin Fei is immortal, after all, he's no match for Angel Hart." The experts of the Radiant Church who were present all agreed with this statement. An archangel was an archangel, after all. Furthermore, it was at the level of 1.2 billion. How could Lin Fei defeat it? To be able to last so long against the 1.2 billion Archangel Hart was already an impressive feat. Wait, something seems to be coming out. Suddenly, an expert of the Radiant Church said. Alina made a gesture, and everyone was on guard. If Lord Hart hadn't come out, attack immediately. Don't hold back. The Irinas were prepared. In the next second, a huge figure rushed out from the ground. Under this ferocious aura, they all felt a trace of fear and unease. There was a loud bang. The figure landed heavily on the ground, causing cracks to appear on the hard ground. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this figure. Alina was decisive. Everyone, attack him together. This was because Alina did not recognize this person. He was not Hart nor Lin Fei. But no matter what, since he appeared in the Radiant Church's territory, he was an enemy of the Radiant Church. Let's fight first. There was a loud rumbling sound. More than a dozen experts of the Radiant Church attacked. The attack of more than a dozen experts of the Radiant Church was not ordinary. You guys still have the nerve to use such methods? The strong man laughed out loud. He leaped and instantly pounced on the nearest expert of the Radiant Church. With one punch, he punched through the expert of the Radiant Church. You see, trash is trash. Can't even withstand a single blow. The strong man laughed out loud and pounced on another expert. This time, it was simpler and more violent. With a close combat charge, he smashed the expert of the Radiant Church into a pool of blood. You see, still trash. After killing two experts of the Radiant Church, and both of them were at the Xiantian realm. Irina, the saintess-in-waiting, was shocked. How could there be such an expert in the Radiant Church's branch? With one punch and one kick, he killed an Xiantian realm expert. Irina thought that this person's strength was ordinary. But now, she knew that this person was more terrifying than she had imagined. Everyone, retreat. This person is a close combat expert. Don't let him get close to you. Irina quickly retreated, but the reaction of those people was a little slow. In fact, the strong man's speed was too fast. With one punch and one kick, he killed the experts of the Radiant Church. In a short period of time, except for 3 experts of the Radiant Church who escaped, the remaining experts were all dead. The strong man stared at Irina coldly. Being stared at like this, Irina felt a chill down her spine. Her heart sank. She thought that without Lin Fei, she would be able to suppress anyone with the experts of the Radiant Church. But now, it seemed that she had thought too much. What made Irina most uneasy was who this person was. The Radiant Church's branch had suffered heavy losses. Who the hell are you? Don't you know that killing so many experts of the Radiant Church will cause big trouble? The strong man laughed mischievously. Beauty, you should be glad that you are still alive. If not for the Lord's command, you would have died without a doubt. My fist would have been enough to blow your body apart. The Lord? Irina was smart enough to realize something. At this time, a figure rushed out from the ground and landed on the ground. Saintess Irina, your methods aren't bad. You actually managed to lead a branch of the Radiant Church's radiant experts. It's a pity that these radiant experts weren't much and were all killed by my people. I wonder if you want to experience the feeling of being killed? Lin Fei smiled, revealing his white teeth. You are still alive. Irina retreated 3 steps and looked at Lin Fei with a face full of fear. Ben Bly, the strong man, immediately rushed forward and punched and kicked the remaining 3 experts of the Radiant Church, killing them. Irina only saw a blur in front of her. The remaining 3 experts were also killed, and the surroundings became empty. As for the strong man, she didn't know where he went. Of course I am still alive. Thanks to you, I am still alive. For example, this strong man, his strength is not bad. He was also given to me by the Radiant Church. Lin Fei smiled. Now, I will give you 2 choices. Either you get killed by his fist, or you become the new president of the Radiant Church. I don't know which one you will choose. Chapter 42-40. Irina was an ambitious candidate for the saintess position. With his bare fists, he killed the experts of the Church of Light one after another. His brute strength was incomparably vigorous and invulnerable. Irina knew that she was no match for this person. If they were to really fight, she would probably be killed within 2 or 3 moves. It would be very, very tragic. I know you are very strong, but the strength of the Church of Light is not something you can contend against. Do you know that the Pope of the Church of Light can summon the most powerful 18-winged archangel? Although Irina knew that she had to make a choice, she still wanted to see what Lin Fei had to say. If she was blindly brainless, then it would be a different story. How could Lin Fei not understand the meaning behind Irina's words? She clearly didn't think highly of him. Even if he helped her become the president of the Church of Light, it would only be for a short period of time. My lord, let me kill this guy with a single punch. Ben Bly coldly snorted. He clenched his huge fist. As long as Lin Fei gave the order, he would directly smash this saintess in training. In Ben Bly's eyes, this saintess in training strength was too weak. One punch would be enough to deal with her. Lin Fei shook his head. No rush, no rush. Irina, you are a smart woman. To be able to become a saintess in training naturally means that you are a seed of the Church of Light. However, do you think you have any hope of becoming a true saintess? I don't think you have the opportunity or the potential. However, if you have my support, then becoming the Pope in the future wouldn't be a difficult matter. What do you think? The words Pope appeared in Irina's mind. There was a huge change in her expression and the look in her eyes. His mind, which had been wavering for a long time, also began to become firm. As for the Pope you mentioned, even if he can summon an 18-winged archangel, so what? Killing him would be as easy as flipping a hand. The only thing you have to do is to choose or not to choose. It's that simple. I don't have time to waste on you. At worst, I will find another expert here. I believe that they would be more than happy to take charge of the Church of Light's branch. Also, you don't need to worry, your position will be very secure. No one will be able to take it away from you, because I will leave Ben Bly behind to oversee things. No matter how many experts come, it won't matter. This time, Irina was truly tempted. She could tell that this burly man's strength was unfathomable. Even if there were 10 Irinas fighting against him, they wouldn't have any chance of winning. If Ben Blake were to stay here and help her oversee things, even though he would be suspected of spying on her, he could guarantee that she would be able to control the branch of the Church of Light. I, Irina, am willing to serve my lord, Irina said decisively without any hesitation. Lin Fei smiled faintly and said, you will be happy with the choice you made today. After all, it's a rare opportunity to make such a choice. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to control Itana. Someone as smart as Itana would know what to do. Moreover, she still had Ben Bly. It was a bad-tempered dragon lizard. If Alina really had any ideas, Ben Blake would kill her at the first opportunity. I will give you half a day's time. Kill all the people of the Church of Light who don't recognize you. I will let Ben Bly help you. I want you to completely control the branch of the Church of Light, not just in name. Irina's heart skipped a beat. She immediately realized that this should be the first test. Half a day is too much. With his help, I will be able to completely control it in an hour at most. Then, I will look at your results. Lin Fei then said to Ben Bly, as for Irina, kill whoever she wants to kill. But don't be too violent, be gentle. Irina's methods were indeed very powerful. She immediately gathered all the people of the Church of Light in the hall. Initially, many experts were dissatisfied with Irina's promotion, and they were secretly tempted to make a move. However, they couldn't resist the fact that this order was given by the higher-ups. However, everyone knew that Saintess Irina wouldn't stay here for a long time. Therefore, they chose to obey for the time being. But in their hearts, they more or less looked down on Irina. They still didn't hand over the authority in their hands. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they agreed on the surface but opposed on the surface. Because Irina had just ascended, she naturally didn't dare to bully these guys. She was worried that she would be secretly plotted against, so she didn't do anything to them. In front of everyone, Irina took out the evidence and angrily accused these people of secretly having connections with the Dark Church. This time, such a big movement was caused by these people secretly leaking information. Once the evidence was presented, these people refuted again and again. They believed that Irina had deliberately fabricated this matter. For Irina, she only needed a name. After all, this time, the Church of Light had suffered a disastrous loss. Even Archbishop Felix had fallen. Naturally, someone had to bear the responsibility. These people hadn't thought that Irina would be so decisive. They immediately decided to capture Irina. After all, she was just a saintess in training, that's all. Behind them were the higher-ups of the Church of Light's headquarters. When the time comes, no one would believe Irina's words. When they started to attack, Irina gave an order. The violent man, Ben Bly, also instantly attacked. With a wave of his hand, he instantly killed these people one by one. However, his actions were very violent. The people of the Church of Light's branch felt their scalp go numb. They couldn't bear to look straight at him. That fierce divine might was imprinted in their hearts. They couldn't forget it for a long time. Relying on this thunderous method, Irina cleaned up all the opposing forces. Then, she immediately took out a piece of evidence and sent it to the headquarters of the Church of Light. There were witnesses, and evidence. Without exception, they were the ones who did it. In addition, there were no witnesses, so these people died in vain. You are very good. Within an hour, you completely controlled the Church of Light's branch. Lin Fei was sitting in the small courtyard, quietly listening to Irina's report. It seems that I didn't make the wrong choice. You are worthy of my nurturing. Your next task is very simple. Don't let me down. Ben Bly will always stay by your side and listen to your commands. Irina also completely believed that this Lin Fei really wanted to support her. And she had personally experienced Ben Bly's lethality. Now, take me to the treasury of the Church of Light. There are a few things that I need to take with me. Also, help me check where the so-called divine water of life is. Irina had the key to the treasury. The treasury was underground and had an elevator leading to it. It was made of reinforced concrete. Chapter 42-41. In the depths of the ground, there was a treasury. This treasure vault was built with reinforced concrete. Inside and out, it was equipped with high-tech equipment, giving off a refreshing feeling. Irina opened up layer by layer. Finally, a fully modern treasury appeared in front of Lin Fei. The first thing that entered his vision was a huge pile of gold. This gold, no, it should be called pieces of gold bars, were neatly arranged together, sparkling and forming a brilliant color. A branch of the Church of Light is actually so rich. No wonder the Church of Light is the #1 power in the Western world. Wherever Lin Fei's gaze passed, he saw many good things. Irina and Ben Bly followed behind him. Ben Bly grabbed a gold bar and casually squeezed it. A drop of liquid gold dripped down. But in the next second, Lin Fei sent Ben Blake flying with a kick. If you do this again, I'll peel off your skin. This is gold, not dough. Ben Bly climbed up and laughed foolishly. Doesn't it look a bit shiny? Who knew that gold would be so fragile? I was planning to collect it. Irina was speechless. This guy was really all brawn and no brains. But it also caused Irina to inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. This guy was completely fine after a kick. His skin was really thick and his flesh was really thick. Irina could clearly feel that if that kick landed on her body, she would definitely not be able to withstand it. Where the hell did this Bly come from? Since when did the Western world have such an expert? In front of Ben Bly, Irina always felt a sense of danger. The thought of being beaten to death by Ben Bly emerged in her mind at any moment. After sending Ben Bly flying with a kick, Lin Fei didn't look at the gold anymore and went straight to another place. On the left and right sides of the treasury, there were counters. Each counter had a number on it, and the items inside were stored. Lin Fei arrived in front of one of the counters labeled 88 foot. He reached out his hand and casually pulled out the cabinet. Inside the cabinet was a wooden box. After opening it, a key appeared in front of Lin Fei's eyes. Sure enough, this key is in the Church of Light. It seems like Yi Zixuan's information is correct. Unfortunately, this key was obtained by me in the end. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei kept the key. The key in the wooden box was the Divine Dragon Key. The two keys fell into Lin Fei's hands. Irina didn't dare to go up and take a look. Her vision blurred, and the things in the cabinet disappeared. She also realized that this should be some kind of spatial technique. What kind of background did he have? His subordinates were so powerful that even he himself was unfathomable. Irina felt like she was walking into the mouth of a tiger. Lin Fei walked around the treasury again, but he didn't find anything worth looking at. There were quite a number of demonic artifacts and sacred artifacts among them. However, they were only ordinary magic artifacts. They did not possess much power at all. Instead, Ben Bly took a fancy to some sparkling diamonds. Ben Bly did not inherit anything, but he had a great interest in collecting shiny objects. He stared at Lin Fei with eager eyes. All right. Don't look at me like that. You can take these diamonds. However, it won't be so easy next time. Ben Bly stretched out his hand and immediately grabbed the diamonds, treating them like treasures. How much gold can your Church of Light get? I have a use for this gold. It wasn't easy for him to come across so much gold. It weighed a few tons. Naturally, Lin Fei would not waste it. If we make a request, the headquarters should be able to send 1 or 2 tons over. Anything more than that would be impossible. After all, our Church of Light has a bank that supports us. The gold is actually stored in the Church of Light. All right. Send them a message. Tell them that we need gold for a short period of time. Ben Bly and Irina were chased out by Lin Fei. Lin Fei stayed in the treasury. He was preparing to refine the gold and extract the golden hepta. He did some rough calculations. Extracting this gold should be able to refine a set of sword arrays, or in other words, refine flying swords. In the Western world, Lin Fei could sense many powerful auras. Although he was very strong and had a boundless Qi-Si, he could still condense a Qi-Si and Dantian. However, he was still lacking in external items. Therefore, Lin Fei decided to refine a sword formation. Since he had encountered so much gold, it would be a waste not to extract the golden hepta. Not long after, another batch of gold was sent in. Lin Fei immersed himself in refining. This process took half a month. During this half a month, Lin Fei extracted the golden hepta day and night. He then asked Irina to find an alchemy furnace to refine flying swords. Using an alchemy furnace to refine flying swords was a crude method. At the very least, it could be used to refine flying swords. Xiao. Inside the treasury, a dozen sword shadows were constantly shuttling back and forth. The surface of the impenetrable wall was already covered with sword marks. Lin Fei retrieved the flying swords one by one. 18 to 19 flying swords were golden and shimmering. All of them were refined from golden hepta. Of course, pure golden hepta was impossible. Some ores were added to it, but the quality was very hard. With this sword formation, attacking and defending would be much easier. With my strength, I can control it freely within 10 kilometers. Although it's not as strong as before, it's still powerful. After retrieving the flying swords, they entered his body one by one. Because these flying swords had been blood sacrificed by Lin Fei, they could be stored in his body and constantly nourished with his blood qi, improving the quality of the flying swords. Of course, only Lin Fei could do such a thing. The prerequisite was that he had to have a strong body. Coming out of the treasury, Irina and Ben Bly were already there. Sir, I have found the whereabouts of the sacred water of life you asked me to investigate. Our people from the Radiant Church have found it. Irina said respectfully. She could feel an even more dangerous aura coming from Lin Fei. It could be seen that in these 10 days, his master's strength had greatly increased. It was no different from riding a rocket. Where is the sacred water of life? Lin Fei had already obtained the divine dragon key. The only thing he was interested in was the sacred water of life. It was something that could restore an immortal body. Naturally, Lin Fei wanted to go take a look. According to our investigation, the sacred water of life is on an island in the ocean. I also heard that several experts from the Dark Church have already gone there to seize the sacred water of life. Our Radiant Church has also sent people there. I heard that several old antiques are also preparing to seize the sacred water of life. Chapter 42-42. Lin Fei was in the Light Church's branch. He only stayed there for half a month. After knowing the whereabouts of the Spring of Life, he decided to take a look. Because the location of the Spring of Life was on the sea, he needed to go to the sea. Lin Fei left after getting the specific location from Irina. As for Ben Bly, he stayed behind to help Irina. The task given by Lin Fei was very simple. It was to integrate the forces in this area. Anyone who was dissatisfied would be handed over to Ben Bly to deal with. The only thing Irina needed to do was to think about how to improve her status. At present, it was not appropriate to completely break off all pretense of cordiality with the Light Church. It was better to rely on a big tree for shade. Lin Fei left the Light Church's branch and directly returned to England. After returning to England, Lin Fei couldn't sense the aura of Yi Zixuan and the others. He couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. He wanted to see what kind of expression Yi Zixuan would have when he returned. Since he couldn't meet Yi Zixuan and the others, she was clearly afraid of being chased. Lin Fei went to a big castle. This big castle belonged to Marquis Mike. Ever since Mike became a marquis, his influence in the Dark Church had increased by a lot. For example, this castle's grade was also a lot higher. At first, Marquis Mike was worried that he would become a real puppet. But in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and that lord seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Marquis Mike almost forgot that he was being controlled. "Mike, you're living a good life. How's the matter I asked you to do?" Mike, who was drunk, had just returned to his study when he heard a faint voice. He immediately sobered up. He saw a young man sitting on his seat. If it wasn't Lin Fei, who else could it be? "Lord, when did you come back? Why didn't you inform me to pick you up?" Mike's voice was trembling. Lin Fei's deterrence made people not dare to look at him. "What are you afraid of? I don't plan on asking you to do anything. You just need to know that I'm helping you behind your back. Whatever mission I give you, you just have to complete it. It's that simple. If you can't even complete this, then there's no point in keeping you alive." Lin Fei's tone was neither light nor heavy, but it was like a knife stabbing into Marquis Mike's heart. Mike nodded repeatedly. I understand. I've already arranged for people to investigate the matter that you've entrusted me with. There's already some general information. I'll bring it to you now." After taking Marquis Mike as his lackey, Lin Fei naturally had to order him around. Thus, he gave them a few missions, one of which was related to the divine water of life. If it was in the past, Marquis Mike wouldn't have any channels to find out, but now that he was one of the higher-ups, some secrets were open to him. Mike brought a document over. This information was all about some missions that Lin Fei had given him, and the majority of them were information gathering. Lin Fei read the information about the divine water of life, which was the same as what he had gotten from Irina. The information about the divine water of life was true. Moreover, it was on an island in the sea. The information was very detailed. What made Lin Fei somewhat surprised was the names of several people listed in the document. "My lord, these people are the higher-ups of our Dark Church. This time, they have gone to look for the divine water of life. Among them are 3 of them." Marquis Mike continued, "These 3 aren't young, and I heard that their lifespan is about to end. Therefore, they are more anxious than anyone else to obtain the divine water of life. It is said that after obtaining the divine water of life, they can obtain a certain amount of lifespan. Our Dark Church has also received the news that Light Church will also send people there. Therefore, this time, these 3 high-level members are here for the divine water of life as well as to deal with the experts of Light Church. When the time comes, if the situation is really bad, it will be hard to avoid dying together with them." Lin Fei smiled. "It seems this divine water of life is very attractive. Even your Dark Church sent 3 of their higher-ups." Marquis Mike said in a low voice, "My lord, I also got the news that several antiques will also go to the island in the sea to fight for the divine water of life. If my lord wants to go, you must be careful. These antiques have unfathomable strength and a lot of trump cards. They are the biggest enemy of the Dark Church and the Light Church this time." Lin Fei asked, "Do you know which antiques are going?" Marquis Mike shook his head. I don't know for the time being. In any case, I only know that the strength of these antiques is unfathomable. It is said that they have already surpassed the god level. Generally, there are very few things that are worthy of their attention. This time, the divine water of life is an exception. With the information from the Dark Church, Lin Fei confirmed that the divine water of life had indeed appeared. However, the number of people fighting for the divine water of life was very high. The ratio was higher than what Lin Fei had expected. Mike, you did a very good job this time. Seeing that you did a good job, I'll give you a little reward. Hearing the reward, Mike became excited. Many thanks for your reward, my lord. I only did some trivial things. Lin Fei raised his hand and sent a stream of energy into Marquis Mike's body. Marquis Mike instantly became excited, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Feeling that incomparably vigorous energy once again, he was secretly shocked. My lord, where did I kill an archangel? This archangel's energy is much more vigorous than the last one. It seems I can break through to the Duke level in one go. Lin Fei patted Marquis Mike's back. What nonsense are you thinking? Hurry up and focus on breaking through. If you waste my reward, I'll be the first to kill you. In any case, keeping you alive is useless. Marquis Mike was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He no longer dared to let his imagination run wild and promptly began to refine the archangel's energy. An hour later, Marquis Mike broke through the Marquis level and reached the Duke level. His power was still rising. He had reached the limit of the Duke level in one go. He was only one step away from the Grand Duke level. Mike was so excited that his eyes were brimming with tears. He knelt in front of Lin Fei. My lord, thank you for letting me step into the Duke level. This has been my life's wish. Lin Fei looked at him indifferently. Your potential really isn't good. With my help, you've reached the limit of the Duke level. You can't even break through to the Grand Duke level. What a waste. Yes, I'm too useless. Yes, I'm too useless. Chapter 42-43. A huge cruise ship was slowly sailing on the ocean. This was a large tanker built by Hanks Company. Its biggest use was for sightseeing. On this cruise ship called Ocean Star, there was a unique casino in the world. Because it was a huge cruise ship, anything that could be found on land could be seen on this cruise ship. For example, right now, Lin Fei was standing on the top deck, enjoying the gentle sea breeze. His eyes were slightly narrowed, showing a satisfied expression. People who didn't know would think that Lin Fei was traveling on a cruise ship. In fact, Lin Fei was just borrowing the cruise ship to travel. Because the place where the God Water of Life was located was exactly where the cruise ship was going to pass. Therefore, Lin Fei simply slacked off for once. But he had to admit that this Ocean Star built by Hanks Company was quite high class. Whether it was inside or outside, it was exuding a luxurious aura. Lin Fei had already stayed on this Ocean Star for 4 days. There were only 3 days left before the island where the God Water of Life was located. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. From Mike's words, he also knew that those experts going to the island were actually very low-key. For example, on this Ocean Star, Lin Fei felt a few tyrannical auras. For the time being, he couldn't distinguish whether they were from the Dark Church or the Light Church. If nothing unexpected happened, these guys should be going for the God Water of Life. Since they were so low-key, it could be imagined that the others were also like this. Interesting, I actually met Yi Zixuan here. I thought she had already returned to China. Lin Fei suddenly opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he smiled. He already saw a familiar figure, it was that Yi Zixuan. At this moment, Yi Zixuan seemed to have encountered some trouble as she quickly moved on the deck. This Ocean Star was very big, so Lin Fei didn't find it strange that he met Yi Zixuan here. But now, Yi Zixuan looked a little frightened. Very quickly, Lin Fei saw clearly that behind Yi Zixuan, there were a few black-clothed burly men currently chasing after her. The auras of these black-robed men were not weak. Lin Fei could smell a dark aura from them. If there was no accident, these people should be the people of Dark Church. Yi Zixuan had indeed run into some trouble. She had escaped from the hands of the Radiant Church, and with great difficulty, she had obtained some information regarding the God's Water of Life. Since he didn't have the chance to obtain the Divine Dragon Key, he might as well go take a look at the Divine Water of Life. After receiving the news, Yi Zixuan arrived at Ocean Star, this cruise ship, but who would have thought that she would be targeted by a holy son of Dark Church? That saint had a notorious reputation. It could be said that he was extremely vicious and liked to use humans to cultivate. Yi Zixuan's reaction was also very fast. She immediately changed her room, but who would have thought that the saint would chase after her relentlessly? Since he couldn't do it in the open, he decided to do it in the dark. This is really bad. If I had known that the Holy Sun would be here, I wouldn't have come. Yi Zixuan really regretted not returning to the country immediately. How could she have imagined that there would be so many experts on the Ocean Star cruise? If she hadn't seen, she wouldn't have known. But now, she was shocked. Now, Yi Zixuan was also at her wit's end. In a moment of inattention, Yi Zixuan bumped into a person's body. Sorry, I'm very sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Yi Zixuan said. Immediately, a burst of laughter rang in Yi Zixuan's ears. Beauty Yi, long time no see. It's really a coincidence that we meet here again. Yi Zixuan raised her head and saw Lin Fei. She had a surprised expression. You are actually fine. Yi Zixuan had always thought that Lin Fei had met with an accident at the Radiant Church's branch. But now, it seemed that she was thinking too much. The other party had a relaxed appearance, as if he was on vacation. How could he look like he was injured? Lin Fei, quickly leave. There is a saint of Dark Church here. They have a lot of people and they also don't like our Eastern world's martial artists. If they find out, they will find trouble with you. If only Yi Zixuan was alone, she would have left without saying anything. But now that she had encountered Lin Fei, she more or less had a trace of security. She also didn't want to see Lin Fei being marked by the Dark Church's saint. Beauty Yi, what saint? We are now on the Ocean Star cruise. Could it be that he really dares to capture us in front of our faces? Lin Fei said with a smile. Yi Zixuan was really anxious. Could it be that Lin Fei still hates me because of last time's matter? Yi Zixuan thought about it and felt that it was quite reasonable. Lin Fei, I really didn't lie to you. They are indeed the people of Dark Church's saint. Once we are surrounded by them, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Moreover, this is the boundless sea, we really can't leave. Yi Zixuan could already see the black-robed man behind them. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Lin Fei was still very indifferent. Actually, I am very interested in this Dark Church's saint. After all, not long ago, I had a good chat with the Light Church's branch leader. He was very enthusiastic towards me. As a matter of fact, I stayed there for a period of time before I came out. Yi Zixuan rolled her eyes. She basically didn't believe what Lin Fei had said. Who was that Archbishop Felix? It was clearly stated in the information that he would have a good chat with you. You are really thinking too much. Lin Fei, don't joke around. If we don't leave now, we really won't be able to leave. Yi Zixuan was anxious. Wait a minute, I just recalled a matter. I seem to have some understanding of Dark Church. One of their higher-ups is my friend. Wait until they come, I will help you deal with them. Lin Fei said. Yi Zixuan had never seen a person as bold as Lin Fei. That was the Dark Church's Saint Ah. He was a vicious person. Once she fell into his hands, she would really be unable to escape even if she had wings. In the time it took to say a few words, those black-robed men caught up. "Miss Yi Zixuan, our saint really wants to see you. Please don't make things difficult for us," one of the black-robed men said. After the few burly men in black caught up, they immediately split up and blocked the path that Yi Zixuan was about to leave. It could be said that now, Yi Zixuan really couldn't escape. "I don't want to see your dark church's saint. If you dare to chase me again, I will call for help." That black-robed man calmly said, "Miss Yi Zixuan, please don't make things difficult for us. As for this ocean star, there is no harm in telling us that this ocean star has shares of our dark church. Even if you call for help, those people won't do anything for you." Yi Zixuan's heart sunk. She fell to the bottom of the valley. This was bad again. "Are you guys that arrogant?" Lin Fei smiled. "Take this, let's see if it can give you a deep memory." Lin Fei casually tossed out an item. Bookseller's house. Chapter 42-44. Once this thing was thrown out, these several black-robed men subconsciously caught it and looked at it. They were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat, as if this thing in their hands was a hot thing. "But this person is a saint, he personally asked for it." Lin Fei coldly shouted, "It has nothing to do with me. If he wants it, then let him come in person. You don't have the qualifications to take him away." Yi Zixuan was also curious. She didn't see what it was, but the expression of these several black-robed men changed. Could it be that Lin Fei has a connection with the people of Dark Church? But Yi Zixuan knew that the Western world had never liked the people of the Eastern world. Especially top forces like Dark Church and Light Church, they were quite averse to outsiders. After being shouted at by Lin Fei, how could those black-robed men dare to say anything? He respectfully returned the items to her. "Sorry to disturb you." After saying that, the few big men retreated and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei waved his hand and put away this thing. "You see, I already said that I know the people of Dark Church. In front of me, they won't dare to take people. Even if a saint comes, it will be the same. You can rest assured," Lin Fei said. Yi Zixuan was even more puzzled about Lin Fei's origin. Because from the information obtained from the investigation, this Lin Fei's body was filled with a mysterious aura, which hadn't been completely solved until now. "Thank you, if not for you, I really wouldn't know how to solve this matter. It's all the fault of that saint of Dark Church. Of all people, he took a fancy to me. With one look, I know that guy definitely doesn't have any good intentions." Yi Zixuan despised. "Where are those people?" Lin Fei looked at the distant sea and asked with a smile. Yi Zixuan shook her head, "I got separated from them. I don't know where they went." "Could it be that you want to go to the place where the God Water of Life is? If you can go on the Ocean Stars cruise, then I can too." Lin Fei didn't directly explain. When Yi Zixuan heard this, she knew what Lin Fei meant. He was definitely after the divine water of life. "I don't have any hope for the divine water of life now. Since the Holy Son of the Dark Church is here, there might be some other old-timers here as well. It can be said that powerhouses are as common as clouds. A little guy like me doesn't have any meaning in going." Yi Zixuan laughed bitterly, "I was thinking too much." Lin Fei could see that Yi Zixuan should have suffered a bit in the Radiant Church's branch, so she had a good memory. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said such words. That's not a bad idea. The divine water of life isn't a place you should be going to. I think you should take advantage of this opportunity to enjoy the scenery along the way. Don't get involved in this kind of thing anymore, Lin Fei suggested. Then why are you going to the place with the divine water of life? Aren't you afraid of being targeted by them? For a moment, Yi Zixuan couldn't see through Lin Fei. Since he knew it was dangerous, why did he still want to go there? Lin Fei smiled and said, "In fact, I'm going to the island to join in the fun, nothing more. I'm better at protecting my life than you. Moreover, I have a lot of friends. When the time comes, I'll just watch the fun, I won't worry about anything. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Yi Zixuan was also moved. Young Master Lin, how about you take me with you to the island? I'll be the same as you, I'll just watch the fun, I absolutely won't dare to do anything. Originally, Yi Zixuan had already given up on the idea of going to the island, but after hearing Lin Fei's words, she had another idea. Since she couldn't get the divine water of life, could it be that she couldn't go and watch the fun? I heard that there are a lot of experts there. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know when I'll be able to see so many experts. Yi Zixuan impatiently watched. This scene was completely different from that time in Splendid Villa. In an instant, Lin Fei had a wrong feeling. Did he recognize the wrong person? Was this person really that Yi Zixuan? Right now, it was clearly two people. One was strong, one was weak. If Lin Fei didn't know that Yi Zixuan was Yi Zixuan, he would really think that she had a younger sister. Lin Fei also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's better for you to stay on the Ocean Star Cruise. This place is safe. Yi Zixuan shook her head. Who said it's safe? The Ocean Star Cruise has shares of the Dark Church, and now a saint has appeared. If I stay on the Ocean Star Cruise, I might become a meat on the chopping board. I think it's better for me to follow you. Could it be that young Master Lin can't even agree to such a small request? Lin Fei wished he could give himself a slap. Of all the things he could have said just now, he just had to say this. Alright, now he had to bring along a burden. Yi Zixuan's strength seemed to be pretty good, but in Lin Fei's eyes, her strength was really not that great. To say that she was a burden was not an exaggeration at all. What do you say? Bring me along and let me gain some knowledge. At worst, when you go to Kunlun's secret domain in the future, I will be your guide. How about it? If Lin Fei hadn't entered Kunlun's secret domain from Southeast Asia before, he might really be interested. But now, he wasn't that interested in Kunlun's secret domain. It's not impossible to bring you along, but you have to listen to me. You have to do whatever I tell you to do. If you don't listen to me, then don't think about coming down from the secret domain alive. Lin Fei lightly snorted. You have to remember this point clearly. I'm not joking, I'm telling you seriously. Yi Zixuan heavily nodded her head. I understand. If you bring me to the island, I will listen to everything you say. I will cook, I guarantee that we won't starve to death after going to the island. Actually, these days, Yi Zixuan had indeed been somewhat panicking. She didn't know why, but after seeing Lin Fei, her mood suddenly calmed down. Originally, she planned to have a life and death struggle with the Saint of Dark Church. So now, she hoped to be together with Lin Fei. At least, she wouldn't have to face danger. Although it could be said that she had some small calculations, in Yi Zixuan's opinion, this was also very normal. And at the same time, on the other side, the saint looked at the few black-clothed men standing in a row and coldly snorted. You guys are quite capable. So many people yet you can't even catch a woman. What use do I have for you guys? The golden-haired man slapped the armrest with his palm. With a "kacha" sound, cracks appeared on the armrest as if it would shatter in the next second. The golden-haired man was one of the saints of Dark Church. His name was Kuchio. Saint, we also have no other way, but that person is holding the Duke's token, we don't dare. Bookseller's website. Chapter 42-45. Kuchio's first thought was, how is this possible? Kuchio knew how many dukes there were in the Dark Church. For example, behind him, there was a duke supporting him. Do you know which duke it is? Kuchio asked. That black-robed man said, the recently promoted Duke Mike. What's even more strange is that the one who took out this Duke token is a Chinese. That Chinese Yi Zixuan seems to know this person and have a good relationship. Ku Qiu's frown deepened. Duke Mike, it's him. How could Ku Qiu not know Duke Mike? This guy's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. He didn't know what kind of luck he had, but his strength rose steadily and actually rushed to the Duke level. He suddenly stepped into the core circle of the Dark Church and became one of the upper echelons. This caused a great impulse in the Dark Church. Regarding Duke Mike's explanation, everyone didn't believe it. If it was someone else, Ku Qiu might not care, but this person was Duke Mike's descendant, so Ku Qiu had no choice but to give him face. This guy was in the limelight. It is indeed Duke Mike's token, the token of our Dark Church. Outsiders can't imitate it, even the Light Church can't. Ku Qiu turned around and slammed his palm on the armrest. Damn it, just a little bit more time, you bunch of trash. These black-robed men lowered their heads even more. Forget about this matter, but you guys arrange people to keep an eye on this guy. I want their every move, at least on this Ocean Star cruise, to be sure to be within their line of sight. Yi Zixuan already didn't dare to return to her room. She was afraid that the Holy Son of the Dark Church would come again. Lin Fei had no choice but to bring Yi Zixuan with him. Who let Yi Zixuan have a relationship with war god Yi Xian? No matter how deep their relationship was, as a senior, Lin Fei still had to take care of Yi Zixuan. For the next few days, everything was calm and peaceful, and nothing happened. When Lin Fei had nothing to do, he would go to the deck to enjoy the wind and watch the sunset. As for those people who were secretly following them, he didn't care at all and let them stare. Yi Zixuan also recovered in these few days. At least she wasn't that nervous. It could be imagined that Yi Zixuan's days weren't good. After one more day, we can leave. Lin Fei looked at the sea in front. The sunset shone on the surface of the sea. It was a spectacular sight. I heard that this god water of life is extremely amazing. Consuming it can increase one's lifespan. I wonder if that's true. Yi Zixuan asked. Lin Fei said, lifespan is a very mysterious thing. Although the divine water of life seems to be able to increase one's lifespan, who knows? In any case, it's just a legend. Without seeing it for themselves, no one can be certain. Yi Zixuan could hear a trace of disdain in Lin Fei's tone. She couldn't help but feel curious. This was divine water of life, so why was Lin Fei so calm? It was like he didn't care at all. Was he really going to join in on the fun? Young Master Lin, you don't seem to be very interested in the god water of life. That's something that can increase one's lifespan. Who doesn't want to live to 100 years old? Even the experts in the Kunlun's secret realm are constantly trying to raise their strength so that they can live longer, Yi Zixuan asked curiously. Lin Fei said, I can't say. What a joke. Lin Fei had seen countless treasures that could increase one's lifespan. Even he himself had used quite a few. So naturally, he wouldn't be interested in this god water of life. Even if this god water of life was effective, it would at most increase one's lifespan by 1 or 2 years. 10 years was already the limit. Naturally, Lin Fei wouldn't go and talk about the profoundness of this. Yi Zixuan also didn't continue asking. She knew that Lin Fei definitely wouldn't say it. Asking would be useless. I don't agree with this friend's words. The god water of life is a priceless treasure. Everyone wants to obtain it. It's not as cheap as you said. At this moment, a figure walked over. When this voice appeared, Yi Zixuan's complexion changed slightly. She subconsciously moved closer to Lin Fei and said in a low voice, he's the Holy Son of the Dark Church. I think he's called Ku Qiu. Why is he here? In fact, Lin Fei already knew that Ku Qiu had come, but he was too lazy to pay attention to him. So it turns out that the Holy Son has come. I wonder what advice you have for me. Lin Fei said. These past few days, Ku Qiu had been keeping an eye on Lin Fei's every move. As a matter of fact, he also had the thought of catching Yi Zixuan. Unfortunately, Yi Zixuan was too smart. She simply didn't want to leave. She was always together with Lin Fei, so Ku Qiu had no other way. After all, the friend of a duke, especially Duke Mike who was in the limelight recently, Ku Qiu wouldn't be stupid enough to offend him. That Duke Mike was now one of the higher-ups of the Dark Church. He was constantly being roped in by several higher-ups of the Dark Church. No one dared to offend him. Don't think that there were no internal struggles in the Dark Church. The appearance of Duke Mike had changed the current structure of the higher-ups of the Dark Church. If Ku Qiu was stupid enough to offend this Chinese person, and if this person slanted his mouth at Duke Mike, then the situation would be different. At that time, the Duke behind him would definitely beat him to death. Ku Qiu had never doubted the murderous heart of a duke. As long as Ku Qiu hadn't become a duke, he would obediently listen to him. Young Master Lin, I just happened to pass by and heard you mentioning the God Water of Life, so I don't agree with you. How about we sit down and have a chat? Lin Fei smiled and said, forget it, I have no interest in people like you. It's better for us to go our separate ways. Ku Qiu's eyes quickly flashed with a trace of displeasure. His original intention was to rope in the opposite party. Not everyone could get Duke Mike's keepsake. At the very least, they needed to be close to him. According to the feedback from the Dark Church, Duke Mike didn't send too many keepsakes. And the origin of this Chinese person in front of him was very mysterious. They basically couldn't find any clues. Other than appearing in England, they didn't know anything about the specific situation. I feel that it's better to have more friends than less friends outside. Moreover, the place where the God Water of Life is located isn't that easy to go. If we go together, we can avoid a lot of trouble. Ku Qiu continued. Hearing this, Yi Zixuan was somewhat surprised. When did this Ku Qiu, who always wanted to capture her, become so easy to talk to? His words clearly had a kind of roping in them. This made Yi Zixuan very curious. What kind of person did Lin Fei know that could make the attitude of the Dark Church's holy son Ku Qiu change 180 degrees? I just want to join in the fun, that's all. I really didn't think of snatching the God Water of Life. Lin Fei shook his head and said, well, please don't disturb us from enjoying the sunset. The aura of your body is making people uncomfortable. Chapter 42-46. Sun Ku Qiu left. Of course, the moment he turned around, his mood was quite bad, but he tried his best to control it. Lin Fei was not someone he should offend for the time being. Ku Qiu remembered this person. Once there was a chance, he did not mind plotting. Young Master Lin, I heard that Sun Ku Qiu is a dangerous person. If you don't give him face, do you think he will secretly plot against us after we get on the island? Yi Zixuan said worriedly. He wouldn't dare even if he had 100 guts. He is just a count-level son, killing him is just a matter of minutes. Yi Zixuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Stop bragging. A day passed. It was just in the evening. Lin Fei and Yi Zixuan prepared to leave the Ocean Star, heading to the island. There was no moon tonight. It was dark and windy. Yi Zixuan had already arranged it in advance. A yacht was released from the Ocean Star. The yacht was, of course, a small yacht with ordinary power. It could reach the island. When they were about to board the yacht, in the silent night, the sound of several motors could be heard. It seems that someone can't wait to set off earlier than us. Lin Fei smiled. Such a loud sound came from a yacht. Without guessing, these people were heading towards the island. Then we won't be lonely on the way. Yi Zixuan joked. The two quickly boarded the yacht. Lin Fei personally drove the small yacht. The motor roared and they followed. The wind on the sea was not strong tonight. Yi Zixuan took out the compass, took out the longitude and latitude, and began to command. Lin Fei did not say anything. In fact, he wanted to say that his divine sense had already locked on the yacht in front. As long as they followed the other party, they would be able to reach the island. When Lin Fei drove the yacht out, more yachts rushed out in the night. These yachts were big and small. In a short period of time, there were 7 or 8 yachts coming from all directions. This situation was more than what Lin Fei expected. In addition, there were a few obscure auras that seemed to be riding on other vehicles. It seems that the people going to the island this time are not small. The news from the Light Church and Dark Church is really not a problem. After sailing for 2 hours, it was already midnight. An island loomed in front of them. However, there was also a reef in front of the island, faintly discernible in the darkness. Lin Fei easily avoided these submerged reefs and finally stopped beside a reef. He could not drive any further. A few nautical miles away from the island. However, the front was already covered with submerged reefs, making it impossible to pass. During this period, some people on yachts kept colliding with these submerged reefs, sinking many yachts. Follow me. Lin Fei jumped onto the reef, and Yi Zixuan followed closely behind. The two of them traversed the reef one after the other. Before long, the two of them stood on the beach. He listened to the sound of the waves hitting the beach. At the same time, many lights appeared on the island. What do we do now? It won't be easy to find the place where the God Water of Life is. Moreover, I heard that this island is not small. Yi Zixuan tried her best to see clearly in front of them. Apart from darkness, there was nothing else. Lin Fei smiled and said, "It won't be easy for us to find it, so it's the same for others. Therefore, we might as well take a good rest and wait until dawn." The island was indeed very big, and there were large and small rocks everywhere. When they landed on the island, Lin Fei felt that the spiritual qi on this island was much denser than other places. Of course, this couldn't be compared to the otherworldly world. The two of them simply looked for a place to rest. This rest lasted until dawn. As the morning sun shone down, Lin Fei stood on a reef. Looking down from above, he could clearly see more than half of the island. The island was covered with strange rocks of various sizes. At the center of the island, there was a small forest. At this time, Lin Fei could also see that there were figures constantly moving among those strange rocks. They should be searching for the whereabouts of the God Water of Life. If the God Water of Life was really so easy to find, it wouldn't be a legend now. Lin Fei shook his head and retracted his gaze. Yi Zixuan woke up and didn't see Lin Fei. She couldn't help but panic, but she soon saw a figure walking towards her. The air here is not bad. It's suitable for breakfast. Lin Fei took out 2 sets of food. These were all stored in his spatial ring. They could finally be put to use. After the two of them ate breakfast, Lin Fei strolled around unhurriedly. Other than rocks, there were more venomous snakes on this island. There were all kinds of them, and they were good at ambushing. If one wasn't careful, they would attack from the side. Yi Zixuan wasn't afraid of anything, but she was afraid of these venomous snakes. After all, there were too many of them. Along the way, Yi Zixuan's scalp went numb. The matter of cleaning up the venomous snakes was naturally left to Lin Fei. There's a small forest ahead. I wonder if the God Water of Life is there. Yi Zixuan pointed ahead. It's not that easy to find the location of the God Water of Life. Lin Fei said. At least on the surface, there's no chance. Could it be that the God Water of Life is underground? Yi Zixuan was surprised. Anyway, we're here to join in the fun. Let's just watch. After killing many venomous snakes along the way, Lin Fei and Yi Zixuan entered this small forest. In this small forest, there were even more venomous creatures. There were traces left behind everywhere. And there were also many venomous snakes. When they reached the center of the forest, their field of vision widened. There was actually a pile of strange rocks. In the middle of the pile of rocks, there was an underground entrance. And at this moment, there were many people standing outside the pile of rocks. These people were all staring at the entrance of the pile of rocks. No one dared to barge in. When Lin Fei and Yi Zixuan came over, these people didn't even look back. They were still staring at the entrance. This entrance doesn't seem dangerous. Yi Zixuan said in a low voice after seeing it. Little girl, if you didn't have the ability, none of us would be standing here. Not far away, an old man sat cross-legged on a rock and snorted coldly. Yi Zixuan looked over and was instantly shocked. She could feel a terrifying aura from the other party. Even her mind was suppressed to a certain extent. It seems to be those old antiques. Yi Zixuan vaguely guessed their identity. There were a total of 4 old men like this. These 4 occupied a small area by themselves. There was no one else around them. The pressure on them was the heaviest. Just a casual glance at them would cause one to feel a great pressure. Yi Zixuan looked at the entrance again. This time, she really saw something. She couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Peak. Chapter 42-47. Yi Zixuan was able to see what was going on. At the entrance of the strange stone, there were corpses everywhere. No, not corpses, but corpses. These corpses were scattered all over the ground, forming a layer of corpses. At this time, there was a fresh corpse on top of the corpses, a complete corpse. The corpse seemed to have been sucked dry by something, leaving only a shriveled body. That hideous face, no matter who it was, would make them tremble in fear. There was more than one corpse like this, all of them were lying on top of the corpses. At the entrance of the cave, one could vaguely see blood-colored vines. It was more suitable to be called a deposit, as it was faintly discernible. This was also the reason why Yi Zixuan did not see it at first. When she saw the blood-colored deposit, she instantly felt a trace of fear, as well as an evil aura. Yi Zixuan finally understood why these people did not dare to enter. Obviously, there was a special existence at the entrance. This existence was extremely strong. Those who could come to this island were all very strong, at least in the Xiantian realm. Now, they had not even seen the heavenly water of life, but they had already lost a few people. This naturally made everyone feel a great sense of crisis. If I'm not wrong, this should be the legendary evil blood devil. I heard that this blood devil can transform into various forms, and its original form is a plant. One of the 4 people suddenly said. With this blood devil blocking the entrance, it won't be easy for everyone to enter. Another old man said. Everyone present had a serious look on their faces. They had not even seen the heavenly water of life, but they had already encountered a tiger blocking their way, and it seemed to be very powerful. They were all thinking of a solution. It's moving, it's moving. Suddenly, an expert shouted. For some unknown reason, the corpse that was lying on top of the corpses stood up shakily. Raising its eyes, a cold blood-colored light flashed, and it directly pounced on the 2 closest people. Not good, they're being controlled by the blood devil. Those who were knowledgeable could recognize it at a glance. Because these corpses suddenly exploded, they did not give anyone time to react. The nearest expert of the Church of Light was covered in holy light, but he was still instantly killed by these corpses. After the light faction expert was killed, he quickly stood up. He was swaying as he was controlled by the blood demon. At this moment, everyone finally understood why there were so many corpses in this place. Perhaps they were all controlled by the blood demon. Lin Fei also quickly retreated with Yi Zixuan and stood at the edge of the area. This place is better. It's safer. Yi Zixuan had never seen such a bizarre thing before. This dead body could actually be controlled by plants. Is it really safe to stand here? Yi Zixuan was still a little worried. Lin Fei said, "It's safe. These are just puppets being controlled. No matter how strong the blood demon is, the range of his control is limited. Don't you see that there are no corpses in this area? Lin Fei's words were naturally heard by the others. Everyone took a closer look and found that it was indeed as he had said. There were no corpses here at all. The corpses caught up, but after a certain distance, they no longer dared to come out. Holy Light // Some experts of the Church of Light counterattacked. Under the illumination of the Holy Light, the corpses of these puppets repeatedly screamed and were easily slaughtered. For the sake of safety, these puppets were directly thrown out by everyone to avoid being controlled by the blood demon. After losing the puppets, the scene became quiet. Everyone didn't dare to lower their guard. Everyone knew that the God Water of Life was not easy to obtain. But in the first pass, it exceeded everyone's imagination. They almost became a part of these corpses. Everyone, wait patiently. This old man will go in first. At this time, an old man took large strides and rushed towards the entrance. Countless blood vines flew out of the blood demon's cave entrance. They carried a faint smell of blood. But that old man took out his great sword and fiercely slashed all the way. The blood vines kept retreating. The old man forcibly slashed open a bloody path and rushed in. After the first old man rushed in, the other 3 old men behind him also unleashed all of their abilities and easily entered as well. On the contrary, the people of the Light Church and Dark Church were left dumbstruck. Everyone was supposed to go in together, but this was somewhat different from what they had imagined. There were more than 20 people on the scene. As for the others, they were simply not qualified. After all, this kind of information was blocked by people. Only top forces like the Dark Church and Light Church knew about it. They didn't allow outsiders to enter. The 2 of them don't seem to be from the Light Church or Dark Church. It would be better to let them attract the blood demon. At this time, a middle-aged man of the Dark Church coldly snorted and looked at Lin Fei and Yi Zixuan. Standing on the side of the Dark Church, Ku Qiu smiled inwardly and didn't bother to explain. After all, the internal competition of the Dark Church was fierce. It was good to have one less opponent. When the time comes, many unlucky people would suffer. Ku Qiu decisively took a step back and silently lowered his head, as if saying, "I'll listen to you guys. I think this suggestion is good. These 2 Chinese are also very courageous. They actually dared to follow us. They can be used to attract the blood demon." Another expert of the Dark Church said. At the same time, several people slowly surrounded them, blocking their retreat. The people of the Light Church also nodded. This is indeed a way. As long as these 2 can attract the blood demon, we will have a way to rush in together. Another expert of the Light Church raised his head and looked at Lin Fei and Yi Zixuan. You 2, if you know what's good for you, you should go by yourselves. After all, you don't have the right to speak here. Yi Zixuan knew that it would be like this. Don't look at how the Dark Church and Light Church fought to the death. At the critical moment, they would still stand together, just like now. We don't have the intention to fight for the God Water of Life. We just came to take a look. Yi Zixuan said. The people of the Light Church and Dark Church laughed. Do you think we are 3-year-old children? Who doesn't want the God Water of Life? You still have the nerve to say that you want to take a look? This reason is too bad. Yi Zixuan knew that such an explanation wouldn't work. Looking at these people, she knew. Then what should we do now? Yi Zixuan also didn't know what to do. Lin Fei's face was still very indifferent. They want us to attract the blood demon, so let's attract them. I think that legendary blood demon should be able to understand right from wrong. Everyone was dumbfounded. This person was confused. Chapter 42-48. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. What do you think blood demon is? It's something that can take a person's life, and it's also a legendary existence. It's a truly terrifying existence. Previously, they weren't clear about it, but now they were very clear. Who would dare to look down on it? Hearing Lin Fei's words, they couldn't help but laugh. This guy was really too naive. Could it be that you think that blood demon is playing house? Lin Fei brought Yi Zixuan and walked towards the blood demon. The people of Light Church and Dark Church laughed. At the same time, everyone began to prepare. As long as these two people stalled the blood demon, they would have a way to rush in. Although those four antiques had entered, it didn't mean that they didn't dare to enter. After all, they represented light and darkness. More or less, they would give up a part of it. No one dared to monopolize it. Young Master Lin, is this what we call joining in the fun? Yi Zixuan asked carefully. Of course. Joining in the fun naturally requires the awareness of joining in the fun. Lin Fei walked unhurriedly. The closer they got to the entrance of the cave, the smell of blood filled the air, and the atmosphere was stifling. Those blood-colored vines were faintly discernible. Yi Zixuan didn't doubt that as long as they got closer, those vines would definitely attack. Don't be nervous. Take a deep breath and listen to me. Lin Fei said, blood demon might not be as cruel as you think. I still believe that he can distinguish between right and wrong. Yi Zixuan almost rolled her eyes. That was a blood demon. Just look at the corpses on the ground and you will know. You can continue to boast. The people of Light Church and Dark Church began to approach from both sides. Ku Qiu's mood was very good. He couldn't help but doubt in his heart. Could it be that this guy called Lin Fei didn't know how to resist? In fact, in Ku Qiu's heart, he couldn't wait for the other party to resist. At that time, he would kill some of them. That would be the best. Unfortunately, I can't personally kill you. What a pity. But to be able to watch you being killed by blood demon is also pretty good. Unfortunately, I missed this woman of Yi Zixuan's. Hoo. A cold wind blew. Lin Fei didn't feel anything at all, but it was different for Yi Zixuan. Her whole body felt uncomfortable, and she was extremely suppressed. The smell of blood made Yi Zixuan feel like she was suffocating. Lin Fei patted Yi Zixuan's shoulder, which made Yi Zixuan feel much better. You guys from the Kunlun secret realm are still lacking in training. Although Yi Zixuan's realm was high and her strength wasn't weak, it was still rather strenuous for her to face this legendary existence. Especially this blood-colored pressure, it was as if it was crushing on her soul, and it was exceptionally uncomfortable. Xiao. Just as he stepped through the door, a dozen blood-colored vines curled towards him. Yi Zixuan was already prepared to make a move, but at this moment, Lin Fei said indifferently, "Hurry up and retreat." With a wave of his hand, all of the vines that had wrapped around him retreated. At the same time, the oppressive smell of blood also swept out layer by layer. Look, blood demon is very obedient. Lin Fei brought Yi Zixuan in. The moment they entered, there were at least 100 vines that covered the sky, and they directly smashed down. Being able to withstand one might not be able to withstand the second one, let alone 100 vines. It wasn't inferior to the attack of an absolute expert. Yi Zixuan already didn't dare to face it. Because the power of each vine made her feel as if she was facing a peak Hotian existence, which was the peak of the evolved Jing realm. It's over. This time, we are all dead for sure. Yi Zixuan's face turned pale under this attack. What's there to be afraid of? Calm down. You are a God realm expert after all. Lin Fei teased. He raised his head and said indifferently to those vines, "Why are you still not retreating? Do you really want me to destroy your true body? Don't think that I don't know where your true body is. It's very easy for me to destroy you." Yi Zixuan was also speechless at Lin Fei. At this moment, he still dared to say such words to blood demon. That was a plant, it didn't understand human language. The people of the Light Church and Dark Church who were approaching nearly burst into laughter. They had never seen such a person before. That was a blood demon, a legendary ferocious existence. But the next scene instantly shocked them. Because when those blood-colored vines were about to reach them, all of them stopped. After that, one after another, the vines retracted. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 vines disappeared without a trace. Ah, it's gone. Yi Zixuan was about to close her eyes, but in the next second, she discovered that these vines had retreated. That kind of oppressive feeling was also gone. Yi Zixuan had an incredulous look on her face. How is it? I told you that this blood demon isn't afraid. It just so happens that I have read a lot of books before, and there is a description of the weakness of blood demon. As long as we remain calm and unmoving, that blood demon will naturally be afraid. Did you see that? How is the effect? Yi Zixuan felt as if she was listening to a myth. However, this kind of threat will only have a very short effect. Let's hurry up and leave. Lin Fei brought Yi Zixuan and walked inside. Very quickly, they disappeared in front of the people of the Light Church and Dark Church. Only that pitch-black entrance was left. This is also possible? This is too inconceivable. What kind of book can actually describe the weakness of blood demon? If we had known that blood demon has this weakness, why would we waste time outside? Now, we are letting them go in. Let's also quickly go in. They could clearly see that the strength of these two Chinese people wasn't very good. Only that woman was somewhat powerful. As for that man, he really couldn't withstand a single blow. The people of the Light Church were the closest to the entrance. The three closest people directly rushed in with a happy expression on their face. After all, it was best if they didn't have to face blood demon. Just as they rushed in, they saw that these three experts of the Light Church were instantly pierced by the blood-colored vines and hung in the air. Their eyes were wide open as they looked at the vines with an incredulous look on their face. The people of the Dark Church, who had just rushed halfway, were instantly scared. In the next second, more than 10 vines directly attacked them. Not good, quickly run, that kid is deceiving us. Blood demon basically doesn't have any weakness. How could the people of the Light Church and Dark Church still dare to resist? They turned around and ran away. In an instant, 7 or 8 people were left here. Until they left the circle, everyone was gasping for breath. This guy actually dared to scheme against us. The people of the Dark Church and Light Church had ice-cold expression. Apart from the lingering fear, there was nothing else they could do. Ku Qiu, who had always been at the back, secretly sucked in a mouthful of cold air. I knew that this bastard didn't have any good intentions. He actually dared to scheme in front of everyone. That blood demon is also strange. He didn't attack them, but instead attacked us. Miao Shu House. Chapter 42-49. There was a stone staircase at the entrance. They went all the way down. On both sides of the stone staircase were corpses all over the ground. When they stepped on them, there was a cracking sound. Yi Zixuan felt like she was dreaming. They actually came down. The feeling of not being in danger didn't seem real. Follow behind me and don't run around. This place is more dangerous than you think. Lin Fei walked forwards. He kept kicking. Those corpses kept flying forwards. Xiao xiao xiao. Countless black shadows shot out and instantly smashed those corpses into pieces. Yi Zixuan took a closer look and realized that the arrows that were shot out were actually cold arrows. These cold arrows were really strong and had a strong penetrative ability. There are actually mechanisms here. Yi Zixuan was a little surprised. These are all ancient mechanisms. To be able to survive until now, it isn't as simple as you think. Lin Fei walked and kicked, continuously triggering these mechanisms. Yi Zixuan felt a chill down her spine. There were a few mechanisms that could be described as terrifying. Even with her strength, she couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. After walking for half an hour, cold energy rose up from below. As soon as the cold air touched them, it turned into frost. It was so cold that it made them shiver. The surrounding walls were covered in a layer of white frost. Didn't they say that the god water of life is a top-quality item? But why is it getting colder as we go down? Yi Zixuan shivered. Who said that places with god water of life would be as warm as spring? This is god water of life, why do they all look like they care about it? Naturally, there has to be something unusual about it. Lin Fei casually walked in front. Kacha kacha. Everywhere he passed, the coldness was instantly shattered. After jumping over the coldness, their field of vision suddenly opened up. There was a lake underground, which was unbelievable. This lake wasn't very big, it was only 10 acres in size. In the middle of the lake was a small island with a lonely tree growing on it. This tree wasn't big, barely around a meter tall. The most surprising thing was that this tree was completely green and gave off a comfortable aura. The 4 old men who had entered first were actually fighting with a stone statue. The stone statue was covered in brown scales that were tightly wrapped around its body. It wasn't losing to the 4 old-timers at all. Instead, it was relying on the spear in its hand to attack and defend like a tiger. He seemed to have the upper hand. Young Master Lin, is that the divine water of life? The spring of life is actually growing on a tree. This is too unbelievable. Yi Zixuan had never seen such a mystical scene before. Even though the tree was quite a distance away from them, they could still see it clearly. Droplets of water condensed on the leaves. These droplets were translucent and gave off an extremely warm aura. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could tell that this was divine water of life. Even from afar, he could sense that it was extraordinary. After Yi Zixuan said this, she looked at Lin Fei. However, she realized that Lin Fei's expression seemed to be a little different. There was a glimmer of Jingguang in his eyes, shining brightly. When they looked at the tree, they saw that the 4 old-timers had actually been forced back by the stone statue's spear. The stone statue returned to the small island. Just like that, it stood next to the divine tree of life like a stone statue. Those who didn't know better would really think that it was a stone statue. You 2 Chinese actually came in. At this moment, one of the 4 old men suddenly looked over with a strange expression. The remaining 3 elders also looked over in unison. They were quite surprised. They had been able to barge their way here because they were strong. But now, these 2 Chinese had also been able to barge their way here so easily. They didn't even have any injuries on their bodies. This showed that they had some ability. Therefore, they seemed to be a man and a woman who were speaking with a hint of vigilance. Young man, you're not bad. You actually came in so quickly. You're much stronger than those people from the Radiant Church and Dark Church, one of the old men said. Lin Fei could sense a trace of fear from this old man. He wasn't the only one feeling that way. The other 3 old men were feeling it as well. Actually, it wasn't hard to come in. I felt that it was pretty easy. But it seems that the 4 of you are in trouble. This divine water of life won't be easy to obtain, right? Lin Fei said with a smile. How about this? I'm interested in this divine water of life, that stone statue, and everything else on this island. Seeing that I'm in a good mood, you guys can leave. The expressions of the 4 old men changed. Clearly, they thought that they had misheard. Kid, you sure talk big. You're trying to chase us away right after coming here. Who do you think you are? One of the black-robed old men was furious. He leaped forward like a ghost. Blood demon hands. His hands instantly turned incomparably red, giving off a suffocating aura. I, Lin Fei, want something, and you guys have the nerve to take it away? Boom! A gigantic sword light came slamming down. The black-robed old man raised his blood-red hands to block. With a rumble, the black-robed old man was slammed into the ground. Countless cracks spread out. The three old men dodged out of the way. Looking at the huge crater that had been created, they secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. Aren't you going overboard? Everyone who sees the divine water of life has a share. Don't tell me you intend to swallow it all yourself? Do you think that you can swallow it all? At this moment, Yi Zixuan was shocked as well. Didn't they say that they were just here to watch the show? Why did they want to snatch it all of a sudden? This sword light was way too strong. It was terrifyingly thick. Under this sword, Yi Zixuan couldn't even muster up any will to resist. If she were to face it, this sword would probably cut her in half. Whether I can swallow it or not is another matter. At the very least, you guys don't have the qualifications. A gigantic sword slashed over. It was 100 meters long, and the void was instantly slashed apart. The three old men unleashed their strength to block before them. But they were still sent flying by this sword, each of them coughing out blood. They couldn't block the might of this sword at all. You guys can't even block this sword of mine. If I were to use another sword, do you guys think that you guys can still survive? The gigantic sword that Lin Fei had condensed was 100 meters long. Everywhere it passed, the sword light would tear apart everything. The three of them felt that this Chinese kid was going too far. His strength was terrifying. This sword contained the aura of death. They didn't doubt that if there was a second sword, they wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. They would definitely die. The three old men exchanged glances. Without a second word, he retreated. Young Master Lin, we are just here to watch the show. Chapter 4250. Lin Fei said to the point. Indeed, I'm just here to join in the fun. I'm here to liven up the atmosphere. Yi Zixuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. What sort of reason was that? But wouldn't that mean that we're offending those three old men outside? They're all antiques, and their backgrounds aren't low at all. Their rallying power is extremely strong. If we were to offend them all, I'm afraid that things won't end well for us. Yi Zixuan had not expected Lin Fei to have such guts. Not only did he not attack, but he had also defeated 4 old men and chased away 3 of them. By the looks of it, he was trying to monopolize the god water of life. His guts were truly boundlessly arrogant. There's nothing to be afraid of. This god water of life is worth it. Lin Fei chuckled. Wait here. I'll go collect the god water of life first. Lin Fei strode forth. Stepping on the surface of the water, he closed in on the island quickly. Just as Lin Fei was about to reach the island, suddenly, the stone statue opened its eyes. A long spear pierced out like a sharp sword, fast and vicious. The moment the other party struck out, it was as though he had been stabbed. It was an extremely mystical feeling. At the very least, Yi Zixuan did not have the strength to face it. There was no way she could exchange blows with this stone statue. At the same time, the old man who was lying in the deep pit finally crawled out. Those 3 old fogies are inhuman. They did nothing to save me. I was nearly killed by this lad. Luo Manxio was an old antique. Just a little more and he would have been buried here. If not for his good luck and the fact that he had some trump cards up his sleeves, he wouldn't have been able to withstand that gigantic sword at all. Ignorant fella. Do you really think that you can get the god water of life just because you chased us away? Nonsense. Why don't you take a look at the strength of that stone statue? You'll be killed by that stone statue in a single strike. The 4 of them were much clearer than anyone else. They knew that the strength of this stone statue was far more terrifying than they had imagined. It was definitely not something that could be dealt with so easily. The 4 of them did not have any advantage against the stone statue. Instead, they were being suppressed, let alone this Chinese kid. Good thing for this kid. He's managed to chase away those 3 old geezers. If he's killed by the stone statues, I'll have a chance to take away the divine water of life. It'll be best if both of them are heavily injured. That way, things will be easier for me, Roman Xiu thought. Just as the spear was about to pierce him, Lin Fei's figure suddenly shifted in mid-air, causing the stone statue to miss its target. The stone statue attacked again. This time, it was even more powerful than before. It stabbed out with its spear, stirring up the lake water to form a canopy that instantly blocked in front of Lin Fei. To have such strength, you are indeed quite strong. However, you are just a stone statue. No matter how strong you are innately restricted. You are no match for me. Lin Fei broke the barrier with a single punch. He turned around and waved his hand. Thunderous rumbling sounds could be heard as bolts of lightning struck down. They bombarded the stone statue again and again. The stone statue was very strong. Relying on its spear, it was able to defeat the lightning repeatedly. Unfortunately, the lightning was very powerful, and there were times when it would hit nothing but the stone statue. A large portion of the stone statue would be split open, and fragments would fall from the sky. Luo Manxiu, who had been cursing Lin Fei over and over again, frowned. Lightning power? He can actually control lightning power? Wasn't it said that very few people could control lightning power? And his thunder force can actually injure the stone statue? Just where did this kid come from? Could it be that he's also an old fogey? Luo Manxiu was terrified. Even if he were to face these thunderbolts, he wouldn't dare to say that he would be able to block them. Looking at the thunderbolts surrounding the stone statue, there were at least dozens of them, and they continuously bombarded the stone statue, causing people's scalp to go numb. Lin Fei's face was also a bit pale. However, seeing that the lightning had trapped the stone statue, he breathed a sigh of relief and charged over. The tree was only 1 meter tall, and it had very few leaves. However, each and every one of them was sparkling and translucent, and there was a drop of life god water on them. It's a pity that no one understands such a treasure. Right now, I'm the only one who can bring out its true potential. Lin Fei stood in the air and clawed out with his 5 fingers, forming a gigantic hand that covered the sky and covered the sun. The entire world seemed to darken as the hand fiercely grabbed downwards. An inconceivable scene appeared. The soil and rocks within a meter of the sacred tree were instantly pulled out. With a loud rumbling sound, the entire island was instantly torn apart and sank to the bottom of the lake, creating countless splashes. The stone statue that was surrounded by the thunderbolts was even more desperate as it unleashed one spear shadow after another. But even so, it was still unable to break through the thunderbolts. It could only watch helplessly as Lin Fei took away the god tree. In the blink of an eye, the god tree disappeared without a trace. Luo Manxiu's face turned pale. Damn it! How can there be such an expert in this world? Didn't they say that they're already extinct? The life god water has a very powerful effect. No one has ever said that they could take away the tree, but this guy, he doesn't intend to leave it for the future generations. The importance of the life god water was very clear to these old antiques. However, they had never thought that the tree would be taken away by someone. Furthermore, it was done so violently. It was simply unbelievable. Yi Zixuan's beautiful eyes were also filled with astonishment, as if she had seen wrongly. Young Master Lin had actually taken away the tree and the life god water. This strength, everyone has truly underestimated Lin Fei's realm. He's China's #1 expert. Even those experts from the Kunlun secret realm might not be Lin Fei's match. This is too terrifying. Yi Zixuan had always thought that Lin Fei's strength was similar to theirs. At most, he was just a bit stronger. For example, he was able to survive the pursuit of the Radiant Church. It was probably due to luck. However, now that Yi Zixuan thought about it, the commotion at the Radiant Church's branch that day might have been caused by Lin Fei. The possibility was extremely high. Only this could explain why Lin Fei was unscathed, unlike the rest of them who had suffered. If it wasn't for the fact that those people didn't continue to chase after them, perhaps they wouldn't even be able to leave the Western world. Doesn't that mean that the last divine dragon key might also be in Lin Fei's hands? Yi Zixuan had this thought, and her breathing couldn't help but quicken. At this moment, Lin Fei's face was filled with joy. I didn't expect that there would actually be such a divine object on Earth. I'm afraid those people wouldn't have thought that the legendary tree of life that had disappeared long ago would actually be in such a place. Furthermore, it was obtained by me. Who would believe it? Bookseller's website. Chapter 4251. Lin Fei had never expected to find the God Tree of Life in a place like this. This was unbelievable. After all, the Tree of Life had been completely destroyed in ancient times. No information about its whereabouts had ever been passed down. This was the oldest tree in the world. At first, Lin Fei did not believe it. However, when he saw the emerald green liquid and the incredibly dense life aura, he was convinced. He was finally sure that this was the God Tree of Life. He did not know why the God Tree of Life would grow here. But it was in a bad state. Although the divine water of life had condensed on the emerald green leaves, it was actually used to save lives. It was used against the Tree of Life itself. However, some people mistakenly believed that the God Water of Life was refined by the God Tree of Life. As time went by, the God Tree of Life was greatly damaged. For example, the God Water of Life before him was actually the last part of the God Tree of Life that could be refined. It would never be able to refine it again. The damage done to the Tree of Life was way too severe, to the point where even its vitality was damaged. It could be said that its vitality was severely damaged. With the passage of time, the Tree of Life would slowly wither away and eventually disappear from the face of the world. Lin Fei had never thought that he would be so lucky to encounter the God Tree of Life. No one would believe him if he told others. But reality was just that amazing. Lin Fei had encountered the God Tree of Life, and a severely damaged one at that. If he had encountered anyone else, he would not have been able to do anything. Who was Lin Fei? That was an immortal rank, someone who had read countless ancient texts. Naturally, some of them had to do with the God Tree of Life. Lin Fei was 80% confident that he could save the God Tree of Life. This was also why Lin Fei had chased the other three elders away. They did not deserve the God Water of Life. It would be a waste in their hands. As long as I can restore the divine Tree of Life and wait for it to mature, I can consume the divine Water of Life. That way, my injuries will be able to heal quickly. It'll be better than any miraculous pill. I'll be able to heal all the wounds left in my body. Lin Fei kept the God Tree of Life in a great mood. He was glad that he had come at the right time. Otherwise, he would really miss out on a supreme treasure. To Lin Fei, the Tree of Life was an unparalleled treasure. No other treasure could compare to it. This was the most ancient tree in the ancient times. Even though it was only a meter tall, no one dared to underestimate the power of the Tree of Life. After Lin Fei collected the divine tree, the stone statue destroyed all the thunderbolts and fiercely attacked Lin Fei. It dragged its long spear behind it and used splitting Mount Hua. Shadows of rods appeared one after another. It turned out that the stone statue had unleashed its true killing move. Boundless power came crashing down, instantly turning into an incredibly dense ray of light. Lin Fei put two fingers together and a stream of sword chi met it. A vigorous energy fluctuation swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The scene became a mess. It's too much of a waste to leave your stone statue here. It's better to let me use it. Lin Fei formed a seal with both hands, and the seal landed on the stone statue. It continued to seep into the stone statue's body. The stone statue continued to struggle and attack with the long spear in its hand. However, it could not stop the seal from seeping in. In the blink of an eye, the huge seal entered the stone statue's body. Runes appeared on the stone statue's body one after another. In less than 15 minutes, the stone statue quietened down. Even though the stone statue looked extremely wretched at the moment, with big and small holes on its body as if it had gone through a huge battle, it no longer had that savage aura. He actually controlled the stone statue. Roman's expression changed as his breathing quickened. He could not believe what he had just seen. Putting aside the fact that he had taken away the tree of life, he had now taken away the stone statue as well. Where did this antique come from? This was definitely bullying. They had finally found the whereabouts of the godly water of life, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. It was one thing for you to take away the tree of life. At least you should have left the stone statue behind. With the stone statue, your strength would have increased tremendously. But now, there was nothing left. Even the island had sunk to the bottom of the lake. This place instantly turned from mysterious to ordinary. Lin Fei landed on the ground. Yi Zixuan was already prepared just now. She also heard Lin Fei's reminder and did not suffer any injuries. That settles it. Yi Zixuan looked at the stone statue behind Lin Fei and secretly took a deep breath. Yes, it's a very simple matter. It just so happens that I've learned some control techniques. Although this stone statue has also been controlled by someone, it's been a long time. Naturally, the methods left behind are no longer effective. Lin Fei said with a smile, although I don't know who arranged for such a stone statue to be left here, the strength of this stone statue is very strong. It's quite good to use it to guard one's villa or other places. On this point, Lin Fei was very satisfied. Finally, this trip was not in vain. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I really don't know anything. I didn't see anything. The stone statue who had been standing behind Lin Fei the whole time suddenly thrust its spear forward like a bolt of lightning, landing on old Antique's heart. Luo Mancio begged for mercy on the spot. There was nothing he could do. The spear was only a few centimeters away from his forehead, and his whole body was enveloped by the aura of death. I thought that you old antiques had a very bad temper and would rather die than open your mouth to beg for mercy. Now it seems that's not quite the case. Lin Fei walked over. Luo Mancio smiled bitterly. What kind of old history is this? Senior is a great expert. How can I take revenge on you? Spare my life. From now on, wherever you go, this old man will never appear again. Besides, I have some ability in the Western world. As long as Senior says the word, I won't hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. As he said this, Luo Mancio was also in a trance. He had actually been frightened by a stone statue. Of course, although the stone statue was terrifying, compared to this young man, it was indeed a far cry. This young man was the true terror. A terrifying demon king. Whoever made an enemy of such a person would definitely have a lifetime of nightmares. Your strength is not bad. You can barely be used as a subordinate. Lin Fei said. His hands once again formed a seal, and a seal entered old Antique's body. After a short moment, Luo Mancio's complexion changed 180 degrees. It was completely different from before. The stone statue withdrew its spear and quietly stood behind Lin Fei. Milord, do you want me to deceive the other three old things? If my guess is correct, those three fellows must have gone to contact the people of Dark Church and Light Church. They want to use them as knives to deal with Milord. Bookseller House website. Chapter 4252. Actually, you don't need to say anything, they are already coming here. Lin Fei's gaze fell on the exit. So fast, those old things. Luo Mancio also looked back. Lin Fei was somewhat speechless. Luo Mancio was also an old antique, yet he still had the nerve to say that. Wasn't he afraid of being laughed at? More than a dozen figures were coming over. It could be said that they were very aggressive. Even if there are more people, so what? In the end, it's all for naught. Lin Fei slightly shook his head. More than a dozen figures appeared at the entrance, and the water in the well was clear. One side was the dark church. The other side was the radiant church. They were led by 3 old men. Luo Manxiu, hold on, we will come to save you soon. Hearing Luo Manxiu's words, these people mistakenly thought that he had been captured. But one of the old men suddenly looked at the lake in the distance. That island was actually gone. The divine tree was also gone. Not to mention the divine water of life. They had come all the way here for the divine water of life. But now, the divine water of life had unexpectedly disappeared, and even the divine tree was gone. This was tantamount to cutting off their last hope. The 3 old antiques couldn't sit still. Wait, isn't that the stone statue behind? Why is it behind that kid? This time, they also noticed the stone statue. A bad premonition appeared. This matter might be related to that young man. Previously, they couldn't resist the attack of the stone statue. They didn't dare to think about it anymore. This was really bad news. I don't need you to save me. On the contrary, you 3 should be tactful and obediently surrender to my lord. Otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Luo Manxiu said. Don't blame this old friend for not reminding you. The 3 old antiques knew that this was bad. Luo Manxiu had unexpectedly surrendered to the other side. How was this possible? How long had it been? Or was Luo Manxiu being controlled? If the other side really had such a method, then wouldn't they be like sheep entering a tiger's den? Previously, the 4 of them weren't the opponent of this Chinese kid, let alone the stone statue. If the Chinese kid joined hands with the stone statue, no matter how many people they had, it would never be realistic in the face of absolute strength. Standing inside the dark church, Ku Qiu's legs began to tremble. He was so scared that he wanted to slap himself. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come. This kid is too terrifying. Even the god tree was obtained by him. Even that old antique, Romantius, was controlled by him. Ku Qiu wanted to ask if it was too late to leave now. He knew that he had offended the Chinese kid. Wasn't it because he had his eyes on Yi Zixuan back then? Who would have thought that this person's background would be so great that it surpassed their imagination? Ku Qiu could even sense that the 3 antiques were beginning to change. The atmosphere became oppressive. Chinese kid, I don't care who you are. Now that the tree of God has disappeared, if you took it, then you better hand it over. Our radiant church isn't that easy to mess with. At this moment, an archbishop of the radiant church said coldly. In the Western world, the radiant church and the darkness family had great influence. Especially the radiant church, it could be said to be the #1 power. And this time, in order to seize the divine water of life, the Church of Light had dispatched an archbishop who could summon 12 winged archangels. This was the source of the radiant church's confidence. Meng Qi, who do you think you are? You dare to talk to my lord like this? I will kill you first. Romantius roared and attacked. Meng Qi was shocked. Senior Romantius, what are you doing? I am the Archbishop of the Radiant Church. Romantius didn't care about that. He attacked fiercely and unleashed incomparably vigorous power. Meng Qi was terrified. I am just a fox borrowing the tiger's might, that's all. Lin Fei calmly looked at him. How can there be any divine water in this place? You all got the wrong information. It's not easy to come all the way here. You all can go back now. Everyone felt as if they had misheard. How shameless. Ku Qiu of the Dark Church was the first to respond. Yes, someone's information must be wrong. How can there be divine water here? He made us come all the way here. If I come to know about this, I will definitely skin him. Let's go, this is too boring. The people of the Dark Church were dumbfounded. You, Ku Chiu, are one of the holy sons of the Dark Church, how can you speak like this? This time, the leader of the Dark Church was a Duke-rank powerhouse. Holy Son Ku Chiu, what do you mean by that? The divine water of life is obviously here. It must have been taken by this boy. How could Ku Chiu dare to offend this Chinese boy? He subconsciously took a step back and said, in any case, I didn't see any divine water. Everyone, don't you think so? As a duke, Wall was even more annoyed. He didn't know why a holy son would speak like this, but the information couldn't be wrong. The three seniors knew that this thing must have been taken away by this Chinese boy. Swish! A ray of light attacked. The dark aura on the body of this duke burst out and condensed into a shield. Under the stab, the entire shield shattered with a kacha sound. A beam of light pierced through the duke's body, forcing him to retreat. The duke crashed heavily into a rock, causing cracks to appear on the hard rock. It turned out that at this moment, the stone statue attacked and injured the Duke of the Dark Church with a stab. The spear technique of the stone statue was outstanding and untraceable. Although Duke Wall was also powerful, he was defeated again and again in front of the stone statue. After more than 10 stab attacks, the Duke was nailed to the rock wall by the stone statue. His whole body was hanging there. Everyone of the Dark Church sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Especially Ku Chiu, he was secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, we talked just now, otherwise, I don't know how many times I would have died by now. The stone statue once again returned behind Lin Fei, holding the spear, but no one dared to speak again. Who could see that the strength of this stone statue was so powerful that it could easily injure a duke? Duke Wall, I said that there is nothing here, why bother? Ku Chiu helplessly said. Let's go, what's the point of staying here? Ku Chiu turned around and left. He was sweating with every step he took. He was afraid that the man, no, the stone statue, would kill him with a stab. 1 step, 2 steps. Every step he took was like stepping into an abyss. Fortunately, the danger didn't appear. He breathed a sigh of relief as he wished. After the Holy Sun left, how could the remaining people of the Dark Church still have a temper? They also turned around and left. Duke Wall vomited blood. In any case, take me away. Don't say leave. Bookseller website. Chapter 4253. Just like that, the people of the Dark Church retreated. Duke Wall died. The Holy Sun also silently left. Those who stayed behind still didn't leave. Were they prepared to be slaughtered by that stone statue? The people of the Dark Church retreated like a tide. The members of the Church of Brilliance felt their scalps go numb. Duke Wall was very powerful, and even Archbishop Monchi would need some time to kill him. If things went wrong, both sides might suffer great losses. But in the blink of an eye, he was heavily injured by the stone statue. Moreover, their Archbishop Monchi was unable to resist Roman's attack. That Chinese youngster didn't even make a move from beginning to end. What was going on? The 3 old men hesitated for a while. Everything happened too fast. They weren't a match before, but now? The 3 old men didn't dare to hesitate. They turned around and retreated outside. They had to leave this place first. At that time, they would spread the news outside and gather thousands of people to force this person to hand over the god water. They still didn't believe that with so many people outside, any expert would be annihilated in a continuous battle. Moreover, they were all old men with status. No one dared to question their words. Unlike the Dark Church and the Light Church. After all, these 2 forces were enemies for generations. It was inevitable that their words would be difficult to convince the masses. But they were different. You want to leave? Have you asked me? The stone statue instantly blocked the exit. The spear shadows that filled the sky forced them back. They all knew how powerful this stone statue was. Even 4 of them weren't its match, let alone the 3 of them. They silently retreated. The stone statue didn't attack again. It just stood at the entrance, guarding the pass with 1 man guarding it against 10,000 enemies. "Chinese boy, what the hell do you want?" one of the old men said. "Do you want to kill all 3 of us here? Although you have the stone statue and Roman's help, you are indeed powerful. But if we go all out against you, you will also have to pay the price." Only the 3 of them knew how fake these words were. They simply couldn't withstand this person's attack. They had no advantage. Apart from being crushed, there was nothing else. Ah! The Archbishop of the Light Church, Manchi, screamed and was seriously injured. He didn't even have the chance to summon the 12-winged archangel. After all, Luo Manchio's strength was enough to crush his opponent. "I think you'd better make the right choice. You didn't leave immediately and came back instead. This is your fault." Romantia stood in a position, once again blocking their path, and looked at them coldly. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't let an old antique leave. These guys were even stronger than Archbishop Manchi. Where else could they find such experts? Moreover, he really needed a nail in the Western world. With these 3 old antiques, in addition to Dark Church and Light Church, it was very interesting. "Let's fight." After exchanging glances, the 3 old fogies decided to attack. If he didn't go all out, he could only accept his fate. There was still a chance of survival if he went all out. Luo Manchio and the stone statue were about to attack when they were stopped by Lin Fei. "Looks like if I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think that you can contend against everything with your combined strength." Lin Fei snorted coldly. A sword will swept out from the void. Compared to before, this move was even more profound. The sword will was like a wave, truly untraceable and inconceivably fast. The expressions of the 3 old antiques instantly changed. They felt a boundless power crushing down on them, like a monstrous sea. In a single exchange, the sword will crushed the 3 of them. Their strong bodies were covered with sword wounds, and blood flowed out. The 3 of them were heavily slammed against the rock wall, and they did not have the slightest ability to resist. "Is this your true strength?" The 3 of them were formidable old antiques, but in front of that sword, they couldn't resist at all. "This sword of mine is called the Great Slicer Art, one of the secret arts. I only used 60% of my strength. If you want to try again, I'll use 90%. Let's see if you can survive." If 60% of his strength was already like this, then wouldn't 90% be enough to kill them? "We're convinced, convinced, convinced." The 3 old antiques were completely terrified. Only the Eastern world had this secret art. The Western world didn't have it at all. They had always heard that the mysterious Eastern world had experts as common as the clouds. Now they finally believed it. With such strength at such a young age, the difference between them and him was too great. Lin Fei didn't waste any words. He placed a restriction on them one by one. This restriction was an ancient one. Now that Lin Fei's strength had broken through, he could use it. It was impossible for the 3 old antiques to undo it. Therefore, they could only accept their fate. "Little Luo, I'll leave these 3 to you." Naturally, Lin Fei wouldn't care about them. However, he still had to give a certain person a reward. Luo Manchio laughed. "Thank you, my lord." The 4 of them had always fought each other, wanting to suppress each other and become the strongest existence in the Western world. Unfortunately, they hadn't been able to do so. However, Luo Manchio hadn't expected that one day, he would be able to control these 3 people. He had truly followed the right person. The 3 old antiques' hearts sank. They hadn't expected that they would end up becoming Luo Manchio's subordinates. It was such a sad and helpless thing to say. Should we deal with these people? Luo Mancio looked at the people from the Radiant Church. The Archbishop of the Radiant Church, Manchi, was heavily injured. The remaining people were the same. They didn't have the strength to resist at all. Let them go. There's no point in killing them. Lin Fei didn't care about these ants. Whether or not today's matter was reported, at least the Western world would be lively. When the time comes, Lin Fei didn't care at all. He still had to rush back to China. He had wandered outside for a long time, and it was time to leave. He came out of the island. Luo Mancio had already arranged for a yacht to wait outside. The yacht was huge and was worth tens of millions of dollars. There was even celebratory wine on it. However, it all belonged to Lin Fei now. Looks like we need to get to know each other again. Under the night sky. Lin Fei and Yi Zixuan stood on the deck, enjoying the breeze. Lin Fei raised the wine glass in his hand. Don't we already know each other? Why do we need to get to know each other again? It's not like I'm some old antique. I represent my sect and want to discuss a collaboration with young Master Lin. For example, the ownership of the last dragon key. Yi Zixuan said. Lin Fei laughed. Aren't you afraid that you'll guess wrongly? I believe in your judgment. Chapter 42-54. No one knew what Lin Fei and Yi Zixuan talked about. At the very least, after the conversation, Yi Zixuan's face was full of smiles, and she left immediately. No one knew where she went. In a majestic castle in England. This was Duke Mike's castle. Compared to those 5-star hotel suites, Lin Fei still preferred this kind of large, antique castle. Not only was it highly secretive, but he was also not afraid of being noticed. After sending Duke Mike out, Lin Fei took out the God Tree of Life. The God Tree of Life that he brought out from the island was now dispirited, and on its last breath. The situation is not looking good. This God Tree of Life's vitality is damaged. Even if I stop them from collecting the God Water of Life, it won't be easy for the God Tree of Life to recover. Lin Fei was anxious. He had brought the God Tree of Life back with great difficulty. If it died in his hands, he would probably become a joke to all the experts in the world. A top-tier treasure. To Lin Fei, this was a fortuitous encounter. If he could obtain the God Tree of Life for his use, not only would his injuries recover faster, but he would also be able to go further in the future. Recovering his true immortal strength and breaking through to the next level wouldn't be difficult. The first stage was giving Lin Fei a headache. The God Water of Life that the God Tree of Life had condensed was all absorbed back, but the entire tree was still dispirited and swaying. Suddenly, an emerald green leaf fell just like that. The moment the leaf hit the ground, it disappeared without a trace. The situation is more serious than I thought. I only saw the surface of the God Tree from the island, but in reality, the God Tree has already reached a very serious state. Even the leaves of the God Tree of Life can no longer be maintained. When the few remaining leaves fall, the God Tree of Life will be completely dead, and it will truly disappear from the river of history. Every leaf of the God Tree of Life was condensed through a unique method. Once all the leaves of the God Tree of Life fell, the God Tree of Life would completely lose its source of supply. Now, the remaining leaves were dispirited and listless, as if they would be blown away by the wind. Lin Fei also realized that the situation had reached a point where he could not delay any longer. If he did not come up with a good plan, the Tree of Life would be completely gone. Such a great opportunity was right in front of Lin Fei, but if he were to watch it disappear in front of him, Lin Fei was really unwilling. Let's alleviate the situation first. He raised his hand and cast a series of spells, cutting off the connection between the Tree of Life and the outside world to prevent the situation from worsening. Let me see if there's any other way to save this Tree of Life. Since I, Lin Fei, have encountered it, I can't just watch it die in front of me. If that happens, I'll be an immortal realm expert for nothing. I won't forgive myself. Lin Fei took a deep breath and began flipping through the vast amount of memories in the depths of his sea of consciousness. Back then, Lin Fei had read tens of thousands of books, countless of them. Most of them were sealed in the depths of his sea of consciousness. Unless there was a need for it, he would rarely go looking for them. Lin Fei wanted to find all the relevant information in the depths of his sea of consciousness. Time passed, one day at a time. Lin Fei kept flipping through the relevant information. It's useless. It's still useless. I don't believe that I can't find a way. During this time, he searched for a lot of relevant information, but he was at a loss as to how to treat it. After much difficulty, he finally found some information. However, after looking through it carefully, he found that it was full of flaws. It was all just speculation. This was not what Lin Fei needed at all. He needed more detailed and accurate information. Only then would he have the confidence to save the Tree of Life. On the 5th day, another leaf fell from the Tree of Life. Lin Fei knew that he was running out of time. It was as if an invisible hand was strangling his neck. This feeling made Lin Fei very unhappy. But there was nothing he could do. Time didn't wait for him. If he couldn't find a way to treat it, then the God Water of Life would really leave him. Lin Fei suppressed the anxiety in his heart and kept flipping through the relevant information. He knew that there would definitely be a way. After all, the Tree of Life had existed back then, and there had always been information passed down. Lin Fei didn't believe that he couldn't find it. It was just a matter of time. The Tree of Life still had 7 leaves left. It could last for a long time. Duke Mike stood guard outside. Apart from him, there was also the stone statue, standing to the left of the door. Those who didn't know would really think that this statue was bought from somewhere. This was because this statue had a sense of history. But to Duke Mike, this statue gave him a lot of nightmarish memories. When Lin Fei came, Mike thought that the statue was brought by the Lord and wanted to move it to the side. However, who would have thought that the stone statue's spear would cause Duke Mike to be unable to block it and be sent flying? Even the archbishops weren't the stone statue's opponent, let alone Mike, who was just a duke. With just a spear, he felt as if he had walked through the gates of hell. Since then, Mike no longer dared to look down on the stone statue. Instead, he was deeply vigilant. He was even more in awe of the Lord's abilities. Meeting. Duke Mike suddenly frowned and took out a mobile phone. This was a custom-made mobile phone. Only the dukes had it. Did something big happen? Duke Mike was puzzled. His eyes turned. It won't be discussing the matter of the Lord, right? Duke Mike hesitated for a moment, but he still decided to take a look and inquire about the situation. The Dark Church held a high-level meeting. Those who could come here must be dukes. A total of 15 dukes, plus 5 Grand Dukes, formed the true core strength of the Dark Church. Especially those 5 Grand Dukes, they were sitting in the highest position, lined up in a row, looking very powerful. Below them was a row of dukes, but these dukes were all whispering to each other. It has been a long time since the Dark Church held this kind of emergency meeting. Not long ago, we received news that the God Tree of Life has been taken away by someone. The person who took away the God Tree of Life was a Chinese. Dark Church's great church leader He Soga stood up and said. The complexion of the 15 dukes changed, they were all shocked. Duke Mike's heart shook. He really guessed correctly, his lord actually took away the God Tree of Life. Duke Mike knew the importance of the God Tree of Life. After taking it, it can increase one's lifespan, so after a long time, everyone called the tree as the God Tree of Life. The Lord is really awesome, he took away the God Tree, but how can the people of the Dark Church be the opponent of the Lord? Duke Mike secretly said. Sogu. Chapter 42-55. While the Dark Church was discussing this matter. In another holy land, the Church of Light was also discussing the same matter. The two churches were talking about the same matter. A huge picture was hung up. The person in the picture was none other than Lin Fei. The two huge forces mobilized all their forces at once. They thoroughly investigated Lin Fei's background. This matter was really too important, so important that the two churches couldn't swallow it. The God Water of Life, regarded as a top treasure by the Dark Church and Radiant Church, was taken away by Lin Fei just like that. Even the divine tree had disappeared. This was an unforgivable matter. This was too much. No matter what, they had to find Lin Fei. They had to seize the divine tree and not let him bring it back to China. The Western world's big and small forces also began to move, searching for Lin Fei's whereabouts. Irina of the Radiant Church's branch also received the news. She learned about Lin Fei through a video conference. She couldn't help but be startled and immediately sent a message to Lin Fei. Irina knew that Lin Fei was very powerful, but the fact that he had snatched the divine tree from the Dark Church and Radiant Church, and those old fogies were helpless. This was the most shocking thing. The Dark Church and Radiant Church were trying to contact those four old fogies, but in the end, there was no news. Everyone also knew that those old fogies were always elusive. Wanting to contact them wasn't an easy matter. They weren't that dissatisfied, they had the qualifications to ignore them. Lin Fei didn't know what was happening outside. He was still looking for a way to save the divine tree. Along the way, Lin Fei was also very anxious. One of the original 7 leaves had fallen, leaving only 6. Lin Fei didn't know how much information he had read, but none of them could be used. Until the 5th leaf was left. Lin Fei finally found a way. It was recorded in an ancient book. Do I really have to do this? Lin Fei closed his eyes and recalled the information in his memory. This was different from Lin Fei's previous judgment. This information was much more reliable than the others. If he wanted to save the divine tree of life, he would probably have to resort to this method. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to do it. He remembered this method and put it aside for now. If he really couldn't find any effective methods, then he could only start with this method. Lin Fei continued to search, not even paying attention to his phone ringing. Another few days passed. Lin Fei was a little disappointed because he could not find any other way to save the tree of life. That was the only way left. Looks like I can only take a risk. Lin Fei sighed softly. This method was also a strange one. If he wanted the tree of life to survive, the only way was to refine it and fuse it with his body. Using his own essence and blood to nourish the tree of life was the only way to have a chance. Lin Fei didn't know if this method would work or not, but if he didn't try it now and the remaining 5 leaves fell, it would be over. He couldn't find a way to deal with the tree of life in the depths of his vast memories. After all, the tree of life was unique. Now, Lin Fei could only take a risk. Whether he could succeed or not would depend on his luck. Fortunately, Lin Fei's immortal body was better than any physical body, so he didn't have to worry about any accidents. As for how severe the repercussions of refining the tree of life would be, Lin Fei couldn't be sure. After all, it wasn't mentioned in the book. Lin Fei decided to give it a try. If he could really alleviate the tree of life's condition, that would be for the best. He couldn't just watch the tree of life die in front of him, right? Lin Fei took a pill and swallowed it, restoring his essence, spirit, and vitality to its peak. His entire body was glowing brightly. Whether I live or die depends on this. If I can really refine you and make you a part of my body, I'll probably have the most terrifying potential in history. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Lin Fei had analyzed this method and felt that there was a chance of success. As for what the future would be like, he couldn't be sure. After all, there were no records in the book, and people had only analyzed and researched it. In theory, it was feasible. But as for the specifics, he would only know after refining it. Lin Fei raised 2 fingers and made a cut. Fresh blood splattered on the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life, which was originally dispirited and listless, seemed to have changed. It glowed faintly and absorbed the blood. Lin Fei formed a hand seal with both hands. The hand seal was extremely mysterious. The Tree of Life shrunk continuously in front of the seal. Eventually, it flew into Lin Fei's heart. The first step was done. The moment the Tree of Life entered Lin Fei's body, it took root in the depths of his heart. A large number of roots extended out and took root in his body, as well as in the depths of his flesh and cells. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Lin Fei felt the life energy in his body rushing towards the Tree of Life. It's starting. Lin Fei's expression turned serious. It's exactly as the higher-ups analyzed. Only a powerful body of flesh and blood can satisfy the Tree of Life's needs. I wonder how much life energy the Tree of Life needs to devour. Lin Fei had a long lifespan, and the essence and blood in his body were terrifyingly rich. He wanted to see how much life energy this Tree of Life could absorb from him. While the Tree of Life was absorbing life energy, Lin Fei was refining the Tree of Life as well. One seal after another covered the Tree of Life. At the start, the Tree of Life resisted fiercely. But it couldn't withstand Lin Fei's continuous refinement. If the first time didn't work, he would do it a second time. If the second time didn't work, he would do it a third time. Gradually, Lin Fei's consciousness began to seep into the Tree of Life, as if he had become a part of it. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have arrived in a huge space. In this space, there was a comfortable aura that made one relax. Lin Fei immersed himself in it. He even saw an imposing figure. This figure had split the sky with a single sword strike, and had thousands of incarnations. Lin Fei didn't know who this imposing figure was. But he vaguely saw many stone statues standing beside the imposing figure. Could it be that this stone statue is the one outside? Lin Fei's heart shook. It seemed to be exactly the same. Countless stone statues, filled with killing intent, followed the imposing figure as he fought in all directions. Lin Fei vaguely saw a Tree of Life being destroyed by a single sword strike. All things wept. The Tree of Life was destroyed by an expert? Lin Fei took a deep breath. This is definitely an expert that surpassed the immortal realm. Suddenly, the imposing figure slashed over, and Lin Fei's consciousness shattered. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4256. The scene within the God Tree of Life. Lin Fei was shocked. To think that it was hiding such a secret. Following that sword strike, Lin Fei reopened his eyes. He felt as though he had been hollowed out and was panting heavily. Snapping out of his daze, Lin Fei let out a bitter laugh. What a huge loss. He realized that there was a huge problem with him. At this moment, Lin Fei's face was pale and he had lost quite a bit of weight. His head of black hair had turned white as well. In the blink of an eye, he had turned from a 20-year-old to a 60-year-old. Lin Fei was not surprised to see such a drastic change. That strike was indeed strong. Coupled with the God Tree of Life, theory is theory, but reality is reality. Thankfully, my body is immortal and I have a long lifespan. Otherwise, I would have been sucked dry by the God Tree of Life. Lin Fei stretched out his hands. He could feel that he had aged quite a bit. A mystic art appeared before him like a mirror, allowing him to see what was happening inside clearly. Lin Fei's vitality had indeed been damaged. His vitality had been seriously damaged. At this moment, he looked just like a 50-year-old man. Lin Fei was glad that the God Tree of Life had finally been completely refined. As for that figure, Lin Fei did not think about it. He suppressed it deep in his heart. At this moment, the God Tree of Life had turned into a miniature size and was rooted in his heart. The Tree of Life had originally only had 5 leaves, but after devouring his life energy, it had grown another one, returning it to a total of 6 leaves. Although the Tree of Life looked listless, compared to before, it had undergone a complete transformation. I've managed to stabilize the God Tree of Life for now. There shouldn't be any problems for the time being. Lin Fei had paid a huge price. He felt that it was worth it. He took out many pills from his storage ring and consumed them one after another. Unfortunately, the effects were not good. There were no changes at all. Seems like my vitality has been greatly damaged. Ordinary pills won't work on me. I'll need a long time to recover. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Paying this price is worth it. Completely refining the divine Tree of Life can be considered a fortuitous encounter. It was all thanks to Lin Fei's formidable physical body and the fact that the Tree of Life was still in its infancy that he was able to refine it. If it were any other time, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. He calmed his heart. Lin Fei could feel that the Tree of Life was different in his heart. Wisp after wisp of spiritual chi of heaven and earth were absorbed by the Tree of Life through his fleshly body. After absorbing more, wisps of life energy were fed back to him. Although it was still very weak, Lin Fei could clearly feel it. Looks like in order for my body to recover, I'll have to find a place with a high concentration of worldly spiritual energy. That way, the divine Tree of Life will be able to recover. Then, the life force it feeds back will be able to heal my wounds. Lin Fei pondered for a moment and knew what to do next. He no longer had to worry about not being able to find his way. Lin Fei could also feel that the life force fed back by the Tree of Life was very mysterious. It surpassed all spiritual chi of heaven and earth, as though it had been enhanced. Lin Fei could imagine that after his wounds were healed, with the nourishment of the life force, his strength would recover extremely quickly. However, right now, Lin Fei's strength had also been greatly affected. His essence chi and blood had been sucked away by the Tree of Life. His strength had also been greatly suppressed. It seemed like he was barely at the peak of the post-celestial level. Lin Fei wasn't too worried about his strength being suppressed and being targeted by his enemies. Even if he was at the peak of the post-celestial level, with the techniques he had, even a chi refining expert wouldn't be able to break through his techniques easily, let alone defeat him. Moreover, Lin Fei had that powerful stone statue, which was equivalent to fighting against a chi refining expert. With such a powerful bodyguard, as long as Lin Fei was given some time, his strength would recover in an instant. The moment Lin Fei came out, he saw Duke Mike pacing back and forth anxiously. "Your Excellency, you finally came out." When Duke Mike saw Lin Fei coming out, he was instantly shocked. Because His Excellency had changed too much compared to before. It was as if he was a completely different person. Duke Mike almost couldn't recognize him. Did something happen? Duke Mike didn't know what had happened to Lin Fei. He didn't dare ask or think too much about it. "Our Dark Church has issued a warrant for Your Excellency's arrest. I heard that Light Church is also doing the same. Moreover, they released news saying that you have a top-notch treasure on your body. Anyone who finds a clue about you or captures Your Excellency will receive a top-notch reward from both Dark Church and Light Church." Duke Mike explained the situation in detail. "Does your Dark Church have any powerful treasures? The kind that can be inherited?" Lin Fei asked. Lin Fei wasn't worried about being wanted by Dark Church and Light Church. He had already expected it. It would be strange if there wasn't any movement. Duke Mike was puzzled. "There seems to be. I heard that the headquarters of Dark Church has a blood pond that can make a person's strength advance by leaps and bounds. However, this kind of treatment is only available to the Dark Church's leader. Outsiders simply can't get it." Originally, Lin Fei didn't care about the Dark Church. But in the current situation, although the problem of God Tree of Life was temporarily alleviated, it was only temporary. Lin Fei's body couldn't support it anymore. Therefore, he must let God Tree of Life condense new leaves as soon as possible. From the information he got from God Tree of Life, Only after God Tree of Life condenses 10 leaves can it be considered as completely stable. At that time, it can absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to survive. Now, God Tree of Life was nothing more than borrowing Lin Fei's means. It couldn't be considered as truly stable. It's good that there is. I am very interested in the headquarters of Dark Church. Take me there. Lin Fei said. Naturally, I will also give you a great merit. I can see that you are only a step away from the Grand Duke rank. This time, I will let you reach the sky in a single bound. Not only will you become a Grand Duke, you will also be a new leader of Dark Church. I think you can do it. Duke Mike felt as if he was listening to a heavenly book. Grand Duke, great church leader, no matter which one it was what Duke Mike yearned for even in his dreams. Thank you for promoting me. Without Lord, there wouldn't be me, Duke Mike. Duke Mike knelt on the ground with a thump. Get ready, let's go. Lin Fei also knew that this matter shouldn't be delayed. He was really thinking about the blood pond of Dark Church's headquarters. With his eyesight, that blood pond certainly contained the essence of heaven and earth. For God Tree of Life, it was absolutely a great tonic. As for offending Dark Church, so what? In any case, he would offend them sooner or later. Ha ha ha, Duke Mike, you really have a problem. Bang! A shadow fell in front of Duke Mike. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4257. What fell in front of Duke Mike was a corpse. This was one of his subordinates. He was relatively strong and was in charge of some matters outside. But now, he had become an ice-cold corpse. It's you, Duke Baoluo. Duke Mike's eyes flashed as he stared at the figure walking in. At this time, a tall figure walked in. It was one of the 15 dukes of the Dark Church, Duke Baoluo. An old duke. Behind Duke Baoluo were more than a dozen counts. These counts were following Duke Baoluo's lead. Duke Mike, I didn't expect you to collude with this Chinese kid. We were really wrong about you. If we didn't get the news, we wouldn't believe that the person wanted by our church is actually in your castle. Duke Mike, you have disappointed us. These counts had gloomy complexion, but a hint of joy could be seen on their faces. Duke Mike's rise was too fast. It was so fast that people felt it was inconceivable. Especially the increase in strength, it was like sitting on a rocket. From Viscount to Count, and then to Duke, he had broken through several realms in a row. To these earls, the rise of Duke Mike affected their interests. But they didn't dare to do anything or say anything. The only thing they didn't expect was that the opportunity would come so soon. They received the news that Duke Mike and the Chinese kid wanted by the Dark Church were together. Everyone knew that the Dark Church and the Light Church were searching for this Chinese kid. At this time, Duke Mike was actually together with the Chinese kid. No matter what the relationship between the two was, Duke Baoluo immediately knew that this was the opportunity to make a move. Duke Mike, you have indeed disappointed me. Originally, as the new star of our Dark Church, you were always the hope of our church. But now, you have really disappointed us. Duke Baoluo coldly said. Now that you are the new star of the Dark Church, you capture that Chinese kid and follow us back to the headquarters of the Dark Church to explain the situation. This is your only choice. Duke Mike's expression didn't change too much. He turned to Lin Fei and said, Lord, this is my negligence. I didn't expect someone to come so quickly. I will kill them one by one and will never leak the news. Duke Mike's words made the complexion of Duke Baoluo and the others change. They were guessing the relationship between the two, but they never thought that it would be a master-servant relationship. This was truly beyond their expectations. Duke Mike, you actually recognized a Chinese as your master, you truly lost the face of our Dark Church. Baoluo Park snorted coldly. Then all the more reason for me to take you down. And you, Wuxia kid, you stole the sacred tree. Tell me honestly, where did you hide the sacred tree? If you obediently hand it over, I might be able to plead for you in front of the head sect master and spare your life. Duke Baoluo's gaze also fell on Lin Fei. Baoluo, I know you don't like me, but since you dare to speak to my lord like this, then let me see what you're capable of. What right do you have to say such a thing? Duke Mike snorted coldly and immediately attacked. The demonic flames raged through the air, and the earls' faces turned pale. They were clearly frightened. Duke Mike really made a move. Duke Burrow was startled. Duke Mike, I know that your strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Coincidentally, I also want to know how much of that strength you have. I've wanted to try it for a long time. The two of them instantly collided, and the shockwave spread out to both sides. Capture that Chinese kid for me, don't let him escape from this castle. Otherwise, I'll punish you. Duke Burrow didn't forget to remind these earls. This was one of their goals, to capture this Chinese kid, Lin Fei. Of course, dealing with Duke Mike was also a matter in passing, because the appearance of Duke Mike affected the structure of the Dark Church. With such a good opportunity, Duke Burrow naturally wouldn't miss it. This was also the wish of many dukes. More than a dozen earls were already one of the top forces of the Dark Church, because these earls had the opportunity to break through to the duke level. However, in order to capture Lin Fei this time, they had also spent a lot of capital. Fortunately, they had spies among Duke Mike's subordinates, who knew the news and rushed over in front of everyone. Today would be an opportunity for him. More than a dozen earls also attacked in an instant. However, when their offensive was in the air, a figure blocked in front of them. They only saw a bright light explode in front of them, forcing them to retreat in an instant. Unknowingly, a stone statue stood in front of them, holding a long spear. The spear soared high in the air and defeated their attack. With just one strike, these earls felt tremendous pressure. They looked at the stone statue in shock, unable to accept it for a while. If it was a human, then it would be fine, but it was a stone statue. Its strength was unfathomable, they couldn't see the end of it. Don't kill them, just defeat them. Lin Fei faintly said. The stone statue held the spear, its spear skill was godly, leaving no traces behind. Bang, 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 bang. After more than a dozen muffled groans, those earls felt like they were in a dream, and one after another, they hit the wall of the castle one after another. Each and every one of them was dizzy, and there were bloody spear holes on their bodies. This was left behind by the attack just now. They were full of shock, as if they had walked through the gates of death. They knew that if it hadn't been for Lin Fei, they would have died. This was a Grand Duke, a top powerhouse. Don't kill us. We beg for mercy. Yes, yes, yes. We beg for mercy. Don't kill us. I surrender. The earls all begged for mercy. If they didn't beg, then they would really be waiting for death. They couldn't block a single spear, and if it came again, they would all die. Duke Baoluo, who was fighting with Duke Mike, saw this scene from the corner of his eyes and was shocked. These were experts from the Dark Church. Why were they all surrendering? What was the origin of that stone statue? How could a single spear make these earls surrender? Duke Baoluo, it looks like you aren't very strong. Do you really think you can take my lord down with you? You think too much. Duke Mike laughed. His attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. Even if he was injured, he didn't fear death. He beat Duke Baoluo, leaving wounds all over his body. Madman. Duke Baoluo wanted to retreat. Bookhouse website. Chapter 4258. Even if Duke Baoluo wanted to retreat, it was too late. The stone statue raised its spear and attacked. The spear was like a meteor shower, one spear after another, fast and powerful. 10 spears later, Duke Baoluo was sent flying. Half of his body was nailed to the wall by the stone statue's spear. Cracks appeared on that incomparably hard wall. If Duke Bolo and Duke Mike were to fight one-on-one, they might have a chance of winning. However, they had no chance of winning at all when they encountered the stone statue. They were utterly defeated. Your Excellency, it's better to keep this Duke Bolo alive. He can still be useful sometimes. Duke Mike said. Duke Bolo was seriously injured, but he regained his composure. After all, he had the Dark Church behind him. He wasn't afraid. Mike, Lin Fei, your strength is indeed beyond my imagination. But I have the Dark Church behind me. Right now, the entire Dark Church is after you, Lin Fei. If you dare to touch me, my people outside will immediately spread the news. At that time, both the Dark Church and the Radiant Church will find you. I advise you to let me go. Duke Bolo still had some confidence. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Whether or not I put a bounty on you isn't up to you, it's up to me. It just so happens that I can use you as a guinea pig. After all, you're a duke, and your blood energy is quite vigorous. Duke Bolo immediately realized something was wrong. He was a duke. How could he become a test subject? You dare? Don't come over. Duke Bolo struggled, but he couldn't move. That spear was nailed to his body. Lin Fei arrived in front of Duke Bolo. He killed Duke Bolo with a palm. Duke Bolo immediately felt something was wrong. Stop. Stop. Duke Bolo's entire body aged, and after a while, he stopped breathing. Duke Bolo instantly turned into a puff of green smoke and disappeared. It seems this life god tree isn't as simple as it looks. It can actually steal the quintessence of others and use it to grow. That saves me a lot of trouble. In any case, these dukes are outsiders. Killing them won't be a big deal. The earls, who had been begging for mercy, all sucked in a cold breath. They all prostrated themselves on the ground, terrified. His pale face was pressed against the ground, and he could feel a terrifying chill and the aura of death at every moment. He could not believe that a powerful existence like Duke Bolo had been reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Your subordinates in the castle can clean up now, Lin Fei turned around and said. Milord, this kind of thing will never happen again. Duke Mike lowered his head, wishing he could grab the man who leaked the news and tear him to pieces. Lin Fei didn't say anything more. Originally, I planned to let you make a meritorious service in the Dark Church, but now that Duke Bolo knows about it in advance, other people in the headquarters of the Dark Church might have more or less received the news. Then, we will directly attack the root of the problem. Lin Fei could clearly feel the changes in the Tree of Life as it absorbed Duke Bolo's vital energy. It had grown a little, and a leaf had even appeared. Although it was very illusory, with an outline, it was only a matter of time before it became substantial. Lin Fei was overjoyed. He didn't intend to waste any more time, he would directly attack the root of the problem. Before going to the Dark Church, Lin Fei still had one thing he didn't forget to do, and that was to control these more than a dozen earls. Naturally, the command was also given to Duke Mike. If he wanted to make Duke Mike succeed in one go, he naturally needed a part of his strength. And these more than a dozen earls were only a step away from becoming a duke. They belonged to the middle level of the Dark Church. The headquarters of the Dark Church was located in a mountain. This mountain didn't belong to the country, but to private individuals. Although Duke Bolo already knew the news, Duke Mike was very careful when he came, he was well prepared. But those people outside didn't seem to know. Duke Mike didn't make a move and just swaggered to the headquarters of the Dark Church. In a small town inside the mountain. The town wasn't small. All the people living here were vampires. Duke Mike had a serious expression on his face. Wherever he went, the vampires would lower their heads. Your Excellency, the Archbishop is in the castle in front. I heard that this castle is very extraordinary. It has been passed down for a long time. Experts of the Light Church once broke into the castle, but they suffered a big loss. Duke Mike introduced in a low voice while walking. Lin Fei saw the castle. It was like a crane in a flock of chickens in this small town. It was hard not to notice it. Lin Fei's eyes slightly shone. This is really an amazing thing. For the Dark Church to be able to survive until now, they really have their own way of doing things. Lin Fei indeed saw that there was a problem with the castle. Moreover, the problem wasn't small. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see it. Duke Mike, you came at the right time. Did you receive any news? Just as they arrived in front of the castle, a few people came out. And one of them saw Duke Mike and took the initiative to greet him. This was also a duke who was stationed in the headquarters of the Dark Church. I have an important matter to report to the great church leader. I don't know if the great church leader is here. Duke Mike said. Hearing that there was an important matter, the duke didn't doubt it and immediately said, the great church leader is listening to the report, I will take you there now. From beginning to end, he didn't look at Lin Fei, because at this time, Lin Fei was using a spell on his body. Naturally, an ordinary duke wouldn't be able to see through him. Entering the castle, there was an oppressive aura. Duke Mike's expression became a lot more dignified. The castle was very big, especially the hall. It was at least several thousand square meters. The pillars were towering, carrying an ancient aura. The great church leader Saga had his hands behind his back, listening to the report of his subordinate. In front of sect leader Saga was a wall with a magnificent ancient painting on it. Mike, do you still remember the meaning of this painting? Saga didn't turn his head. Duke Mike said, this painting is the origin of our Dark Church. It is the whole process of our Dark Church from scratch. Our goal is to carry forward the Dark Church, to stand tall in the Western world and become a unique existence. Sorta turned around. Do you know what you're doing now? Chapter 42:59. Sojia turned around and looked at Lin Fei, then said very casually. He didn't have any powerful aura coming from his body, just like an ordinary person. Naturally, if anyone treated Sojia as an ordinary person, then they would be gravely mistaken. This was the great Pope of Dark Church. He had always been the target of Light Church, but they never managed to kill him, instead he lived until now. It should be Duke Baoluo who told you the news. Lin Fei said. When he came, Lin Fei already knew. That Duke Baoluo definitely left some people outside to keep an eye on Lin Fei and Mike. As long as they left the castle, the news would immediately be delivered. Since you know that I'm Lin Fei, I'll get straight to the point. I'm very interested in the inheritance blood pond of your Dark Church. I wonder if you can let me take a look. This is good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. Lin Fei said with a smile. Sojia always wanted to know what the person who snatched the god tree looked like, but when he saw Lin Fei's appearance, he couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. It was just that the other party was ridiculously young. Although the other party looked ordinary and didn't seem to have a strong aura, Sojia could feel a dangerous aura coming from him. This dangerous aura was different from ordinary dangerous auras, because this dangerous aura was enough to kill someone. Only such a person could snatch the god tree from the hands of Light Church and Dark Church, and make those old antiques shut their mouth as if nothing had happened. Fortunately, Lin Fei finally came and walked right into the trap. What Sojia wanted to do now was to catch a turtle in a jar. So you also know about the inheritance blood pond of our Dark Church. This should be what Duke Mike told you. Sojia continued, I have been guessing how Mike's strength increased so fast, so it turned out that you were helping him from behind. In consideration of your contribution, as long as you join our Dark Church and hand over the cultivation method, as well as the God Tree of Life, I can treat the previous matter as if nothing had happened. Lin Fei sighed softly, it seems this matter can't be discussed. Do you think I will hand over the God Tree of Life after taking it? You're overthinking it. Sojia said with a look of regret, it's a pity, you're quite a talent. Since you didn't listen to advice, I'll have to do it myself. Lin Fei said with a smile. I have long heard that Dark Church is different from the masses, and I always wanted to see it for myself. Then take out the heritage of your Dark Church, let me see how terrifying it is, maybe I will change my mind. This sect leader sorta was the calmest person Lin Fei had ever seen. He was completely different from the others. Clearly, the other party thought that he had Lin Fei in his grasp. Therefore, Lin Fei also wanted to experience how terrifying Dark Church was. Sogia said, as you wish. A loud bang resounded. A tremendous pressure poured down from the heavens and earth, as if the sky was collapsing. Duke Mike was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Bloody wounds appeared on his body as he knelt on the ground with a plop, causing cracks to appear on the ground. This is the gift of our Dark Church, gravitational field. Lin Fei said with a faint smile. His whole body was as motionless as a mountain, not even his body moved a bit. The location of your Dark Church is really good. You chose a place with origin magnetic God Mountain. In this origin magnetic God Mountain, anyone will be restricted. Even if the people of Light Church come, it will be the same. Am I right? Lin Fei took a step forward and arrived at the side of Duke Mike. Then he casually waved his left hand and a force swept out. Duke Mike heaved a sigh of relief, the magnetic field disappeared without a trace. He gasped for breath. Sojia's calm face finally revealed a trace of emotion. I didn't expect that you, a Chinese, would actually know about Origin Magnetic God Mountain. Not simple. It's just an Origin Magnetic God Mountain. It's quite effective against outsiders, but for me, this pressure is nothing. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose. Moreover, you didn't display the true power of this Origin Magnetic God Mountain, it's a pity. But since I'm here, I like this Origin Magnetic God Mountain very much, I want it. Sojia knew how powerful Origin Magnetic God Mountain was. This castle was covered with a magnetic field, anyone who broke in wouldn't be able to withstand it. He really didn't believe that Lin Fei could withstand it. He controlled the Origin Magnetic God Mountain to keep crushing down. Swish! Lin Fei didn't seem to be affected at all. He had a smile on his face, which was full of disdain. You are indeed more powerful than I imagined. Even the Light Church suffered a big loss from this Origin Magnetic God Mountain, but it has no effect in front of you. You are worthy of our Dark Church using our ultimate means. Swish! Swish! 6 black-armored people rushed out. No one knew where these 6 black-armored people came from. All they saw was that these 6 black-armored people were holding long spears in their hands. They were holding spears in their hands and this attack was like a thunderbolt. The power of each attack seemed to be enhanced, and coupled with the Origin Magnetic God Mountain, it had the momentum to topple mountains and overturn seas. Lord, be careful, this is the Dark Church's Dark God armor. I heard that it was refined using a secret method, making it impervious to swords and spears. It has been passed down for hundreds of years. The faces of the 6 Dark God armors couldn't be seen. Their whole body was covered with strange runes. The 6 Dark God armors were connected. Each attack was a joint attack skill. Lin Fei pushed his hand and Duke Mike was sent flying. The moment Duke Mike was sent flying, the 6 Dark God armors attacked, bursting out with resplendent spear light. It turned out that the 6 Dark God armors displayed a terrifying technique in an instant. They wanted to catch Lin Fei unprepared. The resplendent spear light was as bright as day. It was so bright that people couldn't face it. Sojia was most satisfied with these 6 Dark God armors. They were one of the trump cards of the Dark Church. With the combination of the Origin Magnetic God Mountain and the Dark God armor, even Sojia would find it difficult to resist. In the headquarters of the Dark Church, Sojia rarely took action, unless these people could break through the checkpoints. Regarding Lin Fei in front of him, Sojia was more interested in capturing Lin Fei and digging out all the secrets on his body. For example, how to promote Mike from Viscount to Duke, this was the most crucial point. If he could obtain that God Tree of Life, the strength of the Dark Church would greatly increase. Perhaps in a year or two, they would be able to thoroughly suppress the Light Church. Sogia was very much looking forward to the Dark God armor taking down Lin Fei. Even if Lin Fei could block this move, the follow-up moves of the Dark God armor were innumerable. Just like the old saying of China, one can hide for the first time, but one can't hide forever. Lin Fei would lose without a doubt. Your Dark Church's background is really deep, you can even refine puppets. Not bad, although they haven't reached God rank, they are still peak God rank existences. It just so happens that I still lack a few servants, these few will do. Chapter 4260. Sojia's pupils fiercely shrunk. He saw the most incredible scene in history. After the 6 Dark God armors burst out with a dazzling attack, their spears pierced forward and then stopped moving, maintaining the same action. If it was a Dark God armor acting like this, it might not be a big deal. But if the 6 Dark God armors were doing the same action, then the situation was clearly very bad. Sogia tried to command, but found that he was unable to control these Dark God armors, as if the connection was broken. But he clearly still felt it, making him confused for a moment. What did you do to them? Why don't you listen to my orders? Lin Fei faintly smiled and said, nothing much, I just feel that these puppets are not perfect, so I plan to bring them home and modify them. Not perfect? Modify? This was the most arrogant thing Sogia had ever heard. This was the Dark God armor that had been passed down from generation to generation of Dark Church. When did it become his turn to point fingers? Go, let this great church leader experience the fierceness of your Dark God armor. Lin Fei pointed at Sogia. That great church leader Sogia let out a muffled groan. He discovered that the connection was broken and he had completely lost control. What made him even more shocked was that the 6 Dark God armors turned around and fiercely attacked. Countless spear shadows shrouded him. Sogia secretly cursed and didn't dare to resist. He transformed into a blood shadow and dodged. The scene before him made Sogia somewhat unbelievable. He was actually besieged by the things of Dark Church. How does it feel to be besieged by Dark God armor? It should be pretty good. Lin Fei said, your Dark Church dares to put me on the wanted list, so you have to pay some price. These puppets can be considered as the first compensation. Lin Fei walked over with a smile. Sogia kept retreating. It was very strenuous to deal with these Dark God armors. This was something Sogia had never expected. It could be said that he was caught off guard. Dark imprisonment. Sogia took advantage of this opportunity and used another secret technique of Dark Church with both hands. The Dark God armor that was attacking fiercely was immediately imprisoned in place, maintaining its original movement. At this time, Sojia's body was also covered with dark runes, which were full of dark aura. The current Sogia was completely different from before. Sir, sect leader Sorda summoned the God of Darkness. Duke Mike shouted in the distance. Soga had indeed summoned the God of Darkness, the most powerful existence of the Dark Church. An imposing aura spread out from Sect Master Soda's body. Those who offend the Dark Church will be killed without mercy. Sogar's voice also changed, without a trace of emotion, high and mighty. He stretched out his left hand and raised it towards Duke Mike. There was a loud rumbling sound. Duke Mike was instantly hit hard. A dark force shot up from the ground and sent Duke Mike flying. Now it's your turn. Sect Master Sorda stretched out his hand and grabbed. Using the darkness as a blade, he slashed down. This is interesting. Light Church has Archangel and Dark Church has Dark God. They are really evenly matched. Lin Fei formed a seal with both hands. Ripples spread out from his body like flowing water, blocking in front of him. The next second, the black light that came from all directions engulfed Lin Fei. After summoning the God of Darkness, Soga's strength had reached its peak. This one move contained over 100 attacks. The power was extremely penetrative. Ordinary experts would die in a single move. Lin Fei could see that the power Soga used was naturally from the god of darkness. It can be said that this was not Soga's move, but rather the god of darkness. Soga's blade technique was very sharp. One blade often contained more than a dozen attacks. It was very tricky and strange, difficult to resist. Lin Fei's body was like flowing water, easily blocking Soga's attack. You are the god of darkness. Old things like you, shouldn't you have perished long ago? Or do you have your own country? Lin Fei asked with a smile. Insignificant ant, this is not something you should know. Sojia's saber technique changed again, and he held his saber in both hands. A set of saber techniques in his left hand and another set in his right hand. When the two sets of saber techniques were combined, they actually became a combined saber technique. His strength had increased by more than 3 times. Don't be so unhappy, I was just asking. Maybe one day I will go to your god's country as a guest. For example, the Archangel of the Church of Light. I had a good chat with them. When the Archangel was happy, he gave me a lot of gifts. You, the god of darkness, should be more polite than them. Don't be so aggressive. Lin Fei stepped forward with a bright smile on his face. Shut up, I am the god of darkness. That Archangel is not qualified to stand side by side with us. Soga's dual blade technique was very powerful. If one was not careful, they would be beheaded. Lin Fei also knew that he had met a powerful opponent. This god of darkness was a lot stronger than the Archangel. More importantly, he was an expert with the blade. Don't look at Soga's blade technique. After the joint attack, its power skyrocketed. But in Lin Fei's eyes, there were still many flaws. I think you should talk more. Don't keep a straight face. You should at least let me know that you are the god of darkness. For a worthless person to think that I met Soga, that would be too shameful. Lin Fei said. Grasping with one hand, a long sword appeared in his hand. Moving forward to block, he accurately blocked the joint attack point of the dual blades. See, my eyesight is very good. I immediately grasped your flaws. Speaking of your dual blade technique, the power is not bad, but there are too many flaws. Don't tell me you don't plan to study it. Fortunately, you met someone like me. If you met an Archangel of the Church of Light, I think they would be very happy to study it. Maybe the next time you meet, you can have a good exchange. Soga's blade technique clearly showed a trace of stagnation. He retracted his blade technique, and the dual blades came again. But this time, Lin Fei stabbed out with his sword, again at the joint attack point. Don't look down on the awe-inspiring dual blades. They also had many flaws. As long as he hit the joint attack point, he could dissolve the power of the dual blades. Soga clearly realized that this young man was quite skilled. He could actually see through his blade technique. Even an Archangel of the Church of Light couldn't see through his technique. Who are you? If you know this, then I should make you stay. Soga's dual blades no longer attacked together. His speed suddenly increased by 50%. You can't do this. Didn't I just say a few words to you? Is there a need to do this? Lin Fei smiled and slashed out with his sword. This slash made Soga look very ugly. Bookhouse website. Chapter 4261. Sogia used his saber to block. A force like a mountain torrent erupted from the sword, crushing down layer by layer. Sogia was shaken 18 times in a row. Every time, the force would reach his body, causing cracks to appear. Only after 18 consecutive shakes did it stop. Sojia's hands were trembling as blood flowed down his arms. He could no longer hold on to the twin sabers. You're definitely not an ordinary person. You're definitely not from the Kunlun mystic realm. Who are you exactly? Sojia's expression turned solemn. Sojia had the dark god as a special existence. Once the twin sabers appeared, he would be invincible. Even the archangel of the Radiance Church was nothing to the dark god. However, he had never met such a troublesome opponent before. Although he appeared calm, his strength was frighteningly ferocious. Sojia could see that the opponent's strength was unfathomable. If it was somewhere else, he might be able to erupt with his full strength. However, Sojia's body couldn't withstand it at all. Moreover, he could only descend through the air and couldn't do anything to the opponent. Why are you asking me? I'm just here to collect a debt. No, I'm only here to borrow your inheritance blood pool. Let me ask you, are you going to hand it over or not? Lin Fei stepped forward and slashed with the sword in his hand. Another slash. Sojia blocked with his twin spears. Yet another force exploded on the blade. One of the long sabers was sent flying, and the remaining one almost couldn't be held. Are you going to hand it over or not? Yet another slash. Sojia's remaining saber was also sent flying. Don't go too far. I'm the Dark God. Even if it's just a projection, it's not something you can contend against. A terrifying might erupted from Soga's body as a gigantic phantom appeared. It was the Darkness God. His 5 fingers opened up and shot out a beam of divine light that was incomparably resplendent and connected into one. You're finally angry. Seems like you're still unwilling to hand over the inheritance blood pool. Then, I won't be polite. Lin Fei laughed heartily. His entire body swelled up, and he became like a small giant. His 5 fingers were like mountains, and he reached out to grab the moon from the water. The 7-colored divine light attack was instantly broken. The shadow of the god of darkness instantly sensed that something was amiss. His entire body trembled as he found himself falling into the 5-finger mountain. That's not right. How can this place accommodate your strength? The god of darkness once again launched an attack, attempting to blast open the 5 fingers mountain. However, this 5-finger mountain was like a boulder, not moving at all. When all the attacks landed on the 5-finger mountain, there was no reaction at all. It was as if the force had struck into cotton, causing one to feel helpless. Rumble. The 5 fingers mountain closed, and the void collapsed. The god of darkness screamed again and again. His illusory figure started to become blurry, unable to withstand the impact of the collapse of the void. Stop. Stop. Let's talk this out. The darkness god was anxious. This was a part of his true body, a projection of his true body. If he lost this will, his injuries would not be light. It would take a long time for him to recover. Now you know to beg for mercy. It's too late. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You can't blame anyone for this. The 5 fingers mountain closed, and with a loud bang, the god of darkness did not even have time to speak. His entire figure instantly collapsed, turning into a pure stream. As expected, your energy is purer than that of a great 12-winged angel. I was just worrying about where to find another great 12-winged angel. Having you, the god of darkness, is enough. You have made a great contribution. Lin Fei smiled as the pure energy entered Duke Mike's body. Duke Mike's entire body seemed to be on fire, and his original bottleneck was instantly broken. This was not the first time Duke Mike experienced this method of leveling up. He immediately sat cross-legged and quickly refined the energy in his body. Lin Fei slapped his palm through the air and helped Duke Mike completely refine this power. Duke Mike broke through and reached the Grand Duke level. He continued to rise until he reached the peak of Grand Duke in one go. Only then did he stop. Live or die, you choose. Lin Fei looked at Soga, who was not far away. Soga was currently extremely weak, and his mind was blank. The Dark Church's most powerful god of darkness was actually eliminated by the other side. Not only that, the will of the god of darkness was also refined. Duke Mike had a great breakthrough and reached the peak of Grand Duke level. The pressure on his body was like a mountain, a bit stronger than him. Saga finally knew why Duke Mike's strength increased so quickly. It turned out to be this method. No wonder Duke Mike reached the sky in a single bound. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Even their dark church did not dare to do this because it was too dangerous. No one could grasp it well. Young Master Lin, spare my life. I am willing to hand over the inheritance blood pond and hand over the position of Dark Church's great church master to Grand Duke Mike. Saga knelt on the ground with a plop. He did not dare to look straight ahead and could only look at the ground. Lin Fei said with a smile, "You are quite tactful. You know that without the God of Darkness, you are nothing. Now, even if I don't make a move, just Grand Duke Mike can kill you in one breath. If you had known earlier, why did you do that? Just obediently hand over the inheritance blood pond." Saga vomited a mouthful of blood. "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have wasted so much time. But I didn't know." Saga cried bitterly in his heart. The most powerful dark god of Dark Church was so vulnerable. This scene was really beyond Saga's expectation. If it was another time and another place, it would be fine. But if he didn't make such a choice now, could it be that he was just waiting for death? "Take me to the inheritance blood pond," Lin Fei said. "As for you, Mike, your task is simple. Control the Dark Church, kill anyone who disobeys." Grand Duke Mike knelt on one knee, "As you command." Saga, with a complex mood, brought Lin Fei to the depths of the castle. In the depths of the castle, there was a blood pond emitting an ancient aura. The blood was constantly rolling, emitting a pure and holy aura. This was completely different from the evil he imagined. The inheritance of Dark Church is really a good thing. Lin Fei smiled. Even the God Tree of Life in his heart revealed a trace of happiness. Lin Fei knew that he had guessed correctly. The inheritance blood pond was indeed not ordinary. It was refined using a special heaven and earth treasure. Generation after generation, the effect was inconceivable. For Lin Fei, it was nothing, but for the God Tree of Life, it was a great supplement. Lin Fei smiled and jumped into the inheritance blood pond. His whole body submerged inside. Saga stood at the entrance and obediently stood there. Because behind him, there was a stone statue holding a spear, shrouding him in a deathly crisis. This is fate. Saga was helpless. Chapter 42-62. Grand Duke Mike's movements were very fast. Although he hadn't been in the upper echelon of the Dark Church for a long time, because he had Lin Fei as his backer, he was able to understand the situation in a very short time. He could rope them in at any time and suppress them at any time. He also had a lot of evidence in his hands. As long as they were obedient, everything would be fine. If they didn't obey, then don't blame Mike for being ruthless. In a short hour, Grand Duke Mike summoned all the dukes one by one in the name of the Great Pope. Saga was the Great Pope of the Dark Church, so no one dared to disobey his orders. When these dukes arrived, they discovered that the situation was not right. But before they could leave, they were suppressed by Grand Duke Mike. 7 of the 13 dukes surrendered and 6 were killed. Grand Duke Mike didn't show any mercy and quickly controlled the Dark Church with iron and blood methods. The whole operation was very secretive, basically no outsider knew about it. The 7 surrendered dukes were also temporarily left in the castle of the Dark Church. Without Mike's permission, no one could leave the castle. The air was filled with a trace of blood, but for Grand Duke Mike, he had reached the glory of his life. He became a Grand Duke as he wished and sat on the position of the Great Pope. Looking at those shivering dukes below, he felt very good. I must perform well. Maybe in the future, I can become a stronger existence. In the inheritance blood pool. Saga's complexion was constantly changing. The blood in the blood pool in front of him was constantly evaporating. Saga could see that the blood in the inheritance blood pool was absorbed by that Chinese Lin Fei. He couldn't imagine how vigorous this person's body was to be able to contain so much. The blood in the inheritance blood pool was called dark god blood by the upper echelons. Anyone who absorbed dark god blood could use it to attack the next realm, and the breakthrough rate was very high. Although it was said like this, there were very few people who could really break through. But for the Dukes of the Dark Church, this was still an opportunity to break through. It's over, the inheritance blood pool is completely gone. Saga sat paralyzed on the ground. His whole body suffered a heavy blow and was unable to accept it for a while. Even the projection of the God of Darkness was unable to defeat the Chinese Lin Fei. Who else could stop him? Saga realized that the current Dark Church had completely changed. With Grand Duke Mike's peak strength, whoever was disobedient would be suppressed, and whoever was disobedient would be exterminated. Controlling the Dark Church was as easy as taking something out of one's pocket. Saga was powerless to say anything. The God of Darkness blood in the legacy blood pool was finally completely absorbed by Lin Fei, leaving only an empty pool bottom. A figure jumped out and stood beside the pool of inheritance. At this time, Lin Fei's white hair quickly returned to black. More than half of his original age had recovered, and he no longer looked as frightening as before. Now, he looked like he was barely 30 years old. Lin Fei's face was full of smiles. The harvest from this trip was quite good. At the very least, he had recovered from some of his injuries. More importantly, the problem with the life god tree had finally been resolved. With the help of the darkness god blood in the blood pool, he had condensed several dozen leaves in one go. At this time, the life god tree looked lush and verdant, completely different from before. What made Lin Fei even more surprised was that the life god tree began to give him a trace of life god water. With the life god water circulating in his body, he recovered a trace of his injuries, and this kind of efficiency was something he didn't have before. Lin Fei finally saw hope. It was no longer a distant dream. There was hope for his immortal body to recover. Lin Fei really had to thank the Dark Church for the inheritance blood pool. Oh, by the way, does the Light Church have similar treasures? Lin Fei asked Saga. Saga lowered his head. He could feel a terrifying aura coming from the other party. This person was a great demon king, a truly terrifying existence. Hearing about the Light Church, Saga couldn't help but feel happy. Their Dark Church had suffered heavy losses, so there was no reason for the Light Church to not share the losses. He nodded decisively. Yes, the Dark Church has the inheritance blood pool, and the Light Church seems to have the reincarnation pool. It's very unusual, even more so than the inheritance blood pool of our Dark Church. Our Dark Church has detailed information about the reincarnation pool. I will bring it to Sir now. Lin Fei was too lazy to point out Saga's little scheme. You can go and call Grand Duke Mike. Saga obediently went out. Only after he left did he heave a sigh of relief. The pressure he felt from Lin Fei was simply too strong. It was so strong that even his voice was trembling and filled with unease. It was as if he could be punched to death at any moment if he said something wrong. Grand Duke Mike was feeling very proud of himself. Saga, who used to be aloof and remote, was speaking to him in a low voice. This feeling was really good. Sir, I heard you were looking for me. What's the matter? I will immediately go. When Grand Duke Mike saw Lin Fei, he immediately acted like a dog. Saga cursed in his heart, but he didn't know why he began to envy Grand Duke Mike. From the time when Viscount Mike's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, it had only been a few months, no, it was less than 2 months, but he had undergone earth-shaking changes. In the past, Saga had used no less than 30 years to reach this position. No, it was 30 years. Moreover, he was favored and promoted by the upper echelons of the Dark Church, and a lot of resources were allocated to him to reach this position. But compared to Grand Duke Mike, Saga felt that he was too miserable. He was a complete loser. He wanted to cry. Having a golden thigh was really different. How does it feel to be a great sect leader? Lin Fei asked with a smile. Grand Duke Mike cautiously said, I am Sir's person, I only manage the dark church for Sir. I can't be a great sect leader, I also don't have the qualifications. You don't need to be so careful. You are my person, and I promoted you to a Grand Duke level expert. Managing the dark church is your duty. From now on, you will be the great sect leader of the dark church, and Sojia will be the vice sect leader, responsible for the daily affairs. Lin Fei said. Sojia had already prepared himself. In any case, he couldn't resist, so he could only obediently accept his fate. But he didn't expect that he would actually be able to get the position of vice sect leader. He immediately knelt down. Many thanks to Sir for sparing my life. From now on, I am Sir's person. If Sir tells me to go east, I absolutely won't dare to go west. Sojia was also a knowledgeable person, so he knew how to choose. You are a smart person, I don't know if you can still summon the Dark God. I am very interested in this guy, so I plan to have a good chat with him. Chapter 4263. After eliminating the Dark God once, it would be easy to eliminate the other party a second time, but whether or not the other party would come down was a problem. Lin Fei was mostly joking. Soga also told the truth. He could only summon the Dark God once a month. Every time he summoned, he would have to pay a lot of price. Lin Fei stayed in the headquarters of the Dark Church, reading all kinds of books left behind by the Dark Church. Of course, these books were far from the books in the other world. They were nothing more than things recorded hundreds or even thousands of years ago. After reading them, Lin Fei opened his eyes. It turned out that the earth was once so lively. You wouldn't know if you didn't read it, but after reading it, you would discover how interesting it was. It turns out that there are so many hidden small spaces on the earth. Compared to Kunlun's secret realm, these small spaces, no, it should be small worlds, are even more special and of a higher level. Lin Fei put down the information in his hand. When he had free time, he would go and take a look. But for now, he had to go to the Light Church first. In one breath, he solved the problem of the God Tree of Life and condensed dozens of leaves. His progress was very fast. But for Lin Fei, this was not enough. After seeing the reincarnation pool of the Light Church, Lin Fei decided to go to the Light Church in the Vatican to see the reincarnation pool. Lin Fei came quickly and left quickly. The Dark Church had undergone a great change. The high-ranking dukes had a great purge. Lin Fei didn't use any magical means. After all, it was too conspicuous. He still used the most ordinary way to travel. Take a plane. Take a plane all the way to the Vatican. The Vatican was a very small country, but it had a special significance. In the Vatican, the Light Church had countless believers. When Lin Fei got off the plane, he knew that he was being watched. After all, he was now wanted by both the Dark Church and the Light Church. If the Light Church didn't even have this ability, then it would be a failure. This was the effect Lin Fei wanted. It would be troublesome for him to go to the Light Church. It would be better to let them take the initiative to come to him. After leaving the airport, it wasn't far. Two believers of the Light Church approached him. There was a gun in each hand, pointed at Lin Fei's body. If you don't want to die, then come with us, because your little life is in our hands. These two followers of the Radiant Church were very excited. Inadvertently, they found an enemy wanted by the church. Moreover, the bounty on this enemy was extremely high. This was like ascending to the heavens in a single step. Just like that, Lin Fei was pushed into an ordinary car by two followers of the Church of Light, heading straight to the Church of Light. The Church of Light was built on top of a huge mountain, overlooking the entire Vatican, giving it a unique sense of déjà vu. When the car reached the top of the mountain, a strong aura of light enveloped the entire mountain. That pure and holy aura seemed to want to purify everything in the world. Lin Fei could tell at a glance that this holy aura had the effect of brainwashing. The longer one lived here, the more their mind would change. Slowly, they would become the most loyal believer of the Church of Light. At the top of the mountain, Lin Fei saw a magnificent statue. This statue was looking far away, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His body was emitting a powerful aura that could suppress all directions, mighty and boundless. "Two gentlemen, which statue of the Church of Light is this?" Lin Fei asked. Both of their eyes were filled with worship, and one of them respectfully said, "This statue is of the first-generation Pope of our Church of Light." "Don't you have any eyesight? No wonder you dare to offend our Church of Light. The strength of our first-generation Pope is something you can't understand." Lin Fei suddenly saw the light. It turned out to be the first-generation Pope, then it was no wonder. Lin Fei also finally knew why the Church of Light had been suppressing the Dark Church. The foundation of the Church of Light was much thicker than that of the Dark Church. For the Dark Church to be able to persist until now, it was already not easy. The car finally stopped at an empty parking lot. There were already several people standing at the edge of the parking lot. Lin Fei pushed the car down. The complexion of those people shone as they sized him up from head to toe, seemingly confirming his identity. "Ha ha 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 ha, heaven is really helping me, you are really Lin Fei. I didn't expect that you would actually come to our Vatican City's Church of Light." One of them laughed loudly. "Like I said, this person's brain is definitely not working, he really thinks that the most dangerous place is the safest place, giving us a merit in vain." These people were already very sure that this person was the wanted person of the Church of Light, Lin Fei, but they didn't expect that he would be caught so easily. This person was outrageously ordinary, which made them somewhat surprised. Such a person was wanted by the Church of Light and Dark Church, and he didn't seem to be very powerful. "Let me ask you one thing, what is your position in the Church of Light?" Lin Fei suddenly looked at one of them. This person was standing in the center, and behind him, there were people crowding around him on both sides. He seemed to have a very strong background. "Your eyesight is pretty good, my position in the church is not low, if you obediently obey, maybe the church leader will spare your life." Lin Fei was satisfied. "Having status is the best, it just so happens that I still lack a guide in your Church of Light." "Lack a guide? What the hell?" This person's complexion changed, he didn't understand these words. "You are obviously in the hands of the Church of Light, when did you have the qualifications to tour the Church of Light?" "Xiao xiao xiao xiao." One after another, sword chi instantly flew out from the glabella of these people. Bang bang bang. One by one, the subordinates he brought fell to the ground. A palm stretched out and slapped down, and the layer of holy light on this person's body shattered, and his whole body smashed on the ground, creating countless cracks. Now you should understand what I mean. With just one palm, this person didn't know how many bones in his body were broken, and his strength was directly destroyed, he basically couldn't use it. At this moment, he was just like an ordinary person. I understand, I am willing to be your guide, don't kill me." Lin Fei's palm told this person that if he didn't obey, he would turn into ashes. "You made the right choice, I naturally won't kill you, but the main thing is, if you want to die, I don't mind giving you another palm. I just don't know how your body is compared to a rock. I feel that you should be much weaker," Lin Fei said with a smile. This person was completely panicking. If he was already like this with one palm, if another palm came, he would still be alive. "I heard that your Church of Light has a reincarnation pool, I am very interested in it, bring me to take a look." No, the reincarnation pool is our church's forbidden area, I can't go at all." Lin Fei slowly raised his hand, "Then I will just kill you with one palm." Chapter 42-64. Bo Dong had never been so embarrassed before. He was actually being held hostage by a person. Moreover, this person was younger than him. But in front of the opposite party, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. If he could, Bo Dong really wanted to resist. But he couldn't resist and could only endure in silence. Ordinary people weren't allowed to go to the reincarnation pool. They weren't even qualified to go there. It just so happened that Bo Dong had this qualification. Thinking about the reincarnation pool's experts, Bo Dong couldn't help but sigh in relief. As long as he brought this person to the reincarnation pool, then no matter how powerful this kid was, he would still suffer a big loss. He would also be able to make a contribution. A person who was wanted by the Dark Church was certainly not simple. Moreover, this person was also related to the Dark Church. This person was equivalent to a walking treasure. No matter who got him, they would be able to get a generous reward. The interior of the Light Church was very complicated. It would be very easy to get lost without anyone. Lin Fei walked unhurriedly, but he had already seen the layout of the Light Church. He couldn't help but admire the ability of the Light Church. Unknowingly, they had arranged a special formation inside the Light Church. If one wasn't an insider, then they would be caught before they could even walk far. Don't go too far. You want me to hand over the position of the branch? You don't have the qualifications. He didn't know how long he had walked. The surroundings became quiet. At this time, a voice suddenly appeared. If it was just a voice, then it would have been fine. Lin Fei's brows furrowed slightly. He could tell who this voice belonged to. It was the Saintess, Irina. Lin Fei remembered that Irina was in charge of the branch of the Light Church. Why did she suddenly come to the headquarters of the Light Church? Listening to the other party's words, it seemed that the situation wasn't good. Lin Fei had a deep impression of this Saintess-in-waiting Irina who was good at scheming. Noticing the change in Lin Fei, Bo Dong volunteered, "This seems to be the voice of the Saintess, Irina. Young Master Lin, you should know that Saintesses are as common as clouds in the Light Church. The competition between them is very fierce. I reckon that it is caused by something. In our Light Church, everyone is already accustomed to it." Bo Dong was also thinking about his own life. If he didn't say it, the other party would slap him in the face. Who would he look for then? Anyway, it's still early. Take me to have a look, and I can get to know the Saintess of the Church of Light, Lin Fei said with a smile. I heard that the Saintess of the Church of Light is the best in the world. Bo Dong nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 they are indeed the best in the world. To be able to become a Saintess, whether it is in terms of beauty or figure, they are all top-notch. The most amazing thing about them is their talent, which is out of the ordinary. In the time it took to say a few words, they had made a few turns. Lin Fei saw a scene of a battle. It turned out that there was a small garden in front of them, and there were 5 women surrounding a woman. Of course, the one being surrounded was Irina. She was flustered, and due to a moment of carelessness, she was sent flying by a beam of holy light. She landed heavily in the pool, and her entire body was drenched. Irina, that was just a small lesson. If you don't listen to us, then we don't mind ripping off your clothes and letting those believers have a good look. You Irina. The one who spoke was a blonde woman with a proud face. The 4 women behind her were obviously attached to her, and they looked like they were following her lead. Alice, how dare you? Irina wiped the water droplets off her face, turned over, and landed on a nearby stone, glaring at them. The blonde woman called Alice said disdainfully, "You know what kind of temper I have. I usually do this kind of thing. You're a saintess, and I'm also a saintess. We're about the same. Besides, do you think people will believe what you say when the time comes? You don't have the qualifications to speak, because you don't have the qualifications." Irina regretted coming to the Church of Light's headquarters. She didn't expect that a simple report would turn out to be a trap. And the one who was tricked was Alice. She was also a saintess candidate. Recently, Irina had been in the limelight, which naturally angered the saintess candidate of the Church of Light. Alice was ranked third among the saintess candidates, and she had the support of a high-ranking person. Perhaps this time, it was the intention of that high-ranking person. Alice, if you dare to touch me, the person behind me will definitely make you regret it. If Alice really dared to make a move, she would immediately escape from this place. As long as she could escape from the Radiant Church, then with the strength of her lord, he would directly destroy Alice and let her know what regret was. But Irina didn't dare to say anything. Alice didn't understand the meaning behind Irina's words. She thought that Irina was referring to the high-ranking person behind her, so she disdainfully said, "Irina, you really are stupid. Let me tell you a piece of news, the high-ranking person behind you will soon be kicked out. From then on, he will no longer be a high-ranking person, and you will also lose your so-called high-ranking person. Aren't you very surprised? There are only a few people who know about this, and I happen to be one of them. Tell me, what qualifications do you have to challenge me?" Naturally, Irina's meaning was that the big backer was Lin Fei. She didn't expect Alice to misunderstand, but these words really made Irina's heart shake. Unexpectedly, she also had a day where she would be abandoned. At the same time, she secretly rejoiced in her heart. Fortunately, she had left the Church of Light and followed an expert like Lin Fei. Compared to following his master, his future prospects were much better. Just how long had it been? His backer had unexpectedly been demoted and sent out of the Radiant Church. Such a person simply wouldn't have the opportunity to make a comeback. Alice really intended to provoke Irina, but after saying these words, she couldn't see any change in expression on Irina's face. Alice was a little unhappy. If you want to pretend, then continue pretending. She didn't believe that Irina could be so calm. After all, without a backer, it would be difficult to move an inch in the Church of Light. Don't think that the qualifications of a substitute saintess are very high. Unless you become a real saintess, otherwise, there is not much difference between you and other people. Irina, seeing that you have good strength, I will voluntarily hand over the position of the Church of Light's branch and rely on me. Voluntarily handing over the position of the Church of Light's branch and relying on me is much better than losing your backer. Don't forget that there are some people in the Church of Light who can't forget about you. Alice smiled, with a tone that said that she would definitely eat Irina. The secret of the Saintess Circle was not a secret. Without the high-ranking person backing Irina, how could she fight with her? Bookseller's website. Chapter 4265. Your saintess seems to be very arrogant. Lin Fei laughed. Bo Dong lowered his head. If a saintess isn't arrogant, then she wouldn't be a saintess. She's just a candidate saintess. If you treat these candidates as saintesses, then you're making a big mistake. When the time comes, you'll be the one suffering. In fact, her temper is quite good. Bo Dong said with an ambiguous conscience. Lin Fei didn't think that he would encounter this kind of situation. Irina was really in trouble. She didn't even have a backer. Young Master Lin, this kind of trivial matter is nothing more than a fight between women. In the eyes of us men, it's nothing. Bo Dong said. He didn't want to participate in this kind of thing. Who didn't know that these saintesses had a backer behind them? Offending one was equivalent to offending the backer, offending two was equivalent to offending two backers. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't just leave like this. It wasn't easy to control a candidate saintess and use her as a nail for the Radiant Church. If she were to be removed, then wouldn't it be a waste of effort? It's still early, I'm not in a hurry. Lin Fei said with a smile, or, you've already secretly informed them to ambush me in advance. Bo Dong shook his head. Young Master Lin, you misunderstood. I just feel that there's no need to waste time on this kind of trivial matter. How could Bo Dong dare to admit it? He just didn't want this matter to be blown out of proportion. When the time comes, someone would come out to snatch the credit. How good would it be for him to enjoy the credit alone? If he were to be recognized by these two saintesses, then when they spread the news, his credit would be gone. Only a small portion of a big cake would be left. How could he eat it? Bo Dong wasn't an idiot. But since this Lin Fei said so, Bo Dong didn't dare to say anything else. He was afraid that if he said another word, he would annoy the opposite party. At that time, he would be slapped in the face. On the other side, Irina knew that the situation wasn't good. She raised her head and shot out a holy light, turning it into a sky curtain. Then, she retreated. She wanted to leave the Radiant Church. If she didn't leave now, then she wouldn't have another chance. She knew very well that her looks were still very good in the Church of Light, so she was naturally noticed by some of the higher-ups. The higher-ups had their eyes on her at all times, wishing they could take her for themselves. Previously, she had a high-level backer behind her, so everyone naturally had to give her some face. Now that that person was gone, those people naturally wouldn't give her any face. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't have the chance later. Irina, since you're already here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. It's rare for us sisters to get together, so we should at least stay for a chat. In the distance, two figures appeared. A rope-like treasure coiled toward Irina. It turned out that Alice was prepared and wouldn't let Irina leave the Church of Light. Alina's holy light forced back the rope treasure, but Alice had already broken through the sky barrier, not giving Alina any chance to escape. Irina tried several methods, but she still couldn't break through their joint attack. Instead, the situation became worse and worse. Irina's heart gradually sank. Alice, on the other hand, was not anxious at all. Irina, haven't you been very popular recently? If you have the ability, then break out. I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't want it. Later, I won't be polite to you. Alice had already prepared a series of means to deal with Irina slowly. Recently, Irina had been too fast, so fast that Alice and the other saintess in training didn't have time to react. If she hadn't tricked Irina to come back and dealt with Irina's backer, to be honest, Alice really wouldn't have dared to make a move. Now, Irina was completely finished. Irina attacked left and right, but it was still useless. Instead, a few wounds were left on her body, and her strength was not as strong as before. Alice swung a holy light, which turned into a palm, and slapped Irina away, causing her to fall heavily to the ground. Irina, you're only a so-so. After being out for so long, your strength hasn't improved at all. It seems that I overestimated you. Alice walked over. Take Irina away. Good friends should have a good gathering. Two subordinates behind her walked up and were about to take Irina away. Swoosh! Two sword intents flew over. They directly pierced through the two people, and their bodies powerlessly fell beside Irina. The sudden scene caused everyone present to be shocked. Alice's expression changed and looked back. Who did it? This is the Church of Light. Who dares to kill? Alice saw Bo Dong and a stranger. Alice knew Bo Dong, but she didn't know the stranger at all. But the person next to her suddenly pointed at the person and said, Lin Fei, that person is Lin Fei, the person wanted by our Church of Light. An impression appeared in Alice's mind. Wasn't it the person in front of her? Irina also saw Lin Fei, and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that she was saved. These people were going to be unlucky. She struggled to get up and staggered towards Lin Fei. Lord, I've let you down. I didn't expect them to trick me to come back and replace me. At this moment, whether it was Alice or Bo Dong, all of them were confused. Especially Bo Dong, he immediately realized that something was wrong. It seemed like he had heard something he shouldn't have. Alice laughed smugly. Irina, you're seeking your own death. Of all people, you chose to be with a fugitive from the Church of Light. I don't need to do anything to you now. Now, I don't need to take you down, I can openly catch you, and no one can say a word. Noisy. Lin Fei coldly snorted, and an invisible sword intent directly slashed over, you don't have the qualifications. With a plop, Alice's eyes lost their color, and directly fell down. The people behind her also fell to the ground, and the smell of blood filled the air. You still need to cultivate, your strength is still far from being able to compete with them. Lin Fei lightly said. Bo Dong lowered his head even more. That was a saintess, even if she was just a substitute saintess, he killed her without any mercy. Lord, are you here for the reincarnation pool? There are experts guarding the reincarnation pool, and there is also an ancient town there. There is also an ancient town. Bo Dong must be trying to trick you to go there so that he can make a contribution. Bo Dong panicked, and with a plop, he knelt down. Lord, please spare me, I didn't lie to you. Bo Dong's heart was already filled with fear. Now that he heard these words, how could he not panic and collapse? Lord, let me kill him. Irina came over and coldly said. Chapter 42:66. Forget it. Keep them for now. There's no need to kill them. Lin Fei stopped Irina. Maybe they'll be useful to you in the future. Bo Dong finally heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that he had almost died. He couldn't afford to offend a saintess. Bo Dong nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Saintess, don't kill me. I'm still useful. I can be your dog and keep an eye on the Radiant Church's every move. I can also inform you. In order to survive, Bo Dong immediately revealed his advantages. See that? Bo Dong is quite smart. Lin Fei glanced at the corpses and shot out a flame. The corpses were instantly burned to ashes. With a gust of wind, they no longer existed. The stench of blood in the air had also disappeared completely, as if nothing had happened. Bo Dong sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a ruthless person. He had killed so many saintesses and destroyed the corpses in the blink of an eye. He couldn't afford to offend such a ruthless person. You'd better know your place. If you have any thoughts, I'll be the first to kill you, Irina said coldly. Bo Dong's hair stood on end. He completely believed Irina's words. She really would kill him. Bo Dong continued to lead the way. Irina walked beside Lin Fei, a step behind. She explained the situation as they walked. Most of the things she said were related to the reincarnation pool. Lin Fei didn't care. Now that he had the Tree of Life, he was constantly recovering from his injuries. His strength was constantly increasing. His biggest advantage was the divine water of life condensed by the Tree of Life. It had powerful healing abilities. For example, if Lin Fei encountered a terrifying expert and was injured, his body would recover faster than anyone else. Unless the opponent was too strong, so strong that his body couldn't recover in a short time. That was another matter altogether. Young Master Lin, the reincarnation pool is in front. Holy light appeared in front of them. At this moment, a faintly discernible door appeared in front of them. The door looked very calm and inconspicuous. However, within this sacred light, one could feel an aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Who's there? A person walked out from the holy light. As soon as this person appeared, his cold gaze swept over the three of them. Bowden, Irina, do you know that this is the reincarnation pool? No one is allowed to enter without the Pope's permission. The man's gaze suddenly fell on Lin Fei, who was in the middle. You are not a member of our Church of Light. Who are you? Bowden, Irina, how dare you collude with outsiders to spy on the reincarnation pool? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fei raised his sword and slashed. The sword intent was extremely domineering. Holy light gathered around this person, but in the next second, he was sent flying. Countless sword wills burst out from the other party's body, riddling him with thousands of holes on the spot. He was dead. Lin Fei walked in first. Irina glared at Bo Dong. You walk in front, and I'll be behind you. If you dare to leave, I'll be the first to kill you. Bo Dong followed him obediently. The path to the reincarnation pool was filled with holy light. The hidden experts had also noticed the three intruders. Their strength was quite extraordinary. Stop! Who is it? However, when they encountered Lin Fei, he basically killed them with one slash. It was that simple. Wherever he passed, he would destroy everything. An ancient stone door appeared in front of Lin Fei. On the stone door, there was a carving of an archangel. Lin Fei slammed his palm on the stone door, and a loud rumble could be heard. An illusory archangel walked out of the stone door. He looked down on the world with disdain. Bo Dong and Irina were the first to lose it. A 12-winged archangel. The two of them exclaimed. Anyone who dares to enter the reincarnation pool will be killed without mercy. The illusory archangel reached out and grabbed. The divine spear landed in his hand, and he thrust it. All the holy light instantly surged over. Lin Fei clenched his fingers and blocked in front of him, blocking the tip of the spear. The power of the holy light surged over like a raging ocean, one after the other. Lin Fei was as unmoving as a mountain. This projection of yours is not bad. I can kill you and refine you into pure energy. Lin Fei smiled. He exerted his strength, and the illusory spear collapsed. Lin Fei walked over. He slashed at the illusory archangel. The archangel was forced to retreat. The illusory figure swayed. You can even block a single slash from me. You look good but are useless. Lin Fei shook his head. There's no point in keeping you. The second slash landed. The illusory archangel collapsed. With a grab, the illusory archangel's will projection, which was about to dissipate, was grabbed by Lin Fei. He easily erased its consciousness and turned it into pure energy. With a raise of his hand, he injected it into Irina's body. Irina's face revealed an ecstatic expression. She immediately began to refine this energy, and the aura on her body surged. Not far away, Bo Dong's mouth was agape. His face was filled with shock. That archangel was refined. Do you have to be so brutal? He felt a wave of envy. Irina was about to rise. When will such a good thing happen to me? Ka 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 ka. The stone door finally opened. Cracks appeared on the carvings on it, and they turned into a pile of rubble that fell down. The moment the stone door opened, a wave of holy light surged out, exuding a boundless domineering aura. The moment the holy light surged out, Lin Fei was the first to bear the brunt. But in the end, it stopped in front of Lin Fei. An invisible force blocked the holy light. The Church of Light's reincarnation pool is indeed different. Looks like I can enjoy it without holding back. Lin Fei's expression changed slightly. He opened his mouth and swallowed. The holy light surged and entered Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei's actions became a whirlpool. His figure could barely be seen. Lin Fei did not expect the Tree of Life to be interested in this holy light as well. It was as if it had its eyes on the holy light. Now that the Tree of Life and Lin Fei were one, their relationship was complicated. Lin Fei could more or less sense the Tree of Life's emotions. He immediately realized that the holy light might be the Tree of Life's food. Lin Fei decisively began to absorb the holy light. Why wouldn't he want something free? Lin Fei's inhalation was like a whale swallowing water. Countless holy lights were swallowed into his body. The moment these holy lights entered his body, they were swallowed by the Tree of Life in a domineering manner. Lin Fei was like a middleman. Sure enough, it can be used to grow. The Tree of Life began to form new leaves. Lin Fei was overjoyed. This was much better than he had expected. He had underestimated the Tree of Life. It seemed that becoming the world's #1 tree was not as simple as he had imagined. This was what the world's #1 tree should be like. Chapter 4267. Author's note: Cavan is still the best. More and more holy light was absorbed. Lin Fei's figure could barely be seen. Standing in the distance, Alina and Bo Dong's eyes widened. Alina was naturally happy, while Bo Dong was shocked. He had never heard of anyone being able to absorb holy light so easily. Holy light was an existence of special energy. Only in the hands of the Church of Light could it display its full power. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Bo Dong wouldn't have believed that someone could do it. Countless holy light was absorbed by Lin Fei. The holy light that covered the sky began to thin out in the blink of an eye. It seemed unrealistic. The tree of life in Lin Fei's body continued to grow new leaves. With every new leaf that sprouted, Lin Fei could sense the changes in the tree of life. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The holy light began to thin out. Originally, the holy light had shrouded the area, but now it was very thin. Lin Fei had no choice but to stop. He shook his head slightly. What a pity. What a pity. He walked in with large strides. Without the protection of the holy light, the reincarnation pool revealed its true colors. More than a dozen statues appeared in front of him. Each of these statues had the appearance of an archangel. The only strange thing was that each archangel was slightly different. There were more than a dozen of these statues, and they were all standing in a certain position. At the furthest spot was an 18-winged archangel. Not only was it huge, but it also occupied a different position. Behind this great 18-winged angel, there was a reincarnation pool about an acre in size. The reincarnation pool was shrouded in holy light. Lin Fei took a deep breath. He could feel the abnormality of this holy light. If I'm not wrong, the holy light outside should have come from this reincarnation pool. This place is like a portal. Holy light is constantly coming out of it. The Church of Light really knows how to find a place. They actually created such a reincarnation pool. I won't be polite then. Lin Fei could see the mysteriousness and uniqueness of the reincarnation pool at a glance. If the Tree of Life hadn't absorbed the holy light, Lin Fei wouldn't have cared so much. With the help of the holy light, the Tree of Life had grown quite a number of new leaves. This efficiency shocked even Lin Fei. Since he had come across such a good opportunity, how could he let it go so easily? Lin Fei felt that he had to make good use of the reincarnation pool. Otherwise, it would be a waste of this opportunity. Sir, these are the archangels that the Church of Light can summon. I'm afraid they are here to guard the reincarnation pool, Irina reminded. How could Lin Fei not see the abnormality of these statues? The ambush mentioned by Bo Dong was precisely these archangel statues. Don't look at how they looked like statues now. Once someone approached them, these archangel statues would be activated and transform into powerful experts. One was fine, but there were more than 10 of them here. Wanting to break through this barrier was not an easy matter. This place was much more dangerous than the inheritance pool of Dark Church. They were completely not on the same level. Here, these archangel statues are nothing but food for me. Don't you want to increase your strength? Lin Fei said. I think you can become the Pope of the Church of Light. Irina was dumbfounded. Become the Pope myself? This was something that had never happened before. By the time Alina looked back, Lin Fei had already dashed over. Just as Irina had said, when Lin Fei approached the statue at the very front, an archangel was activated, and an illusory figure appeared. Those who intrude into the reincarnation pool will be killed without mercy. A terrifying holy light suppressed everything. Lin Fei smiled and said, the more holy light, the better. I will collect as many as you come. His body instantly turned into a whirlpool. The attacking holy light was swallowed by the whirlpool. You alone aren't enough. You archangels, activate them all. I'm not afraid that you won't activate them, I'm afraid that you will be useless. Lin Fei's figure was constantly moving. Wherever he went, the statues were activated. Illusory archangels appeared in the sky. Irina and Bo Dong were already trembling in fear. This was simply a dragon's pool and tiger's den. Especially Bo Dong, he was scared to the point that he didn't know what to do. He naturally knew that there was an expert in the reincarnation pool, but he didn't know which expert it was. Now, he finally understood that the statues in the reincarnation pool were the true experts. Every single one of them had terrifying strength, and now that these archangels had been completely activated, dozens of archangels hovering in the sky, it was a scene that Bo Dong would never forget for the rest of his life. At the same time, he admired Lin Fei's guts. It was one thing to provoke one archangel, but he had to provoke dozens of archangels. This was a joke with his life. Bo Dong would never do such a thing. These dozens of archangels were very strong. Each of them had the strength of a late-stage Xiantian expert. When they joined forces, they could easily kill an Xiantian expert of the same level. Lin Fei could also feel that these illusory archangels could use the holy light in the reincarnation pool. Hence, they were very strong. Lin Fei realized that the reincarnation pool was an amazing thing. Perhaps with the help of the reincarnation pool, his tree of life could grow by leaps and bounds. Lin Fei wanted to go to the reincarnation pool to take a good look. Whoosh! Whoosh! Holy light surged over like a tidal wave. Under the control of the dozens of archangels, there was killing intent and danger everywhere. However, Lin Fei acted as if nothing had happened. He allowed the holy light to attack him. When all the attacks reached Lin Fei, they were instantly swallowed up by the vortex. This vortex was like a bottomless pit, swallowing everything that came at it. Don't stop. Continue. It's rare for us to come here. You guys have to perform well. Don't be so lazy. Lin Fei said. These illusory archangels that were left behind only had a standard consciousness. They would kill any intruder without mercy. The illusory archangels attacked ferociously, not stopping at all. Large amounts of holy light came crashing down, layer after layer. To Lin Fei, the more holy light, the better. Lin Fei had a look of satisfaction on his face. Just as Lin Fei felt that he needed to absorb more holy light, the 18-winged archangel finally made a move. An archangel with an even sharper aura appeared. When this archangel appeared, the dozens of archangels stopped attacking. One by one, they entered the body of the 18-winged archangel. In the blink of an eye, it was done. The archangel suddenly opened his eyes, and a wave of divine might enveloped him. Were you the one who swallowed the holy light just now? Do you know your sins? Chapter 42:68. The moment the great 18-winged angel appeared, the entire situation changed. A large amount of holy light turned into thousands of streams of light and shot over. Any Xiantian realm expert would be caught unprepared in a single exchange. The great 18-winged angel's every word was like a huge bell being struck. Not everyone could withstand it. That's right. I absorbed the power of the holy light. Didn't you see it? Lin Fei laughed. Not only am I going to absorb the holy light, but I'm also going to absorb all the holy light in the reincarnation pool. What can you do to me? Thousands of beams of holy light appeared in front of Lin Fei. The next moment, a layer of ripples appeared. It blocked all the attacks. It could no longer move forward. It easily blocked all the attacks. Lin Fei's body was like a bottomless pit, absorbing the holy light into his body. You're courting death. Puny ant, how dare you absorb the holy light? The wings behind the great 18-winged angel moved. Like two large blades, they slashed over, one on each side. In an instant, they collided with the special defensive energy. The ferocious attack was still blocked. The ripples were still ripples. Break! The great 18-winged angel shouted. The power of the wings exploded, layer after layer. With a crash, that layer of ripple power collapsed in an instant. However, in the next second, the wings encountered the special defense again. The ripples appeared again, and it was blocked again. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back and smiled. How is it? Have you learned something new? Wait until you can break through my defense. You're just a willpower, and you dare to put on airs in front of me? Even if I stand here and let you hit me for 10 minutes, you won't be able to break through my defense. In the distance, Irina's eyes lit up. His Excellency is so domineering. I like it. A great 18-winged angel, a legendary existence. They had only heard of it, but never seen it. However, such a great 18-winged angel could not resist at all in front of their Excellency. If they did not see it with their own eyes, who would believe it? Irina was fascinated by the scene. The great 18-winged angel controlled the holy light. The wings on his back kept attacking. Every strike was like a stormy sea, frightening the onlookers. Even so, Lin Fei continued to absorb the holy light as if nothing had happened. On the other hand, the holy light pushed by the great 18-winged angel became thinner and thinner. It was no longer as ferocious and domineering as before, as if the water in a lake had been sucked dry. Looks like you can't stop me. Lin Fei said with a smile. He slashed out with his sword, which turned into a myriad of swords. The great 18-winged angel retracted his wings and crossed them in front of him, but they were instantly split apart by the sword. In a short period of time, Lin Fei's injuries had recovered significantly. The strength of this attack had increased by about 20 to 30%. Naturally, it was not something that a great 18-winged angel could withstand. His wings blocked the attack, and the great 18-winged angel was split apart by the sword. Once again, the pure energy was caught by Lin Fei. He raised his hand and hit Irina's body. Irina's aura skyrocketed again. 4 pairs of wings could be faintly seen behind her, giving her a more holy aura. Alina was excited. Great! I've finally condensed the angel wings. Bo Dong's eyes widened. That was the angel wings. Irina has the angel wings. In the Church of Light. Unless you summoned an archangel to your body, you could only have the opportunity to cultivate the angel wings by constantly improving your strength. Having the angel wings represented an extremely high achievement. Even Bo Dong couldn't cultivate the angel wings now. But Irina had done it. Even among the saintesses, Irina was fully deserving of being number 1. This was because those saintesses couldn't cultivate the angel wings at all. Lin Fei arrived in front of the reincarnation pool without any obstruction. At this time, the reincarnation pool was constantly emitting holy light. Lin Fei used his divine sense to check and found that the reincarnation pool was quite mysterious. He couldn't see the bottom. Obviously, the reincarnation pool was connected to other places. No wonder there was a great 18-winged angel guarding this place. Ordinary people wouldn't have a chance to break in at all. They would probably be killed in the first round. If no one comes to stop me, then I won't be polite and will happily accept this holy light. Lin Fei smiled and jumped into the reincarnation pool. Instantly, a huge whirlpool formed. Irina and Bo Dong just looked at him. The former was naturally happy, while the latter, Bo Dong, was horrified, but more helpless. He realized that this might be the last time he would see the reincarnation pool. Presumptuous, the reincarnation pool isn't something you can touch. At this time, an even more powerful pressure descended from the sky. Under this pressure, Irina and Bo Dong collapsed to the ground, unable to exert any strength. Above the reincarnation pool, the holy light condensed into a huge face, exuding endless pressure. It opened its mouth and spat out a huge wind blade. The wind blade was condensed from holy light. Like a flowing moon, it slashed across. Lin Fei, who was in the middle of the whirlpool, looked up. Just as I guessed. Unfortunately, you're not here in person, so you're no match for me. You better scram. You deserve to come to this place. The sword in the air was untraceable. With a single slash, the huge face was split open. You'll regret this. Anger, unwillingness, anger, and all kinds of other emotions were gathered in these few words. The gigantic face then disappeared. The two of you, stand guard outside. Irina and Bo Dong felt a force fall on them. In the blink of an eye, they were outside the door. Saintess, what do you think we should do? Bo Dong looked at Irina. Irina calmed down. She knew that she had finally found a big backer. Even the powerful existence of the Church of Light was split in half by a single sword. Alina herself was able to cultivate the angel wings and was outstanding in the church. We'll do whatever the Lord says. Don't tell me you're thinking of calling for reinforcements. Irina looked at Bo Dong coldly. Bo Dong was shaken by this look. He hurriedly explained, "You've misunderstood. How could I dare have such a thought? I wouldn't dare even if you gave me 100 guts. I'm just saying that we have to cooperate. After all, the commotion here isn't small. Perhaps the experts of the church will come soon." Irina said, "Even if the experts of the church come, so what? Don't tell me they can beat my lord." Bo Dong was speechless. It was undeniable that even the Pope couldn't do anything. Chapter 42-69. The movement of the reincarnation pool wasn't big. However, the great angel's aura was still detected by the experts of the church. Instantly, countless figures rushed towards the reincarnation pool. The most important thing of the Church of Light was the reincarnation pool. It was precisely because of the reincarnation pool that the Church of Light could suppress the Dark Church. If something were to happen to the reincarnation pond, then it would be a huge loss to the Radiant Church. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Radiant Church's vitality would be greatly damaged. The first to arrive were the bishops. As soon as they arrived, they sensed that something was wrong. The holy light that usually shrouded the outside was now almost invisible. This shocked them. They were puzzled and realized that they were in big trouble. "Quick, go in. There must be something wrong with the reincarnation pool." When they were about to reach the reincarnation pool, Irina and Bo Dong, who were lying in ambush, immediately attacked. Irina's strength skyrocketed. She used many of the secret techniques of the Church of Light and killed 3 of them in an instant. Irina also threw caution to the wind. As long as she guarded this place, she would naturally reap the benefits. As for how long she could hold on, Irina wasn't sure. This time, she had to make a choice. In Irina's opinion, this should be a small test from the Lord. After killing the bishops, Irina's expression didn't change much. Since she had already betrayed the Church of Light, it didn't matter if she killed 3 more bishops. The feeling of being in control of life and death was really great. As for Bo Dong, his emotions were very complicated. He didn't think of making a move, but he had no choice. Either he made a move or he would be killed by Irina. Bo Dong wasn't stupid. He chose the first option. Irina, who had cultivated the angel wings, wasn't something that could be resisted. One could imagine the final outcome. The two immediately cleaned up the bishops' corpses and once again laid in ambush. Relying on this method, they attacked several times. None of the bishops were killed. The two secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't as dangerous as they had imagined. "Irina, you really have guts. You actually dared to kill a member of the society. Why aren't you surrendering?" Not long after, another bishop came. But this time, Irina failed. The killer move was blocked by them. Although they were injured, no one killed them on the spot. Irina had been prepared for this. Now that she had cultivated the angel wings, she could naturally receive the blessing of the holy light. Her strength had skyrocketed, so there was nothing to be afraid of. "Surrender? You're thinking too much. If you have the ability, then do it yourselves. Let's see if I'm going to kill you or if you're going to capture me. The bishop's expression darkened. He didn't know what was wrong with Irina for her to say something like that. However, when he saw the angel wings, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Even they had not cultivated the angel wings. This step was too difficult. With the angel wings, his battle prowess had skyrocketed. With the support of the holy light, he had the strength to crush them. As soon as they started fighting, the situation became unequal. They retreated in defeat and didn't dare to fight Irina anymore. At this moment, the commotion here attracted the saintess candidates. As soon as the saintess in training arrived, her expression changed. She couldn't believe the changes in Irina. It was rumored that only a true saintess could cultivate angel wings. Because this step was too difficult. As long as you cultivated the angel wings, then it would only be a matter of time before you cultivated the 6 wings and 8 wings. But who knew how many people had been stumped by this first step? It was just that none of the saintess candidates had cultivated the angel wings. Not even a shadow. Irina, how dare you betray the church? One of the saintess in training was furious. Irina laughed, I did betray the church, but so what? I've long been unhappy with you. Today, let me teach you how to be a person. Irina didn't have a good impression of these saintess in training. They often schemed against others. Now, she finally had the chance to take revenge. Relying on the angel wings, she could come and go as she pleased. Time condensed into blades, and each blade was fatal. How could these saintess in training be a match for Irina? At this moment, Irina was a completely ferocious existence. In a single exchange, she could kill the saintess in training, leaving behind corpses. She was unbelievably ferocious. In the distance, Wuxia took a deep breath. The Church of Light had suffered a great loss this time. No one could have imagined that Irina, the saintess in training, had become the most outstanding one. Wuxia admired that lord even more. With a wave of his hand, he had created a ferocious existence. One could tell just by looking at the faces of the bishops. Each of them had a look of fear, not daring to make a move. After all, under the angel wings, no one could resist. Moreover, in the entire Church of Light, there were very few people who could cultivate the angel wings. Everyone's cultivation was a treasure of the church. But Irina wasn't one now. She had gone against the church in front of everyone. Holy light shroud. Without warning, a huge cage instantly appeared around Irina, trapping her inside. Saintess, give up resistance. You are still a saintess. A majestic and deep voice came from afar. A figure descended from the sky. Dressed in a red robe, with a crown on his head, he stood high above. If it wasn't the Pope, who could it be? Irina, on account of how difficult it was for you to cultivate, give up resistance. You are still a saintess, and the only saintess. The Pope held a book in both hands, looking incomparably sacred. After seeing the Pope, Irina panicked. The Pope's strength was unfathomable. So far, no one knew what realm the Pope's strength had reached. No one who went against the Pope would have a good ending. For example, the cage. Irina used all her strength, but still couldn't break this layer of the cage. She even found that this cage could block the entry of the holy light, causing her strength to continuously decline. Without a doubt, the more Irina fought, the faster the power of the holy light in her body dissipated, and in the end, she became an ordinary person. Even if she could cultivate the angel wings, but the cage blocked the aura of the holy light. Without the holy light, it was obvious what would happen to her. Pope, I'm not a saintess. You're mistaken, and I can't be a saintess anymore. If I want to be, I want to be a female pope. I think the Church of Light needs a female pope. Inexplicably, Irina thought of Lin Fei's words. Everything should be done in one go. A hint of anger appeared on the Pope's calm face. The Pope had never heard such arrogant words, and it came from Irina's mouth. Then you'd better reflect on yourself and stop daydreaming. Chapter 4270. As soon as the cage space shrank, Irina instantly felt tremendous pressure. He could even smell the scent of death. As soon as the Pope made his move, everyone immediately felt the true terror of the world. Irina, I'll give you one more chance. You won't get another chance. The Pope's face was calm as if he was waiting for Irina to make a choice. Irina resisted bitterly. Pope, you're too old. The Church of Light doesn't need someone like you. It needs a female Pope like me. You can abdicate. Unless you give up the position of Pope, I won't lower my head. You don't have the qualifications. Blood flowed from the corner of Irina's mouth, but she didn't give up. The higher-ups standing behind the Pope were all perplexed. What kind of drug had Irina taken? She dared to talk to the Pope like that. Didn't she know that her life was at stake? Once the cage was broken, Irina would die without a doubt. There wouldn't be any miracle. It's impossible for the Church of Light to have a female Pope, and they won't allow it. Since you don't want to listen to me, I'll fulfill your wish. You can slowly become a female Pope in hell. Irina was panicking. She kept praying that the Pope would help. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to hold on. The Pope's attack wasn't something anyone could withstand. At least, Irina didn't have the strength to do so. Old thing, you're bullying my subordinate. If you have the ability, come in and play with me. Otherwise, I'll look down on you. A streak of sword light flashed past. Like a bolt of lightning. Everyone heard a crisp crack as the holy light cage was split open, and Irina regained her freedom. At the same time, a force enveloped Irina's body and sucked her in. Bo Dong stood in the corner, shivering. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Sir, you seem to have forgotten someone. He had been noticed by the higher-ups. After all, their gazes were so cold that it made him shiver. After Irina went in, he lowered his head even more and silently counted the stones under his feet. Only by acting like an ostrich could he constantly comfort himself. Calm down, I must calm down. They can't see me. They can't see me. There's someone behind Irina. This Pope wants to see who dares to break into the reincarnation pool of the Church. The Pope stepped forward. By the time they entered the door, the archangel statues were filled with huge cracks. Their pupils constricted rapidly as they flew into a rage. You dare to destroy the archangel statue? How dare you? His furious gaze locked onto a blurry figure in the reincarnation pool. The originally dense and boundless sacred light had become extremely thin. One could vaguely see a vortex appearing within the sacred light, and within the vortex was a figure. The Pope flipped open the book, only to see a spear of holy light piercing forth at an inconceivable speed. Get out! No one can stay in the reincarnation pool. You don't have the right. At this moment, Irina was already standing to the side. She had taken a trip to the gates of hell, but she was relieved. She had made the best choice. She had taken on the Pope and even withstood the Pope's attack. Although the Pope had not taken her seriously from beginning to end, she had at least withstood it and did not die under the Pope's attack. As the sacred light pierced forth, a sword light flew out from the vortex. The two collided rapidly, creating ripples of energy. Cracks were left on the stone walls. It was a ghastly sight to behold. Old thing, you're quite strong. However, this is not enough. Your reincarnation pool is really amazing. It can actually communicate with the small world and receive the blessing of the sacred light. It's a pity that you can't fully utilize the sacred light. You can only give it to me. Laughter came from the vortex. The Pope's expression turned ugly. He could feel the sacred light flowing away at a terrifying speed. It could only be said that someone in the vortex was devouring the sacred light. The Pope found it hard to believe. One had to know that the sacred light was not an ordinary energy. It was specifically used to cleanse the power of darkness. Even ordinary people could not absorb it. Unless they cultivated the techniques of the Church of Light, they could only look at it. It was useless. Get out. The Pope activated the Holy Bible and strode over. An archangel flew out of thin air and rushed into the vortex. There was more than one archangel. After the first one appeared, the second one appeared. One after another, the archangels rushed into the vortex. The Pope's expression turned solemn. These archangels were just probing. He wanted to know who the person inside was. Could it be those old fogies from the Western world? But thinking about it, those old fogies were very cautious. They would never dare to have any ideas about the Church of Light. The Pope couldn't think of who was inside. After the 8 archangels flew in, they lost contact with them. The Pope's expression became serious. He knew that he had encountered an expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to enter the reincarnation pool. You have some ability. No wonder you dared to enter the Church of Light. Then I won't let you stay. The Pope's Holy Bible flew out of his hand and landed above the vortex. A sacred light shone down. When the sacred light appeared, Irina felt the threat of death. She knew that the Holy Bible was the strongest weapon of the Church of Light. With the Holy Bible, the Pope had invincible strength. Especially this sacred light. It was not an ordinary sacred light. It could seriously injure a duke or even a Grand Duke of the Dark Church. Under the illumination of the sacred light, everything began to melt. Even the sacred light above the reincarnation pool disappeared in the blink of an eye. When the sacred light dissipated, a figure appeared. It was the figure of a young man. After seeing this figure, the Pope's eyes narrowed as he recognized the other party. You're Lin Fei. How dare you barge into the Church of Light? Hand over the God Tree of Life, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, under the power of the Holy Bible, you'll be reduced to ashes and cease to exist. The Pope shouted. The sacred light from the Holy Bible rolled down. His aura increased a lot. Lin Fei, who was enveloped by the sacred light, suddenly raised his head and swallowed the sacred light. Smack! Smack! The Pope is the Pope. The sacred light from the Holy Bible is especially delicious. It is very satisfying to eat. I don't know how long this sacred light can last. It would be best if it lasts for 3 days and 3 nights. Lin Fei smiled. The Pope's face darkened. You are addicted to it. What the hell? Chapter 4271. A large amount of holy light was swallowed by Lin Fei at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Pope was stunned by what he saw. This was the holy light blessed by the Bible. Under the illumination of the holy light, everything would turn into ashes. But this time, something unexpected happened. Someone was fine under the holy light. Instead, he was nourished. What was more terrifying was that the holy light of the Bible was swallowed by the other party. The other party was like a bottomless pit. At this moment, the Pope finally understood why the holy light had disappeared. It turned out to be swallowed by someone. This was such an incredible thing. If he did not see it with his own eyes, who would believe it? Stop! The Pope was furious. The Bible moved without any wind and turned to a page. A huge palm print descended from the sky. It was aimed at Lin Fei. Lin Fei raised his head and met it with his palm. If you have any means, just use them. Don't dilly-dally. Otherwise, don't hinder me from absorbing the holy light. This holy light is a great supplement. Under the collision of their palms, the move created by the Bible did not work. Instead, it was easily disintegrated by the other party. Swish! Swish! The Pope would not give up. The Bible kept turning. All sorts of secret arts were thrown out. Any one of these secret arts could make one feel how terrifying they were, and there was no way to defend against them. However, in front of Lin Fei, these moves and secret techniques were useless. They were all nullified. This also made the Pope hide his heart. With this Bible, he was always successful. He did not even need to summon the Archangel to suppress all resistance. Even the leader of the Dark Church had suffered a lot in his hands. With the Bible, he was the strongest. But now, the Pope had underestimated the strength of Lin Fei. With the Bible, he was not affected at all. Instead, the power of the holy light in his body was being consumed faster and faster. It was obviously not a way to continue. Alina was the happiest. She knew that the Pope could not do anything to His Excellency. As someone who grew up in the Church of Light, Alina knew the power of the Bible better than anyone else. This Bible could not threaten His Excellency. Alina felt that what His Excellency said was very reasonable. It seemed that she could do it in one step. It was not impossible for a saintess to ascend to the position of the Pope. At the thought of becoming the first female Pope in the history of the Church of Light, Irina's imagination was running wild. If it was in the past, she definitely wouldn't have thought about it because it was too far away and unrealistic. Right now, there seemed to be a certain possibility. This Bible of yours is quite useful. My subordinates just happen to lack a decent treasure. This Bible will do. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed the Bible with his fingers like a mountain. Don't you dare. This is the sacred relic of the Church of Light. No one can take it away. The Pope immediately flew the Bible back. With Lin Fei's grab, no matter how the Pope tried to control the Holy Bible could not return. Lin Fei, you brought about your own destruction. You can't blame anyone else for this. Seeing that he couldn't get the Bible back, the Pope coldly snorted and formed a seal with his hands. In an instant, the Bible changed. With a hua sound, it wriggled and turned into an archangel. This archangel was shrouded in a holy aura, giving people a very comfortable feeling. In front of this archangel, people would even have the thought of worshipping it. Irina couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the legendary weapon spirit of the Church of Light." Such a weapon spirit really exists. Irina had always thought that it was just a legend and didn't really believe it. But now, she finally believed it. Your Excellency, this kid broke into the church and devoured the holy light. I suspect that he has a big secret on him. I hope that Your Excellency can suppress him, the Pope said respectfully to the Archangel. This Archangel didn't have too many wings. However, this Archangel gave off a terrifying aura. Mysterious light runes were constantly flashing on its body, making it look even more mysterious. You can actually absorb the power of the holy light. Interesting. I need to dig out the secret on you. The Holy Lord's arrogant face was filled with determination. The Holy Lord waved his hand and the holy light appeared. The holy light, which had become thin, was controlled by the Holy Lord. So much nonsense. Why did you have to come out instead of being a weapon spirit? Who do you think you are? Lin Fei extended his hand once more. His 5 fingers were like mountains, trapping the other party. His 5 fingers were like mountains, forming a space of its own. It was no different from a prison. 3 true fire. A ball of flame appeared from his 5 fingers. The moment this ball of flame appeared, it was like a rolling wave that crushed the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord, who didn't care at first, instantly screamed in pain. Green smoke was emitted from his body. His entire body was covered in flames, making him look like a man made of fire. Ah! What kind of damn flame is this? It can actually hurt my soul. Stop! Stop! You bastard! Facing the 3 true fire, the Holy Lord couldn't take it at all. The sudden scene caused the Pope to be dumbfounded. The great Holy Lord was in trouble. The strongest aspect of the Bible was actually not a match for the other party. What kind of joke was this? Holy Lord, don't worry. I will save you. Lin Fei turned his head and looked at the Pope. You don't have the right to speak here. Don't have the right? I am the Pope. I have the right. With a swoosh, a huge sword chi came down. So fast. The moment the holy light appeared in front of the Pope, he was sent flying with a huge sword wound on his body. If you make any more moves, I will kill you with one sword. After the Pope landed on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Taking the opportunity, Irina activated her angel wings and punched the Pope's body. Pope, there will also be a day when you get beaten up by me. Weren't you very arrogant just now? What else do you have to say now? The Pope's entire face turned pale. His face was filled with anger and a trace of fear, as well as a trace of palpitation. You are just a small saintess in training, Irina. I am the Pope. Even if I am heavily injured, do you think I can't suppress you? The Pope stood up and spat out another mouthful of blood. Many cracks appeared on his body. It turned out that the sword strike just now directly caused the Pope to be heavily injured. Irina wasn't going to be polite anymore. Holy light slash. One slash landed on the Pope's body. How much ability do you have? Let's see who will take care of who today. Pope, you are old. It is time for you to give up your position. I am more qualified than you to be the female Pope. Irina's attack was like a mountain. The slash was so fierce. The Pope had a hard time blocking, leaving many wounds on his body. Damn it, damn it. Chapter 4272. Trash, really trash, what use do I have for you? Holy Lord was enveloped by the three true flame and was burning as he cried out in pain. He thought that the Pope would help him. As long as he had time, he would definitely be able to break out. However, he didn't expect the Pope to be so weak. He couldn't even restrain the enemy and was happy for nothing. Lin Fei's three true flame was so strong and it wasn't so easy to ignore. Don't count on the Pope, he can't even protect himself now. Lin Fei smiled. Another sword slashed across the sky. The Pope was sent flying once more. Along with Irina's fierce attacks, who knew how many wounds there were on his body? Most of them were left by Irina. Shameless, sneak attacking. How could Holy Sky not see what Lin Fei was planning? He obviously didn't want the Pope to attack. Why aren't you trash coming over? What are you waiting for outside? Holy Sky hollered. His voice was like an earthquake, deafening. Outside the door. The higher-ups of the church were all stunned. Their faces were ashen white and filled with fear. The Pope was the top expert in the Church of Light. With the Bible, he could suppress anyone he wanted. However, the situation was totally unexpected. Lin Fei from China, the guy on the wanted list, was unbelievably strong. Even the artifact spirit in the Bible, Lord Holy Sky, wasn't his match. If they went up, wouldn't they just be sending themselves to their deaths? They were all smart people. How would they dare to take the risk now? This was just asking for trouble and they might die at any moment. These people looked at one another. They all lowered their heads and looked at the ground as if there was money to be picked up. The entire place was silent. Holy Sky was really furious. After he broke free, he wiped them out one by one. The Church of Light didn't need such cowards. Lin Fei smiled calmly. Stop shouting, this is reality. I have no choice, you are trapped by me. Let's see whether or not you have the strength to shout later. Holy Sky really didn't have the mood to shout. The three true flames seeped in and his entire soul body started to dissipate. The originally corporeal soul body suddenly became illusory. Holy Sky was really anxious. He used all sorts of methods but was still unable to break free. Xianxia felt that he was going to perish soon. Wait, friend, let's talk things out. You just want the reincarnation pool's holy light? Sure, no problem. After struggling for a while, Xianxia lowered his tone. He had no choice but to do this. What are you plotting? Do you think I don't know? Lin Fei snorted. The sword shadows that filled the sky instantly turned into a single sword and streaked across like a flowing moon. This sudden attack greatly injured Xianxia's vitality. When he condensed it again, his entire soul body became much more illusory, as if he was not far from death. Don't hit me, I beg for mercy, I really beg for mercy. I can tell you everything you want to know about the Radiant Church, I can even help you summon an archangel from a small world, I just beg you to spare my life. The sacred heavens had no other choice. With just one strike, his soul body's vitality had been greatly damaged. Coupled with the burning of this strange flame, his soul body wasn't far from collapsing. Xianxia didn't dare to have any more thoughts. Previously, he had planned to scheme against the other party, but now, he didn't dare to do so. If he was careless, the next sword strike would take his life. Lin Fei smiled and retracted the three true flames. The moment the three true flames disappeared, Xianxia felt as if he had just survived a calamity. He felt much better and his expression kept changing. The Pope of the Radiant Church is too old, I think we should get a new one. Falling to death while walking is too embarrassing. Don't you think so? Falling to death while walking? Everyone was speechless. No one dared to laugh. How could Xianxia not know what this meant? Even though the other party didn't do anything, Xianxia knew that if he had any thoughts, the special flame would engulf him again and burn him to death. When the Pope saw that Xianxia had escaped, his expression lit up. His life was saved. After hearing Lin Fei's words, his heart shattered. Falling to death while walking? I'm not dead yet, okay? The Pope had a bad feeling that he might die if he did not handle it well. Xianxia, I'm the Pope, the representative appointed by the angels. If you kill me, they definitely won't let you off. Don't listen to this guy. Once you kill me, it will be your death day, the Pope hurriedly said. The Pope quickly retreated. If the Pope wanted to escape from here and the Radiant Church, he had to survive first. You don't have the right to speak here. He said that you're too old and fell to death. So be it. The church can indeed get a new one. Xianxia coldly snorted and a divine light spear pierced through the Pope's forehead. It lifted the Pope up into the air. This kind of trash shouldn't be left alive. I've already killed him for you. Xianxia's eyes twitched, but there was nothing he could do. If the Pope didn't die, he would die. If the Pope died, he could still become an angel in the reincarnation pool. But if he died, everything would be over. Xianxia wouldn't allow that to happen. Not bad, not bad. You still know how to listen to me. Lin Fei was satisfied. Then, I said that the Radiant Church needs a female pope. What do you think? Lin Fei's smile made Xianxia shudder. His gaze swept across the saintess called Irina. She had the angel's wings, and her strength was all right. The Radiant Church has always been a male pope. He has dignity, but the entire Radiant Church is lifeless. I feel that the Radiant Church needs a female pope to bring about a new revolution. I feel that this Saintess Irina is qualified to be the true pope. I'm willing to follow this female pope and assist her. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said. Swish. The Bible appeared and floated above Irina, slowly falling into her hands. Lin Fei said calmly, that's not enough. It's just a few sentences. Anyone can say it. What if you kill the female pope after I leave? Who can I go to? So, you should sign a contract, a master-servant contract. If she dies, you die. If you die, she doesn't die. It's that simple. Swish. A sharp sword intent came, brushing past Xianxia's Bible. Don't do anything. I'll sign the contract. I'll sign the contract. Be careful. Before Irina could fully understand what was going on, she felt that she had one more thing. It was the Bible that only the Pope had. She could even control the power of the Bible and unleash super strength. I've become the female Pope? Irina was still in a dream. The higher-ups of the Pope outside all knelt on the ground with a thud. Welcome, female Pope. With a female Pope leading the church, we will definitely reach the peak. At this moment, Guodong rushed in. He knelt beside Irina's feet. Great female Pope, I'm willing to be your servant and serve you. Chapter 42-73. After Irina received the blessing of the Bible, her strength skyrocketed. Although she couldn't reach the level of the Pope, she had absolute power in the Church of Light. Irina could summon the artifact spirit. With the help of this artifact spirit, no one in the Church of Light would be a match for her. Irina felt like she was dreaming. Her unattainable dream had come true just like that. She actually became the first female Pope of the Church of Light. It was hard to believe. But she succeeded. At the same time, Irina had her first lackey. It was none other than Bo Dong. He considered himself to be the number one lackey. His skin was as thick as the city walls. If it was in the past, Irina wouldn't have cared about Bo Dong. After all, she had fought alongside Bo Dong and had the qualifications to be a local lackey. In that case, he would reluctantly accept it. Seal off all news from the Church of Light. Act as if nothing happened. Lin Fei ordered. The higher-ups and bishops didn't dare to say anything. Even Saint wasn't a match for him. The Pope had been killed by the Holy Lord with a single strike of his spear. No one would take the initiative to jump out at this time. Bo Dong and Irina, you two go out and deal with the church's matters. Irina and Bo Dong left the reincarnation pool. The Bible turned back into Saint. He stood beside Lin Fei and behaved like a child. Sacred Sky was also extremely sullen. To think that he, a weapon spirit, had actually been beaten down by someone and had even signed a master-servant contract with an ant. He must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Even though he and the Pope were on equal footing, they had an equal contract. How could it be as pathetic as this master-servant contract? If you do your best to assist Irina, I'll teach you the method to condense a soul body, allowing you to reach the heavens in a single bound. In the future, you'll be able to break away from the Bible and completely become a cultivator. These words drifted into Xianxia's ears. His eyes, which were originally cursing and discontented, now lit up. My lord, is what you said true? My soul can really walk the path of cultivation, but the people in the small world said that it's impossible. I will forever be a weapon spirit. If one day I get destroyed, I will be completely destroyed. Sheng Tian hesitated for a moment. My lord, are you telling the truth? My soul can really walk the path of a cultivator. Lin Fei snorted coldly, a bunch of ignorant fools. The world is vast, how can they understand it? If they say there is none, then there is none. You are also the number one fool of the heaven class, believing their words. Lin Fei raised his hand and pointed, sending a beam of golden light into Xianxia's forehead. Xianxia's originally doubtful heart was instantly filled with determination. It turned out that the golden light contained a cultivation method. After seeing this cultivation method, Sacred Heaven realized that there were unimaginable mysteries in this world. There was actually such a cultivation method. If he cultivated according to this cultivation method, he would be able to walk on the path of cultivation and break away from the restraints of the artifact spirit. Sir, I will definitely assist the Pope and not let anything happen to her, Saint said with a bow. His attitude changed 180 degrees. All the hatred, all the complaints, all disappeared without a trace. Alright, remember what you said. As long as Irina lives well, your future will be limitless. So what if you walk on the path of a cultivator? You will realize that your future will be more interesting. Saint looked forward to it. Lin Fei came to the side of the reincarnation pool. Tell me about the reincarnation pool. Sacred Heaven no longer doubted Lin Fei's words. This person definitely had a great background, and was even more mysterious than he had imagined. Even the people in his own small world would not be able to come up with such a technique. The reincarnation pool is actually created by the small world. Any disciple of the Radiant Church who dies will have the opportunity to reincarnate and become an angel. However, these little angels don't have consciousness and are all erased. Only those who have cultivated the angel wings will have a chance to break through to the level of an angel after reincarnation. This way, they will be able to retain their consciousness and reach a higher level of life. Sheng Tian explained everything in detail without leaving anything out. Lin Fei had already guessed it, but he verified it with Saint. It was almost the same as what he guessed. There should be many small worlds like yours, right? For example, the Dark Church and the Radiant Church. If they didn't have the support of a small world, they would have been destroyed long ago. Sheng Tian nodded his head and said, there are indeed many small worlds. In the Western world, as far as I know, Light Church has one, Dark Church has one, and in the mysterious Wuxia, there is a Kunlun secret realm. Lin Fei knew it would be like this. After listening to Saint's words, he had a deeper understanding of the Radiant Church and the entire Western world. In other words, the holy light in this small world is very dense. The reincarnation pool is only a small part of it. There are also restrictions. Saint said, that is indeed the case. The people over there feel that the power of the holy light is too dense. They are afraid that the remaining reincarnation pool will explode. Thus, they restrict the power of the holy light. If Lord needs the holy light, you can just break the seal and continuously devour the holy light. However, if Lord does that, the people of the Radiant Church, no, those fellows from the Radiant world will definitely know about it. I'm afraid that they will send an archangel. Lord, you have to be careful. Lin Fei coldly snorted. Isn't it just a higher level of life? They actually have the nerve to call themselves people from the divine world. Their skin is really thick. In Lin Fei's eyes, these ants weren't qualified to be gods at all. They were just a little stronger. Lin Fei jumped into the reincarnation pool. This time, he went straight to the depths. Everywhere he went, there were radiant runes. These runes emitted a mysterious aura. The deeper he went, the more runes there were. Not long after, Lin Fei finally reached the bottom. A hexagram array appeared in front of him. Rays of holy light gushed out from the hexagram array. However, this hexagram array seemed to limit the amount of holy light. Thus, the amount of holy light that came out wasn't much. After the majority of the holy light was devoured by Lin Fei, the current holy light was somewhat thin and couldn't be supplied for a while. Sure enough, this place has a limit. No wonder the holy light can't be supplied for a while. Lin Fei didn't intend to break this limit. Leave it for later. The remaining holy light was completely absorbed. Lin Fei began to observe. He prepared to study the array. 3 days later, Lin Fei issued an order, and the Radiant Church began to move. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4274. The influence of the Church of Light was undeniable in the Western world. The materials that Lin Fei needed were delivered in a very short time. Lin Fei spent several days to crack the hexagram array. At the same time, he studied the inside and outside thoroughly. No matter what kind of array it was only a matter of time before Lin Fei, who had high attainments in this field. Moreover, these arrays were not as powerful as the ones in the other world. Lin Fei never took it seriously. Boss, these are the materials that you need. If it is not enough, I will ask the Church of Light to continue collecting and send them over immediately. Irina had already changed into the clothes of a female pope. She looked valiant and had a trace of dignity. However, in front of Lin Fei, Irina was like a little maidservant. She did not dare to have any thoughts about it. She knew that since Lin Fei was able to help her become the female pope, he would be able to knock her down with a raise of his hand. It would all be within the span of a single thought. The only thing Irina could do now was to hold on to this thick thigh. No, it should be a big backer. Alright, you can go out now. Without my permission, no one is allowed to come in. Irina left the room. After Lin Fei scanned through the materials, he continued to operate the large array. This hexagram array was very ordinary. After spending some time, Lin Fei finally made some changes to the original foundation. Open. The array was activated. A steady stream of holy light gushed out from the small world, and it was much denser than before. Lin Fei smiled. That's more like it. He then sat down cross-legged. His body was like a bottomless pit, devouring the holy light. While absorbing the holy light, Lin Fei was also testing the limit of the small world's ability to gush out holy light. On the original foundation, the amount of holy light kept increasing. Until one day, a tyrannical and overbearing spiritual energy swept across the area. Lin Fei immediately cut off the connection. He knew he had achieved his goal. This so-called Radiance world does have quite a number of experts. With this level of spiritual force, it should be equivalent to a Qi refining realm expert. At the very least, it's at the 7th or 8th stage. The spiritual force didn't stay for long. He didn't see anything special about it before it disappeared. Lin Fei knew that this spiritual power was here to check the cause of the leakage of the holy light. Perhaps the enemy had set up a perimeter, and if the holy light exceeded a certain limit, they would come to check. Now that Lin Fei knew the limits of the holy light, he could rest easy. He calmly absorbed the holy light energy. Over the past few days, the tree of life had used the power of the holy light to grow new leaves. It has become lush and green. Lin Fei was overjoyed by the tree of life's drastic changes. Compared to the inheritance pool of Dark Church, Lin Fei preferred the holy light here. The reason for that was because the holy light was extremely pure. While it might not be of much use to others, it was the best nourishment for the tree of life. Perhaps, those fellows from the Radiance world might not even know about it. Lin Fei could feel his body recovering at all times. It's a pity that the tree of life's capacity is still limited. If it could grow into a towering tree, I could directly enter the Radiance world and devour it. It wouldn't be so troublesome. A trace of helplessness flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Even according to the holy heavens, the Radiance world was filled with experts. In Lin Fei's eyes, they were just existences with a higher level of existence. There was no threat. If he rushed in and started a massacre, he would be able to control the Radiance world. Lin Fei suppressed this thought. He should wait for the tree of life to grow first. After confirming that there was no threat, Lin Fei began to arrange another formation. Outside the six-pointed star formation, he added a new one. The formation was not a powerful one. It was just a method to condense holy light. After all, Lin Fei couldn't stay in the Radiance Church forever. This wasn't in line with Lin Fei's character. Staying here for such a long time was already not bad. If he continued to stay here, who knew how long he would have to stay? No matter how good the Western world was, it couldn't compare to China. Lin Fei would definitely leave. This formation was left behind to completely condense the holy light into a physical form, which was the rising light energy block. Only Lin Fei could do such a thing. When the holy light accumulated to a certain level, the Radiance Church would escort it over. This saved him a lot of time. When the tree of life grew to more than 10 meters tall, he would be able to enter the Radiance world. At that time, he could plunder the tree of life without restraint. Now, grow it. In order to prevent people from the Radiance world from coming in to check, Lin Fei left behind a powerful imprint. This imprint could unleash the power of 3 attacks. Now that he had recovered from his injuries, the power of 3 attacks was enough to kill a chi refining realm expert. As long as this imprint was activated, Lin Fei would be able to sense it even if he was far away in China. At that time, he could come back to oversee the Radiance Church. After the formation was activated, the holy light energy was quantified to a certain extent. From illusory to solid, it turned into an energy block that looked like a gold bar. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all by this unimaginable method. On the other hand, Irina was dumbfounded when she came in. The boss was indeed the boss. He could turn something rotten into something magical. Lin Fei left after giving some instructions. He had set up a trap here, but it wasn't enough. Those old fogies from the Western world could be put to good use since they had nothing better to do. When Lin Fei returned, those old fogies were left outside to guard the reincarnation pool. There used to be a statue of an archangel in the reincarnation pool, but Lin Fei had destroyed it. Naturally, they needed someone to guard it again. In any case, those old fogies were cheap labor. Why not use them? After dealing with these matters, Lin Fei left the Radiance Church. There was nothing in the Western world that interested Lin Fei anymore. His harvest from this trip was quite good. Not only did he obtain the number 1 divine tree, but he had also recovered his body. This was beyond Lin Fei's expectations. Lin Fei took an international plane and didn't go back to China directly. He went to Southeast Asia first. His eldest disciple, Su Mei, was still in Kai Shan's manor. He had to bring her back. When Lin Fei arrived, Su Mei and Kai Shan were fighting. It had been a while since they last met. Su Mei's sword technique was even sharper. She had improved a lot during this period of time. One move after another, she was very good at seizing the time, causing Kai Shan to be in a difficult situation. Little Su, you have improved a lot during this period of time. You didn't disappoint me. Su Mei, who was fighting with Kai Shan, stopped and saw that her master had returned. Her face was filled with joy. Master, you're finally back. I missed you. Boss. Kai Shan followed. Chapter 4275. Lin Fei did not stay in Thailand for too long. He was very satisfied with the growth of his eldest disciple, Su Mei. At least during this period, Su Mei did not waste any time. She kept looking for people to fight, to train herself and improve her strength. At the same time, Lin Fei went to the entrance of the Kunlun secret realm in the mountains. The formation was not destroyed. The things he asked Kai Shan to do last time were all done. The entire mountain had been bought out. Difficult? No difficulty. With Caishan's influence in Thailand, who would dare say no? Lin Fei told them what to do next. Then he brought Su Mei back to the country. In a short time. Lin Fei did not plan to go to the Kunlun secret realm again. For him, there was one more important thing, which was to go to the Divine Dragon's secret realm. As soon as he got off the Yanjing airport, Lin Fei saw the person who came to pick him up. It was none other than Yi Zixuan. Previously, Yi Zixuan had returned a step earlier than Lin Fei. This time, besides Yi Zixuan, there was also an old acquaintance. It was the god of war, Yi Xian. Young Master Lin, it must have been a long journey. Lin Fei said, it's just a plain ride. It's not hard at all. I'm quite surprised that you came. Actually, you didn't have to come. Yi Zixuan and the god of war looked at each other. Yi Xian said, we have nothing to do anyway. Young Master Lin, are you free? Let's sit down and have a chat. Lin Fei knew very well why the god of war came to pick him up. It was because of the divine dragon's secret realm. No. It was the last dragon key. Lin Fei already had 2 dragon god keys in his hands, which was equivalent to having 20 slots. No matter who had the 20 slots, they would be of great use to him. Fortunately, the news was still in Yi Zixuan's hands. If it spread, many people in Yanjing would come to fight for these 20 places. So no matter what, Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian had to get some of the 20 places. It would be good to get one more. Lin Fei did not agree. I don't have time today. Let's do it the day after tomorrow. I have something to take care of. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian had no objections. He had just mentioned it. It would be best if Lin Fei could agree. The day after tomorrow is not too late. It was fine as long as Lin Fei didn't release any information. You don't have to worry about anything. The Divine Dragon Key will be released. I won't take it out easily. Lin Fei reassured them. Hearing this, the two of them were a little embarrassed, but they soon felt relieved. If these words came from Lin Fei, then there would definitely be no change. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian sent Lin Fei to a 5-star hotel. The room was booked. Little Su, it's rare for you to come to Beijing. Why don't you go out for a walk? I still have some things to take care of. Actually, even if Master didn't mention it, I was also planning to go to Yanjing for a stroll. I haven't been here for a long time. I remember that the last time I came was because of business matters. Su Mei said with a sigh. In the short span of a year, she had transformed from a female designer into a female martial artist. Moreover, she was a female grandmaster. His status had also undergone a huge change. It opened a whole new door. He saw a whole new world. Su Mei dressed up and went out. Lin Fei was not idle either. He also had things to do. In the courtyard house. Lin Lang brought his wife back here again. Although he had returned to the family, he was not used to living in that place. It was not as comfortable as living in the courtyard house. Once he heard that Lin Lang was not used to living there, Lin Moyuan, the head of the family, immediately redecorated the courtyard house. It was renovated inside and out. If one looked at it from the outside, one would definitely not be able to tell. But when one went inside, one would discover a whole new world. The current Lin Moyuan did not dare to easily offend Lin Lang. Although he was the head of the family, in front of the unfathomable Lin Fei, he was nothing. On the other hand, even if Lin Lang's strength was not as good as it was in the past, with such a son, anyone would have to think twice. Even if many people in the family had thoughts, they did not dare to show it. Who is it? Lin Lang, who was basking in the sun, suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his hand and waved, and a teacup flew over. You're already so old, but your temper is still very bad. No wonder you were schemed against back then. A figure walked in and grabbed the teacup with a raise of his hand. He did not even spill a drop of tea. With a light pat, the teacup flew back and landed gently on the tea table, untouched. Little Fei, why are you back? Lin Lang stood up, looking very excited. I just happened to pass by and came to take a look. I didn't expect you to move in again. Lin Fei looked around. Lin Moyuan still knows how to do things. At least he renovated this place. Lin Lang was indeed very excited. He did not dare to look for his son, Lin Fei, nor did he dare to call Lin Fei. Now that Lin Fei had taken the initiative to come to the courtyard house, Lin Lang was naturally very happy. Lin Moyuan can't do other things well, but when it comes to handling interpersonal relationships, he's quite good, Lin Lang said. I actually don't have much to do today. I just want to help you recover your body, such as regrowing your severed arm. Lin Fei said casually. Lin Lang was very excited. Little Fei, if it's too troublesome, then there's no need. Anyway, I'm already so old, it's not bad to take care of myself. Lin Fei walked into the house and saw his mother. She was busy making tea. Little Fei, you must be thirsty. Quick, have a cup of tea. This tea tastes pretty good. Lin Fei did not refuse and drank a few mouthfuls. Lin Lang followed him in. This trip. Lin Fei came for the two of them. On this trip, he had gained a lot of things, the most important of which was the god's water of life. This was a top-notch item. Outsiders might not be able to use it to their full potential. But it was very easy for Lin Fei. Originally, regrowing a severed arm required a lot of materials. Now that he had the god's water of life, the time was greatly reduced. Although his father Lin Lang did not seem to be interested in martial arts. But there was still a hint of loneliness in his eyes. Lin Fei did not resist as much now. This was the cause, so naturally, there would be an effect. He wouldn't be staying in Yanjing for too long. He didn't know when he would come back after leaving Beijing. So, he might as well help his father recover his strength. With strength, naturally, no one would dare to have any other thoughts. His prestige could only exist for a while, not for long. Lin Fei was very clear about this logic. Find a quiet room. I'll find one right away. In the room. Chapter 4276. Lin Lang's problem was very simple. It was nothing more than a broken arm. He just needed to regrow it. Of course, there were old injuries in his body. This time, it would be solved once and for all. At that time, his father's strength would be improved in one go. Lin Lang's strength was already very high in the past. Now that he had recovered, it was equivalent to breaking through and then building again. It was just the right time for him to rush to the level of guru. As for his mother, it was even simpler. Her strength could also be improved. The frost and dust on her face could also be removed. She would be reborn. These were not difficult for Lin Fei. After dealing with these things, Lin Fei left the Sihiyuan. In addition, he left a mark in front of the yard. Anyone who broke in would be killed. Other than the natural dissipation of time, no one else could unlock it. This was also for safety reasons. 3 hours later, Lin Lang was the first to open his eyes. He subconsciously propped up his body with his hands. As soon as he did so, he felt that something was wrong. Because he usually used his right hand. But this time, he used his left hand. My left hand has regrown again. Lin Lang looked at his moving left hand. It was exactly the same. He felt incredible and shocked. Before, he didn't want his son to work so hard. After all, regrowing a broken arm was not an easy thing. It was no less than the legendary ascension to heaven. But now, he did it easily. In the next second, Lin Lang felt that something was different. Because the internal qi in his body was extremely strong. This internal qi, I seem to have broken through to the level of guru, and it is the peak of the level. Lin Lang was stunned again. He turned over and got off the ground. Lin Lang knew that his feeling was right. He really became a guru. Not only that, but even his lost left arm had recovered. All of this was brought by his son. Lin Lang took a breath and quickly woke up his wife next to him. But when he saw his wife's face, he was also shocked. Over the years, his wife had suffered a lot with him. Now, she had been reborn. He almost couldn't recognize her. It was really a big change. If it wasn't for the familiar aura, Lin Lang wouldn't have recognized her at all. He would have thought that it was a strange woman lying next to him. When his wife woke up and saw the change in Lin Lang, they finally knew that their son, Lin Fei, had forgiven them. During this time, the two of them cried tears of joy. They had waited a long time for this day. Our son has such a heaven-defying ability. We definitely can't teach others, lest we invite trouble. You suddenly said to your wife, and she nodded her head every day. I understand, I understand. If there's nothing important, let's not go out. After leaving the Sihiyuan, Lin Fei returned to the 5-star hotel and closed his eyes to rest. By the time Lin Fei opened his eyes again after the divine water of life had circulated through his body, it was already dark outside. Lin Fei very much enjoyed the comfortable feeling of the divine water of life in his body. Wherever it passed, the wounds left behind would be healed. Looks like it won't be long before my body completely recovers. Lin Fei made a serving of food. He casually turned on the TV. Looking at the news. His entire body was filled with a lazy aura. This was the kind of life he loved. At midnight, Lin Fei opened his eyes. He got up and walked to the French windows. Looking in one direction, he slightly frowned. I seem to have sensed a strange power just now. It happened in the north. I guess many people have also sensed it. This strange power was like the moon in the night. It was exceptionally obvious. Especially for an expert like Lin Fei, he felt that it was not an ordinary power. Looks like something has happened in the north. In Lin Fei's eyes, the north should be that huge desert. Only in those places could all kinds of things happen. Thinking back, it seemed that the divine dragon's secret realm was in a huge desert in the north. Or, the divine dragon's secret realm had opened in advance. Lin Fei felt that the possibility of this was quite high. Then someone would start to worry. As expected. In the afternoon of the second day, Yi Zixuan and the god of war specially came to visit. This was one day earlier than the appointed time. Lin Fei received them. Su Mei brought the tea over and stood behind Lin Fei. Young Master Lin, this is the news we just received. Take a look. Yi Zixuan took out a document and placed it in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not look at the document. He could see it clearly with his divine consciousness. It was as he had guessed. Something had happened. A sinkhole had appeared in the northern desert. This sinkhole was huge. It was hundreds of acres in size, and the sinkhole was bottomless. If that was all, it would not matter. But there were monsters constantly running out of such a deep sinkhole. These monsters were very ugly and extremely powerful. They wreaked havoc in the surrounding area. Only when the Yan Huang battle team made a move did these monsters vanquish. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian came as soon as they heard the news. Because this matter was not simple. Yi Xian wanted to see for himself. After all, the north was not far from Yanjing. Once the monsters from there came out, that was going to be a big problem. What do you guys think? Lin Fei asked. Yi Zixuan smiled bitterly. We still don't understand the situation. We have already had people seal off that area, but there are still monsters running out from below. And each one is stronger than the other. They are invulnerable. I suspect that this has something to do with the divine dragon's secret realm. It was very normal for Yi Zixuan to have such a thought. After all, that was the north. The divine dragon's secret realm was also in the north. The possibility of the two being the same was still very high. Young Master Lin, I think we should set off earlier to understand the situation. If it really is the divine dragon's secret realm, perhaps those people will all go there soon. Whether it was Yi Zixuan or Yi Xian, they both had the same thought. After all, Lin Fei had 2 divine dragon keys in his hands. If Lin Fei did not go, no one could enter the divine dragon's secret realm. As for using brute force, it would not work at all. Because the mysterious aura on Lin Fei was getting thicker and thicker. Even Yi Zixuan could not see through him. Yi Zixuan saw with her own eyes that Lin Fei had taken the divine tree of life and even stepped on the experts of the Dark Church and Church of Light. His strength was unfathomable, like a bottomless pit. If Lin Fei went with them, then this trip would be much easier. Lin Fei also wanted to see this sinkhole now. Was it the same as the divine dragon's secret realm? He would be able to see it once he arrived. Then let's not delay. Let's go now.